Oakland A's will lead it off with Angel Mangual. Mangual will be in center field. Joe Rudy, R-U-D-I, will be in left field. He will bat second. Our pregame guest, Reggie Jackson, will be in right. He will bat third. Tommy Davis in the cleanup spot. Tommy will be playing first base this evening. Sal Bando. Bando will be at third. He will bat fifth. Dave Duncan to do the catching. Duncan an added all-star from the Oakland contingent, with Ray Fossey out of the all-star game and manager Earl Weaver naming Duncan to back up Bill Freehan. Larry Brown. Brown will be the shortstop. Bert Campaneris still injured with that twisted ankle, and he will be given a rest for the entire series through the all-star break. So Larry Brown will start at shortstop. Dick Green will be the second baseman. Greeny will be at second. And Mr. Blue, Vida Blue on the mound, 21 years of age from Mansfield, Louisiana. He is now 19 days away from his 22nd birthday. That will be on the 28th of July. Going after his 18th victory of the year. An amazing feat if he can do it before the All-Star break. And by the way, he is one game ahead of Denny McLain's pace at this particular time, if you're thinking, when McLain won 31 back in 1968. So Sandy Alomar is stepping in, batting right-handed against the left-hander Vida Blue. It'll be a big night here in the East Bay, and we hope you'll stay with us throughout. For the play, here's Don Wells.
Thank you, Dave, and good evening, everyone. Sandy hitting .247, one homer, and 27 runs driven in. The July 4th game at the Big A, Alomar had some fun with Vida Blue. Fastball, first pitch, fly ball, right field. Should be handled by Reggie Jackson, and Jackson takes care of it. Reggie battling what remains of the sunlight here at the Oakland Coliseum, and perhaps a little bit of a tough background as you stare up into the stands as well. The Angels went first ball hunting against Vida Blue. Now, you can well imagine that with the Angels able to rattle a ball around pretty well, the Vida Blue went on to a victory, that all of this would be changed around. And perhaps those good pitches that the Angels hitters, good first pitches that they handled so well in Anaheim, won't be forthcoming tonight. Fastball away, ball one. Ken Berry hitting .206, 3 homers and 14 runs driven in. 330 down the line, 375 right center and left center. Left-hander Blue ready, and the 1-0 pitch on the way. And Berry swings at a fastball and drives it out of the left field. Going to be shallow. Joe Rudy coming in. Cap drops off his head, and Joe Rudy makes the catch. 2 away. So a couple of shallow fly balls for the first 2 outs of the evening, and here comes right fielder Tony Canigliaro. Vida Blue, an ERA of 1.50, 21 starts, 17 complete games. 173 innings, he struck out 171 men. 55 walks, 6 shutouts, to the credit of this young man. And Vida shooting for his 18th victory of the year tonight. Jackson, Mangual, and Rudy in the outfield, and line up pretty straightaway style here for Tony C. as he fouls off the first pitch to the left side of the plate, strike one. Tony hitting .229, 4 homers, 15 runs driven across. Wide and the 1-strike pitch. Fastball a little bit low with it, and the count is 1-1. The Oakland Hills in the background still bathed in sunshine, and a very clear evening. Wide of the 1-1 offering now to Tony C. Driven foul to wind up in the second tier directly behind home plate. And the count 1-2. And it's good to be on Armed Forces Radio this evening. It's Dave's old alma mater.
Certainly is. Ironically, Don, when I checked into the hotel last night, I had a note in my box from my old boss at Armed Forces Radio that he had dropped by, Gordon Bridge.
Here's the 1-2 offering. Great ball, curveball. Good curve thrown by Blue. And he caught Canigliaro in a frozen state there at home plate. 1-2-3 go the Angels. And the score at the end of the top of the first, Angels nothing, and Oakland coming to bat.
Fans, if you're planning a trip by car, the Chevron Travel Kit is as indispensable to you as good game strategy is to a pitcher. It's your guide to all the right moves, the best roads to take, key spots to stop along the way, and all kinds of helpful travel tips. So you don't have to waste valuable vacation time doing that bothersome but necessary detail work. Now, you might expect to pay a travel agent's fee to get your travel kit, but the fact is, it's absolutely free. All you have to do is stop by any standard station or Chevron dealer and ask for a free travel request form. Send it in, and your own Chevron travel kit, complete with detailed maps, logs, and travel tips, will be sent to you by return mail. So, if you're planning a trip, why not do it the easy way? Let a Chevron travel kit be your personal guide. Stop in at any standard station or Chevron dealer and pick up your travel request form today. A Chevron travel kit will be yours free for the asking.
Rudy May on the mound for the Angels, and around the infield for the men from Anaheim, Jim Spencer at first base, Sandy Alomar at second, Sid O'Brien at short, and Ken McMullen at third. The outfield, Billy Cowan in left field, Ken Berry in center, and Tony Coniglio in right. Rudy May has made only one appearance against the Oakland Ball Club this year, and that was on April 21st at Anaheim. In that, home run by Dave Duncan in the fifth, and then a home run by Joe Rudy in the ninth inning. And then with that homer tying up the game, and then on in the 10th inning, and after Rudy gave up a single to Gene Tennis in a fifth inning role, May came out of the game. And the game then worked its way through 13 innings, and Oakland eventually won it 4-2, but of course May did not figure in the ultimate decision. Angel Mangual, the leadoff man, and the pitch in the dirt with a curve, ball one. And the Angel, a very valuable piece of young property for this Oakland team. He is a road roommate, Vida Blue. Mangual hitting .322, 2 homers, and 10 runs driven in. Feet very close together, right-handed batter, and the next pitch a fastball high, and the count is 2-0. It'll be Mangual, Joe Rudy, and Reggie Jackson. The Angels have won 4 in a row. Their longest winning streak in some period of time. 2-0 pitch to Mangual. Bullseye with it, 2-1. Merle Anthony working behind the plate. George Maloney, the umpire at first. Hank Storr stationed at second base. And Larry Barnett around at third. The Dude's 2-1 pitch. Ground ball up the middle. It may go through. It's out. Sid O'Brien charging to his left to try to flag it down, and he was unable to, so Ken Berry makes the play back into the infield. Joe Rudy steps in. Joe hitting .265, 10 homers, and he has knocked across 42 runs. He's been one of the unsung guys of this Oakland team. On 18 different occasions for Rudy, he has made a late plate appearance that resulted in either the tying or the lead run, and he has 6 game-winning hits. And as we mentioned, too, just moments ago, it was Joe Rudy who at Anaheim Stadium, 9th inning, drove a home run over the left field wall, and that tied up the game, and then Oakland went on to win an extra inning. Curve, good curve. Rudy checked his swing, strike one. The Oakland-Alameda County Coliseum, its capacity, 50,000. They were figuring on at least 30 for this one tonight. And when you try to read the attendance in this big bowl, it's a rather difficult thing to do. That is to try to anticipate what the ultimate count may be. Fastball cut on a miss. 0-2. And I talked about that April 21st date with the Oakland Ball Club at Anaheim Stadium. They were on a real home run tear at that time. They had hit 15 homers in 10 games. Rudy with 10 homers for the year. Stands well up toward the head of the batter's box, and the next pitch curve, and this one breaks in low to make it 1-2. In fact, Rudy occupies a kind of a strange portion of the batter's box in contrast to so many other hitters. He has that overly closed stance. When he plants the right foot, it is at the midway point of the batter's box, and he draws the heel almost back on the chalk. And then he just leans and looks right up toward first base. May gets it ready, and the 1-2 pitch. Curved in the way, 2-2. Rudy with an ERA of 3.23, 14 starts, 2 complete games. May has worked 91 and a fraction innings, walking 37 and striking out 75. And we'll bring you up to date the other scores, the American League, in just a moment. Fill you in on all the information we have concerning the Major League schedule of the day. 2-2 delivery. Inside with it, ball 3, 3-2. Kansas City and Minnesota, they're tied 3-3 at the end of 3. Milwaukee will be at Chicago. Baltimore leads Cleveland 4-0 at the end of 6. Detroit, Washington, no score at the end of 7. The Yankees beat Boston 5-2. So May with a little problem here. Rudy trying to hold on to Joe Rudy. The count 3-2 with Angel Mangual sneaking out to his lead. He stays. The pitch is cut on. A fly ball driven to right field. Going to be shallow. Going out. Sandy Alomar coming in. Tony Coniglio. Tony wants it, and he takes care of it. Now throws to first base and back just in time as Mangual. So Tony C trying to double up Angel Mangual. 1 down, 1 on. Here comes Reggie Jackson.
Don, we have some official confirmation and some very important news as far as Angel fans are concerned. Jim Fregosi will be operated on next Thursday at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, New York. He will be out for approximately 3 weeks. He will go in on Wednesday for the pre-operative rest, and he will be operated in on Thursday. He'll be out for about 3 weeks.
Reggie Jackson stepping into the batter's box. Well, Jim has had such a problem with that foot all season long. It seems to be the only logical way to go about it now, to have the surgery performed, because he has just not been up to par and can't function properly because of it. First delivery to Jackson, low for a ball to make it 1-0. Montreal shut out the Phillies 3-0. Renko with a one-hitter. Mangual off to his lead. Curve, a little bit outside, ball 2-0. The game between Atlanta and Pittsburgh in Piratstown at the end of 6th. Pittsburgh having some fun. Willie Stargell has hit his 29th homer, too, and that was good for 3 runs in the 6th inning.
Back to the Fregosi situation. It was his choice to be operated on at the Mayo Clinic, and the 2 doctors that diagnosed him when we were in Minneapolis the last 3 days, the exact diagnosis is Dr. Robert Curley.
And a curve here, in for a strike to make it 2-1. In the Pittsburgh-Atlanta game, it's the Pirates 11, Atlanta 2 at the end of 6th. Riles getting all this support for the Pirates. Nash, the starter for Atlanta, former A's property, and he was relieved in the 5th inning. Hebner with his 13th homer. That came in the 3rd one on. May ready, and the 2-1 pitch now to Reggie. Swung on, lifted high in the air into short left field. Going out, O'Brien coming in. Billy Cowan. O'Brien, the shortstop, wants it, and Sid takes care of this. Then the toss back to Sandy Alomar, and retreating to first base is Angel Mangual. Two fly balls have been hit. They have all been of short proportion here this evening. Here's first baseman Tommy Davis. Davis hitting .320, 1 homer for Tom, and he has knocked across 21 runs. Cardinals beat Houston 5-2 in their first game. Carlton, the winner, 12-5. Forced the loser 5-2. Mets are at Cincinnati, San Francisco, and the Dodgers play in Los Angeles. Cubs in San Diego, no score at the end of 3. They're playing a doubleheader. Hands against Roberts. Curve, good one, thrown by May, and he finds the target for a strike 0-1. Angel Mangual, the runner at first base. No score, last half of the 1st inning. 2 down, the pitch. Cut out of miss. Good thinking fastball. 2 strikes. The Angels would like to be able to continue their good pursuit of the Minnesota Ball Club and move on up into the number 3 notch in the American League West standings. Angels trail Minnesota by a lap. Mangual goes. The pitch is ripped foul up over the screen, and he shoots it into the lower deck off to our right. The count stays at 0-2. And the Angels, too, would like to be able to improve on their overall season record against this team. Oakland has won 6. The Angels have top 3 of the season series to this day. Again, Mangual to about a 5-foot lead. May stares him down. Now to the plate with the pitch, and it's swung on. Ground ball is short. Dug up by O'Brien. On to Alomar. Forced out to retire the side. No runs, 1 hit. No errors. The man left. Score at the end of 1. Angels 0, Oakland 0.
You said a lot of things nobody else can say. Ooh, yeah. When you say bud, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. There's no other one. There's only something left. Because the king of
Moved out of the 2nd inning. This is Don Wells with Dave Niehaus, Dick Enberg, and Dick Nelson, and we hope it's a very enjoyable evening for you. Wherever you're listening along our Angel Network line, we certainly have that weather condition here in the Bay Area. Most delightful night. Billy Cowan will try to start it off here against Vida Blue. Vida had things very much in hand in the 1st inning. Flied out Alomar and Berry, a couple of short fly balls, and then he struck out Tony Canigliaro with one of the few curves that he threw in the inning. or had a chance to throw because the Angels actually didn't see too many pitches. Line by Blue, and the pitch on the way. Curve here, well thrown again, strike one. The curveball for Vida Blue, when he pitched against the Angels in Anaheim on the 4th, was not a very good one. Showing a better one here this evening. Fastball cut on a miss. 2 strikes. Fastball thrown that way is just sheer terror for a hitter. If you're going to start it, your swing, you better start it early. And the next pitch, another rapid fire delivery here. And a little bit low with it, 1-2. Vida throws at varying speeds when it comes to the fastball. And the fastest they call his rapid fire. 1-2 delivery, there it is. Swung on this, strike 3. 2 strikeouts for Blue. Fans, don't forget, over 8,000 standard stations and Chevron dealers in the West mean more men, more convenience, and more ways to serve you better. Vida now will deal with third baseman Ken McMullen. Mac hitting .256. Driven across 37 runs. 11 homers. Vida pumps it up and works it here. Fastball sprayed foul into the second deck, strike 1. You know, Vida Blue with 21 starts, 17 complete games. The record total of complete games in a single season, and of course it's an old-timer. You have to go way back on the list, back to 1879. Bill White of Cincinnati with 74 complete games. One of the modern-day records in 1904 was set by Jack Chesbrough of the Yankees when he pitched 48 complete games. Curve high and away, and the count is 1-1. Dave, you have another stat, too, pertaining to shutouts. Vida has 6 out of the 21 starts he has made.
Well, the great Babe Ruth has the American League record for strikeouts in 1 year. That would be 9. That was set back in 1916.
Next pitch over the outside edge for a strike to make it 1-2.
For shutouts, not strikeouts. 9 shutout games. And ironically, that same year in 1916, the Major League record for shutouts was set. And we'll pass that along in a second.
Wind again, and the 1-2 offering now to McMullen. Swung on, popped up in the air, first base way, playable. Tommy Davis across the coaching lines and takes care of it.
The Major League record for shutouts was set by the great Grover Cleveland Alexander with the Phillies back in 1916. He had 16 shutouts, and talking to Pete Reiser, he said that was a phenomenal feat, mainly because of where he played. There at Old Baker Bowl in Philadelphia, Don, he said it was about 278 feet down the left field and the right field line, and only about 310 to dead center. So that was some kind of...
That's right. It was a real bandbox, that place. Jim Spencer hitting .218. Steps in, grounds the first one foul on the first base side. And the young lady who is employed as the ball girl, she draws an early error. This one went right through the wicket, despite the glove and all the rest of the paraphernalia, and then rolled on down to the Angel bullpen. Spencer, 9 homers, 30 runs driven in for Spence. Batting here with no score, top half of the second, 2 outs. Vida can't read the sign from Dave Duncan. Vida Blue, he'll be the starting pitcher Tuesday. Tuesday night, Tiger Stadium, Detroit. He started off for the American League. Fastball low for the count 1-1. So this is a tune-up then for Vida Blue in all-star competition. And I hope he brings along a lot of smoke when he hits Tiger Town. Here's the 1-1 offering to Spencer. Half swing, lobs one over the head of Bando, base hit left field. In pursuit of the ball is Larry Brown. The shortstop retrieves it. So Spence going after a pitch upstairs to him, and he got crossed up on his swing, got it about halfway out there, and then off that check swing job, dumps a limp line drive into left field. Spencer at first base, the batter, shortstop Sid O'Brien. Sid hitting .221, driven across 17 runs, and Sidney has 5 homers. So a check swing job here by Jim Spencer to bring about the Angels' first hit of the evening. The total's now even. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. The pitch by Blue. Popped up. Going to be to the right of the plate. Coming over for it, the catcher, Dave Duncan. Mask tossed aside. Duncan takes care of it. And that's all to right there for the second inning for the Angels. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, a man left. And the score at the end of the top of the second. Angels nothing, Oakland nothing, and for Continental, here's Dave.
And you know, most baseball fans can visualize the action of a game just by hearing a play-by-play description. We certainly hope you can anyway, but no amount of description can give you a true picture of Continental Airlines flights to Hawaii. Oh, I can tell you about their exotic down-the-beachcombers food on every flight, and the first-class legroom in both coach and economy sections, plus the comfortable extra of 5 across seating in coach and economy on their 707 fan jets, giving you a seat as wide as first class. And I could go on and on and on about the colorful interior, the gracious hostesses and their lovely moo-moos, the Hawaiian atmosphere before and after you board the proud herd. But you really have to try it yourself. Only then will you find out what it means to fly to Hawaii with Continental. To Hawaii with love. Continental Airlines. Your travel agent will arrange it for you.
We think ahead to the All-Star Game Tuesday night in Detroit and all of the physical problems that have cropped up with the American League roster. Boog Powell out with a hairline fracture of the wrist. And Earl Weaver then naming Norm Cash to be the starter at first base. Tony Oliva hobbled by an ailing knee, and Reggie Jackson named to replace Tony O on the top list. And, of course, Tony the top hitter in the American League. Stan McDowell out of the game. He has throwing arm ailment. He's been replaced by Chicago's Grover Wood. And the possibility, too, that second baseman Rod Carew of Minnesota may be sidelined. First delivery here to Sal Bando, and this failed to find the mark for ball 1. But Carew sidelined with a knee that has troubled him and with a bad cold yesterday. Next pitch, put foul. That's one splattered back toward the base of the screen, and the count is 1-1. And Harmon Killebrew hobbled by that foot injury. But 11 reserves named by the American League skipper, Earl Weaver. 1-1 pitch is high, ball 2. Al Kaline of Detroit for the 17th time, and Killebrew for the 13th time to be named to the overall roster for the American League All-Stars. 2-1 delivery by May, and he throws one high and tight here, ball 3, 3-1. Others, catchers Bill Freehand of the Tigers and Thurman Munson of the Yankees. Infielders Leo Cardenas of the Twins, Cookie Rojas of the Royals, Bill Melton of the White Sox. 3-1 pitch. Little change here, and he spins it foul off the head of the bat toward the Angel dugout. See Cookie Rojas of Kansas City, Bill Melton of the White Sox, Bobby Mercer of the Yankees, Amos Otis of Kansas City, Don Buford of the Orioles, Frank Howard of Washington, and Dave Duncan, too, of the Oakland Ball Club. The late addition to that list. 3-2 pitch, sliced foul. Soars well out of play. Spencer in pursuit of it, but Jim can forget about it. It drops about 2 or 3 rows deep down the right field line. 3-2 the count on Sal Bando. An enormous chunk of foul territory here at the Oakland Coliseum because of the fact that this is a multi-purpose stadium used for football and baseball. And you have just about that 90-foot distance that you have on the bases from first base over toward the far end of the Angel dugout. Next pitch inside with the fastball, ball 4. So that holds true. That foul area holds true in both directions, right and left field, and it gives the infielders plenty of additional opportunities to go after balls that are popped up in the air and foul ground. Dave Duncan, the batter. Dave hitting .250, 11 homers, and he has knocked in 27 runs. Well, a big day coming up tomorrow in Los Angeles, the dedication of the $41 million Los Angeles Convention Center at Figueroa and Pico to be dedicated tomorrow, 2 p.m. by Los Angeles Mayor Sam Yorty. And another great structural addition to the city of Los Angeles, and certainly a much-needed facility for a city of Los Angeles' size. First pitch to Duncan inside for ball 1. Larry Brown is the on-deck man. Bando out to his lead at first. Fouls this one back. Roars it over the screen, and it hammers its way off the concrete facing of the upper tier and then drops down below. The count, ball 1 and strike 1. Pittsburgh Pirates star Roberto Clemente drew his 11th All-Star Game assignment, with Cincinnati manager Sparky Anderson completing the National League squad. May ready, and they look at the runner at first. Bando, now the pitch. Almost got him to go after one high and away, but Duncan was able to stay away from it, ball 2. Catcher Manny Sanguillen of Pittsburgh, first baseman Nate Colbert of San Diego, outfielders Bobby Bonds of San Francisco, and Willie Davis of the Dodgers. Put on the All-Star team for the first time. Don Kessinger of the Cubs, Ron Santo of the Cubs, Lee May of Cincinnati. 2-1 pitch, popped up. Round the mound. Coming down the line from third, Ken McMullen, and Rudy May calls for McMullen to make the play, and Mac does, right out in front of the pitching circle. Duncan is gone. That will bring up shortstop Larry Brown. The Felix Millan of Atlanta named, outfielders Lou Brock of St. Louis, Pete Rose of Cincinnati, and Rusty Staub of Montreal. And Walter Olson of the Dodgers, Danny Murtaugh of Pittsburgh, and Preston Gomez of San Diego will serve as Sparky Anderson's all-star coaches. So the day is fast approaching for the All-Star Classic. Throw over to first base, and Bando is back. May ready and throws the curve. Got a little bit wide of the intended mark, ball one. Billy Hunter of the Orioles and Billy Martin of Detroit will serve as the coaches for manager Earl Weaver. Rudy May now turns his back toward the home plate area before setting himself to check out Jerry Moses for the sign. The pitch. A change curve popped up. It's lobbed on the first base side. Jim Spencer moving toward the mound, and Jim takes care of it. So May has popped up there against Duncan and Brown. And the batter will be second baseman Dick Green. Greeny hitting .260. He has pounded out 9 homers and has knocked in 36 runs. Willie Stargell of the Pirates. He came only the second player named twice in the same season in the 14-year history of the Player of the Month award. Strike here to Green. Bob Gibson of St. Louis was the June and July winner in 1968, the only two-timer before Stargell. May reads the sign. Bando goes. The pitch swung out, bounced off the glove of May. Going for it, Alomar. Dives and tried to make the tag, and Bando going by, and it's ruled that he did not make the tag. So it's going to be safe all around. It will be scored as an infield hit. Bando going on the pitch. May reached out for the ground ball. He deflected it with his glove. Sandy Alomar charged up into the base pass, short hopped the ball, made a good trap pickup of it, and made a swipe at Bando. He thought that he had Bando. But Hank Storr says no, and then Sandy, even with a chance then to go to first base, hesitated after he had thought that he had made the tag, but Storr behind him was indicating safe. So it is an infield hit for Green. Runners at first and second. Here's Vida Blue. No score last half of the second inning. Vida hitting 103. Curve to him low and outside, ball one. So the A's fans here at the Coliseum, and this crowd has continued to grow as we now near the 8:30 mark. They see A's runners at first and second, and their man Vida Blue at the plate. Curve low and outside, ball 2, 2-0. Vida Blue, one of those you put in the category just a great all-around athlete. His batting average may be 103, but don't take too many chances. Pass ball by May, low and outside, ball 3, 3-0. May not getting anything in the pulling area for the left-hander Vida Blue. He's worked away to him, and he's missed with 3 straight pitches. Vida's been up 58 times, 6 hits, 1 double. And this for a strike. The count 3-1. And Vida up 58 times, has struck out 38 on 38 occasions. Bando moving out to his lead at second base. Green the runner at first, and the pitch. Fastball there for a strike, 3-2. Baltimore down in Cleveland, 4-1. Detroit shut out Washington in 11, 1-0. Joe Coleman and Sherman combining for a 4-hit shutout of the Senators in 11 innings. Coleman winning his 8th game against 6 defeats. The pitch, runners go. It's swung on. Missed, strike 3. So breaking stuff, high breaking stuff thrown by May to get by the Blue. No runs, 1 hit. No errors, a pair left, and the score at the end of 2 is the Angels nothing, Oakland nothing.
Say, Dave, the small car expert, your nearby Southern California Datsun dealer, says there's a perfect Datsun for everyone. Now, do you believe that?
Well, sure. In fact, you name the Datsun, and I'll bet I can show you someone sitting right here in the ballpark it would be perfect for.
Okay, how about the nation's #1 selling import truck, the Datsun pickup?
Oh, well, that's a little hustler. Let's see now. How about the guy right down there with the leather vest? He looks like the kind that would enjoy the sports car feel of the Datsun pickup. Maybe that young couple over there. New homemakers are always hauling in something for the house or the yard, and the little hustler is certainly perfect for that kind of a job. Now, look right over there, Richard. That fellow is definitely an outdoors man. He could put a camper on the Datsun pickup and get away from the city anytime he wanted, and right down there...
Hey, Dave, make up your mind.
Well, when a pickup truck offers everything the Datsun does in the way of driving and hauling, plus sporty power with gas mileage of up to 25 miles a gallon, all for such a low price, I guess it's just about perfect for anyone.
There's one way to find out.
What was that?
Drive a Datsun. Then decide.
From the Oakland Coliseum, Don Wells with Dave Niehaus, Dick Enberg, and Dick Nelson. We had a little commotion around first base, whether Tommy Davis had found something growing out there that didn't look right or whatever, and Hank Storr came over, and they kind of scuffed around in the dirt there near first base, but apparently it's all right now. And here we go. Third inning of play. Hey, let's check in with Dave.
Thank you, Don. Hello, everybody. Hank Storr going back to his original position behind second base. As Don mentioned, a conference at first base between Tommy Davis and Dick Green. Wind up by Blue, and Jerry Moses leads it off and swings at a fastball, fouls it away. 0-1. Blue has struck out 2 so far. He's given up the 1 base hit, but it was a check swing by Jim Spencer. And no doubt about it, don't get us wrong, that it was a base hit, but Spencer trying to stop his swing midway through, and he heaved it over Sal Bando's head. And there's a looping line drive right to the second baseman, Dick Green. Jerry Moses hit this one off the end of the stick. 1 man away in the third. That'll bring up Rudy May, and before Rudy steps in, we'll pause for station identification. This is the Angels Radio Network.
This is KMND Radio. That's KMND FM, broadcasting from Mesa, Arizona. Time now is 35 minutes past 8, and it's 100 degrees downtown.
First pitch to Rudy May is a high inside fastball. May's big swing, and he fails to connect. This one was right underneath the chin, right up around the eyes of Rudy May. No balls, 1 strike to count. Bando playing in on the grass at third. No score. We're in the third inning. 1 man down. Blue cranks up, and the next pitch, strike call over the inside corner. A blue blazer by Vida over the inside corner at the knees. Quickly, Blue establishes himself with a 2-strike count on Rudy May. May waiting at the plate. Vida, a quick worker, into the windup. And the 21-year-old left-hander's pitch is strike 3 call. This one buzzed right down the middle of Rudy May. So number 3 for Vida. Vida Blue has struck out at least 5 in all his 17 victories so far this year. Twice, he has struck out 13 in a game, and tonight, through 2 2/3 innings, he has struck out 3. He leads the major leagues in strikeouts with 171, complete games with 17, shutouts with 6, wins with 17, earned run average 1.50. However, as of last night, there is one department that he does not lead the American League in, pitching department. Here's Sandy Alomar batting right-handed. Again, Bando playing on the grass at third, and Sandy checks his swing, fouls it back. Strike 1. 0-1. That would be the best percentage in the American League. Last night, Mike Cuellar of the Baltimore Orioles won his 13th of the year. And Cuellar is 13-1. And, of course, a member of manager Earl Weaver's all-star squad, as well as his own Baltimore Orioles. Weaver choosing both Cuellar and Palmer. Palmer starting last year's game. And the 0-1 pitch. Fouled away. 2 strikes on Sandy Alomar. Sandy, first ball swinging his first time up, sent a little high fly ball into shallow right field that Reggie Jackson had no trouble handling. The A's have Sal Bando at third. Larry Brown taking over for the injured Bert Campaneris at the short. Dick Green at second, and Tommy Davis, a right-handed batter, against left-hander May at first. Outside with a fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Good to see Tommy Reynolds back in uniform. He joins the Angels tonight from the Salt Lake City Farm Club, where he's hitting around 357. He had 5 home runs, about 40 RBIs. Tommy's lost a lot of weight. Then as a greyhound, and he's mighty happy to be back up with a big club. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch to Alomar. Swung on. Line drive down the right field line. Slicing into the corner. Fair or foul? It is just foul. Foul by only a couple of feet. Alomar might have gone all the way to third on that one, although Reggie Jackson was in the corner to play the carom. But the ball can do some funny tricks coming off the wall. And this one's just foul. Sandy did not get around on a fastball, but he sent the line drive on 1 hop against the wall 330 feet away. So just a long, loud strike. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. This is the beginning of a 4-game series. Alomar back in. Sandy with his regular ritual at the plate, grabbing the top of the cap. And the 1-2 pitch by Blue, swung on, looped to right. There is Reggie Jackson, however, moving over to his left, waiting for it to come out of the twilight. He makes the catch. The Angels go 1, 2, 3. And by the Blues, and the A's are out of trouble in the third. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. Score after 2.5. Angels nothing, A's nothing.
This is Cornelli Jones near Kearsarge Pass in the rugged High Sierra. We've been testing the performance of Chevron Supreme gasoline in a road version of the famous high-performance GT40. And I've got to add, I'm impressed with Chevron Supreme. Now let's take a passenger car with a conventional high-compression engine over the same grueling course. Again using Chevron Supreme gasoline. First we build the RPM way up, and let her go. Now, I'm really asking a lot more out of this engine than you would, just to show you how much performance you can get from Chevron Supreme. That's because Chevron Supreme is a mix of selected fuel components blended to bring out all the acceleration, all the power that most high-compression engines are designed to give.
For full performance, Chevron Supreme with F310, one of 3 action-age gasolines.
Move along now to the bottom half of the third inning at the Coliseum. No score in the ball game, and the A's have the top of the batting order coming on. Mangual, Rudy, and Reggie Jackson against left-hander Rudy May. Mangual, one of the 2 base hits off Rudy May. He led off the ball game as he rammed a shot right back through the middle. The wind-up by Rudy, and the pitch, strike call, fastball right at the knee. 0-1. Scores of other games, Minnesota and Kansas City, tied at 3 apiece. That's after 3 in Minnesota. Milwaukee and Chicago, no report. The wind-up by May, and the pitch to Mangual, high. Ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. May with a fastball. Mangual, a little right-handed batter. Close stance at the plate and having a fine year, hitting .322. Swing and a miss. 1-2 again, a Rudy May fastball. Baltimore beat Cleveland 4-1, 24,000 on hand at Memorial Stadium in Baltimore. Jim Palmer picking up his 11th victory of the year. He's lost 4. Steve Dunning took the loss. He's 6-7. Detroit and Washington played 11 innings. And the pitch to Mangual just inside. A ball and 2 strikes on Angel. Detroit shut out Washington 1-0. Joe Coleman getting the win. Fred Sherman picked him up in the 11th. The 2-2 pitch. Just inside. Ball 3. And Mangual thought the count was 3-2. We thought the count was 1-2 at the time. But we go all the way. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Angel Mangual. He'll be followed by Joe Rudy and Reggie Jackson with no score in the third. The payoff pitch by May to Mangual. Fastball just inside. Ball 4. For the second straight inning, the A's have the leadoff man aboard via the walk. That Bando walked the lead off the second, got as far as second base. Here's Joe Rudy hitting .265 with 10 home runs and 42 RBIs. Rudy skying out for right fielder Tony Conigliaro his first time out. 19,000 at Yankee Stadium saw the Yankees beat Boston 5-2. Stottlemyre is now 9-5 with the win. Gary Peters, the loss is 8-6. Right-handed batting Joe Rudy steps in. Montreal, a 1-hitter by Steve Rinko of the Expos. Shut out the Philadelphia Phillies 3-0. 1-hitter by Rinko. He is now 8-9. Chris Short, the loss is 5-10. At the belt, May ready to come to the plate and does. The fastball is very high. Ball 1, 1-0. Pittsburgh beat Atlanta 11-2. Mr. Stargell with his 29th home run of the year. 4 RBIs today. 85 for the season. Last year, he had 85 for the whole season. This is at the midway point. Stargell, 85 RBIs equals last year's output. What a year he has had it. May checking Mangual. Comes to the plate. Line drive, right center field. Conigliaro shot. It looked from here in the twilight light. Michael might have dropped it. But Tony, a great catch, running, reached down to his shoe top. And a round of applause from this big crowd here at the Coliseum. So the defensive gem of the night turned in by Tony C. Quickly on his horse in right center field, and the ball sinking in a hurry. He had to reach right down around his shoe top to pick it off for a moment. And it's kind of hard to read. I know for the outfielders it has to be because it is from up here. A great catch by Tony C. One down. Here's Reggie. And the pitch to Jackson. Fastball foul back against the screen. 0-1. Jackson hitting .275. Popped up to shortstop Sid O'Brien his first time up. Pittsburgh beating Atlanta 11-2. The St. Louis Cardinals the first of two, knocking off the Houston Astros 5-2. Steve Carlton his 12th victory of the year. The stretch. Here she comes to Reggie. Swing and a miss, and he swung at this one after the ball was already in Jerry Moses' glove. So quickly, no balls and 2 strikes on Moses. Mangual is at first base, a man down, no score. Moses giving Rudy that outside target. May's curveball is tapped back to May. Goes through the shortstop O'Brien for one. The first double play. So a tailor-made double play ball hit right back to Rudy May. Went to Sid O'Brien cutting across from the shortstop side, and he gunned down Reggie Jackson at first. And the A's are gone in the third, and what a ball game we've got. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. After 3, Angels nothing, A's nothing.
When you say that, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say that, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say that, you've set the world, that means you like to do it all. When you say that, it means you want the deal that's got a chance, that's number 1.
The Budweiser Challenge. Quote, in brewing Bud, our choice is to go all the way. We hope beer matters enough to you that you too will go all the way. Unquote.
When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
No score as we go to the 4th inning of play. Atlanta and Pittsburgh back to that ball game. Despite the feats of Mr. Stargill tonight, the Pittsburgh Pirates also pulled in the first National League Defensive Gem of the year, a triple play around the horn, third to second to first, and that is their second triple play in the last 2 years. They pulled that same trick against the Dodgers last year. We gave you the St. Louis-Houston first game score, 5-2 Cardinals over Houston. No report on the second. That'll be Blasson game against Royce. Here is Ken Berry to lead it off against Vida Blue, and the fastball line drive foul down the third base line. This one going into the A's bullpen down the left field line. Cincinnati beat the New York Mets 6-4. San Francisco and the Dodgers, no score. That's after 1. Marichal against Osteen. Chicago and San Diego playing a deuce down in San Diego. First game after 6 innings now. And the pitch to Berry. Fastball line to right field. But Reggie Jackson's going back on the ball. Having trouble. One hands it near the warning track. Jackson almost lost this ball in the gloaming, but he made a fine running catch on it. 1 out. After 6 in the first of 2, San Diego leads the Cubs 1-0. Roberts against 10, and the Cubs treating the Dodgers rather rudely in Los Angeles as they swept that 4-game series. Here is Tony Conigliaro, who was called out on strikes his first time up. Tony sees average now standing at .229 with 4 home runs, 15 RBIs. Conigliaro waving the wood. Here comes Blue to the plate, and a fastball is thrown right by Tony C. as he swings and misses. 0-1. Vida has struck out 3. Struck out 1 in the second, 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third. And the 0-1 pitch to Tony C. Curve outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Billy Cowan will be next. Sal Bando is at third. Larry Brown at short. Dick Green at second, and Tommy Davis at first. The A's with 2 hits, the Angels with 1, and the pitch to Tony C. tapped foul behind the plate, and Blue taking something off the curveball this time. Conigliaro out in front of it. A ball and 2 strikes. Figures to be a pretty fast ball game tonight. As long as Blue and May are both in there, they like to get the ball to the plate in a hurry, and they both do, in more ways than one. 1-2 to count on Tony C. Here she comes. Slow curve high. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count on Conigliaro. Nice Friday evening crowd on hand. Tomorrow, Andy Messersmith for the Angels. Opposed by Catfish Hunter. And the 2-2 pitch. Swing! That's strike 3. So that's number 4. And Blue keeps his pace to strike out at least an inning. Here is Billy Cowan, who struck out his first time up. Cowan is an excellent fastball hitter. But Blue is so overpowering that even the best fastball hitter has trouble with Vida Blue. He will just challenge you. He can overpower you. And that's exactly what he did to Cowan his first time up, despite the first pitch he threw to him was a curveball. And the first pitch this time was a fastball, swung on and missed. 0-1. Vida just rearing back and going with the Blue Blazers. About 75% fastballs tonight, and he looks like he has a better curveball than he did at Anaheim Stadium on the 4th of July. And it's just bad news for the Angels. And the 0-1 pitch. Fastball, backs Cowan out of the way. This went right under the chin. 1 ball and 1 strike. And you know that with the velocity Blue can throw the baseball, the hitter's got to be thinking, for goodness sakes, don't hit me. Don't go right through me. 1 ball and 1 strike. Vida reading the signs of all-star battery mate Dave Duncan. And the 1-1 pitch to Cowan. Fastball. Hit him on the fifth. Popped it behind home plate, but Duncan not even running back to have a look, as this one is 15 or 20 rows deep in the seats behind home plate. So a ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs. We might see a few goose eggs for a while in this ball game. Rudy May had some fine stuff tonight, despite he's been having some control problems. Went 3-0 on Blue before he finally struck him out in the second inning to end it. Fastball swung on, popped up behind the plate, again out of play. Say, we invite you to come and visit the tropics at Busch Gardens, and be sure to bring your camera. Take a sky rail tour, a boat ride, or a leisurely stroll through the acres of trees you've never seen before. Hundreds of exotic birds, many performing in the world-famous Busch Gardens Bird Show. It's a day the family will never forget. So come by soon. A ball and 2 strikes. And the 1-2 pitch. Curveball got him swinging, and Blue did not blow him down this time as Vida runs toward the dugout. And all that's good to see. He hustles and everything. Cowan strikes out number 5 for Mr. Blue. 1-2-3, the Angels' story in the 4th. Only 1 man aboard. Vida has retired 12 of the 13 men he has faced. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. As we go to the bottom half of the 4th, there's no score. Well, in baseball and in air travel, timing is all important. A homer with the score tied in the bottom of the 9th means a lot more than a homer when you're 10 runs ahead. Sure, you'd rather ride on Continental's Advanced 747 to Chicago, but it has got to go at the time when you need it. So Continental has done something about this timing. They've added a new 747 nonstop flight to Chicago every day. It leaves at a convenient morning hour, 8:55 a.m., and it arrives in the Windy City at 2:30 p.m. with all the comfort and personal attention the proud bird is famous for. Continental's intimate 747 is roomy, it is elegant, and you can stretch out with first-class legroom in both coach and economy, and wherever you sit, there's a spacious, gracious lounge for relaxing and socializing. So now, the next time you plan a trip to Chicago on business or just for fun, don't just fly. Take an air cruise on Continental's new early morning 747. See your travel agent. Continental's partner in getting things done for you, or phone Continental, the proud bird of the Pacific. Oh, what a ball game we've got. No score, 2 hits for the A's, 1 for the Angels. We go to the bottom of the 4th, and for the play, here's Dick Enberg.
Thank you, Dave. May winds. The first pitch to Tommy Davis just swung on and missed. Strike 1. Tommy Dees batting in the number 4 spot in the order. Sal Bando and then Dave Duncan in the home half of the 4th inning. Only 1 clean base hit. The ground single by Angel Manuel to open the 1st inning. Scratch hit by Spencer of the Angels and by Dick Green. There's a long drive to deep center. Barry on his horse at the warning track makes a one-handed catch. Davis pounding one toward the gap in left center, but Barry, as he indicates to left fielder Billy Cowan, saying that ball dies, thank goodness, and he was able to make the grab out beyond the 375 sign. Sal Bando walked to open the 2nd inning. No score. A pair of left-handers, May and Blue, dueling tonight in Oakland. Fouled back by Bando, a curveball. Jerry Moses behind the plate. Infield for the Angels, Ken McMullen at third, Sid O'Brien deep at short. Alomar and Spencer on the right side. Deep and left is Cowan. Center fielder Barry, right field Tony C. High with a fastball, 1-1. The A's had their best chance in the third inning when Manuel walked to lead it off. Curve outside, 2-1 to Sal Bando. And Joe Rudy, with Manuel at first and on out, lined one toward right center, and it appeared that was going to go through for an extra base hit when Canigliaro flashed into the gap and made a backhanded catch. Fastball misses outside. May, in a frozen motion as he followed through, thought he had strike two. Plate umpire Merle Anthony says 3 balls, 1 strike to count. The wind by May, the pitch. Swung on, tapped foul off the foot of Sal Bando. Finals in the American League. Detroit 1, Washington nothing. That in 11 innings. Baltimore beat Cleveland 4-1. The Yankees over Boston 5-2. After 5 innings, Chicago 4, Milwaukee 1, and Kansas City and Minnesota tied 3-3 after 3. Trainer comes out to see if Bando needs any assistance, and Sal says, no, I'm okay. 3 balls, 2 strikes to count to Bando, who has worn out the Angels in the last 3 years. The top hitter against Angel pitching last year. He leads the A's in hitting against California pitching this year. Has 3 home runs already. The wind, the 3-2 pitch. High and outside, and Bando is on. Bando has now walked 46 times. He's tied with Reggie Jackson for most base on balls. Dave Duncan up. Duncan popped up his only at bat. National League scores. Pittsburgh pounded Atlanta 11-2. Willie Stargell with a 3-run home run, his 29th of the year. The pitch by May. Swung on and missed, and Duncan staggers and falls to one knee and braces himself on the hand as he staggered back toward the lap of Jerry Moses. Stargell with 4 RBIs in that 11-2 win now has equaled all of last year's run batted in total, 85 to lead the major league. Bryles got the win over Nash. Quite a pitching job by Montreal Steve Renko. He threw a 1-hitter at Philadelphia, 3-0 shutout. Bando with his lead. May checks him. The 1-strike pitch. Duncan swings and grounds it foul. Back to third base coach Herb Noren. 2 strikes to Dave Duncan. In the first of a doubleheader, St. Louis 5, Houston 2. Cincinnati snapped a 7-game losing streak with a 6-4 win over the Mets. San Diego 1, Chicago nothing after 6 in the first of a 29er. A pitch out called for by Moses, but no action by Bando. Count 1-2. Larry Brown on deck, bottom of the 4th. 1 out, Angels nothing, Oakland nothing. Outfield very deep toward left for Duncan. The pitch. Curve, swung on and missed. Duncan is out of there on strike. The second K for Rudy May. He got blue to close out the second. Here's Larry Brown. Brown popped to first his initial time at bat. It's a rainbow in the bottom of the Oakland order with Brown, Green, and Blue batting in the 7, 8, and 9 spots. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 1. Sal Bando at first with 2 outs. Bando, on occasion, will try to steal. In fact, stole a base in the 4-game series at Anaheim. He's got a big lead. May's pitch. Strike. Inside corner with a breaking ball, 1-1. Larry Brown had a 4-for-4 day yesterday in Chicago as the A's came back from a 4-3 road trip, winning that decisive 7th game, 4-2 in the Windy City. The pitch. Curve. Strike 2 call. Nicely thrown by Rudy May. He snapped that one over the inside corner. May checks Bando. The 1-2 pitch. Just missed with a curve. 2-2 to Larry Brown. fixes the ball in the glove. Now from the belt, looks at Bando. His 2-2 pitch. Brown swings and fouls it back out of play. This is the 22nd start this year for Vida Blue. In his first 21 appearances, the average attendance was 23,500 plus. 23,500. He is box office in a hurry. And a big crowd tonight. The 2-2 pitch. Inside with a curve. And it's 3-2 to Larry Brown. That'll give Bando an extra couple of steps should Brown get a base hit. As Bando will be off with a pitch. No score, bottom of the fourth. May with a sign. Bando goes. The pitch. Curve. Strike 3 call. Brown had started toward first base, but the breaking ball nibbled the outside corner. Rudy May K's Duncan and Brown to close out the fourth. No runs, no hits, and a man left for the A's. And we're on our way to the top of the fifth inning at the Coliseum in Oakland. Angels nothing, Oakland nothing.
Hello, small car expert. You're on the air. You want to turn your radio down, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. A small car expert, did you tell that last caller that there's a perfect Datsun for everyone?
Yes, I did. Small car expert, you're on the air.
I'm looking for a zippy two-door sedan.
Try the Datsun 510. Goes from 0 to 60 in less than 14 seconds.
But it's got to be comfortable.
It is. Small car expert.
Listen, I've had it with my small cars. Kids climbing on me, dog with a hot tongue panting all over the back seat. I need more room.
I'd suggest the Datsun 510 4-door. Plenty of room and at a very low cost.
How about a station wagon?
Datsun makes a 5-door wagon. Plenty of extras included in the purchase price.
Does Datsun make a truck?
Yep, the perfect pickup. Little Hustler, America's best-selling import truck. Listen, I got to take another call. Anything else?
Yeah, is my husband with you?
Drive a Datsun, then decide.
To help you pick your favorite Datsun, see the small car expert, your nearby Southern California Datsun dealer. Drive a Datsun, then decide. In the top of the fifth inning, the Angels no runs and one check swing single by Jim Spencer off Vida Blue, who has struck out 5. And his usual pattern, perfect control, no walks. Rudy May, matching him almost pitch for pitch, has allowed 2 singles. Ken McMullen waits. Vida Blue kicks and deals. A curve fouled away on the ground back to the screen. McMullen, who has hit safely in 11 of the last 12 games, to raise his average to a highly respectable 256. As the 11 home runs, 37 runs batted in to lead the Angels in both departments, choking up on the handle. Crowding the plate. 1 strike pitch. High and away with a fastball, 1-1. Night has fallen here in the Bay Area, so it'll be a little easier for the hitters to read the pitching. Beautiful sunset scene behind us here at the Coliseum. The pitch, low with a mighty quick one. 2-1. From our position, just have to open a door and look out on the back side of the Coliseum and across the bay. There's enough elevation you can see the skyline of San Francisco and a beautiful sunset to say goodbye to this Friday night. The pitch. Curve swung on right back to Blue. He knocks it down, picks it up, and throws him out. What a play. No ordinary comebacker, that one. One hop shot back to Blue, and somehow he got his leather on it, knocked it down, and it stayed on the pitching surface, and he threw out McMullen. 1 out, Spencer the hitter. We pause station identification. From Oakland, this is the Angels Radio Network.
Good evening, and from Mesa, Arizona, this is KMND FM. Command. It's now 2 minutes past 9. You're listening to the Angels and the A's. The game is at Oakland, and let's return.
Spencer grounds out to first baseman Tommy Davis. Blue covering at the bag to complete the 3-1 putout, and there are 2 outs here in the fifth inning. No score in the ball game. And the Angels with that 1 single by Spencer with 2 outs in the second. Spencer fooled on a curve, stopped his swing, the ball hit his bat, and it looped over the head of Bando for a single. Vida Blue tying his shoelace on that white right shoe. Goes to the rosin bag. This left-hander compactly constructed at 6 feet and 186. Sid O'Brien, the hitter, the wind, and here's the pitch. Curve is inside, ball 1. And one of the things that has made Vida Blue on this Friday night, different from the one we saw at Anaheim Stadium on Sunday. The breaking ball. He's throwing it for a strike. He had trouble with his curve Sunday. The pitch. Low with a fastball. And he is hurrying that ball to the plate. 2 balls, no strikes to O'Brien, who fouled to the catcher Duncan his first time out. Outfield bunch toward center. They give O'Brien both foul lines. 2-0 pitch. O'Brien swings and pops it foul, slicing back toward the lower deck, down by the Angel bullpen in right field. The all-star battery of Blue and Duncan. Bando at third, Brown at short, Green at second, Tommy Davis at first. From left to right in the outfield, Rudy, Mangual, and Jackson. The action pitch, 2-1 coming up. Blue kicks, here it is. Swung on and fouled in the same spot. 2-2 to O'Brien. Jerry Moses would be next. It helps you to appreciate all the more the command of this 21-year-old left-hander when you realize how much he has dominated Major League pitching this year. Most wins, best ERA, most strikeouts, most shutouts, most complete games. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled away again. O'Brien, swinging late at that fastball, pounds it way back into the lower deck down the right field line. The Angels' second longest winning streak of the season, 4. They had a 7-game string early in April, snapped by Oakland. Catfish Hunter shut them out at the Big A, 4-0. The wind, the 2-2 pitch. O'Brien swings and sends a fly ball to center. Mangual a couple of steps to his left and in. He's got it. Vida Blue has knocked down the Angels in order for the 3rd straight inning. And now has retired 10 men in a row since the single by Spencer back in the 2nd. And at the halfway mark in this one, 4.5 innings in the book. Angels nothing. Oakland nothing. Hey, fans, don't forget the annual KMTC Bunny Game. It's Wednesday night, July 21st at Anaheim Stadium, and this year, the softball game between the Playboy Bunnies and the KMTC personalities will take place between games of an Angels-Detroit Tigers doubleheader. All of this comes to KMTC listeners at an incredibly special price. For every ticket you buy, KMTC will provide an adjoining seat free. That means you'll see 3 games for the price of 1, and actually, 6 games for the price of 1, because you and your best friend can take in the action all for the price of 1. Make your check or money order payable to the Angels. Make your check payable to the Angels. $2.50 for a reserve seat, $3.50 for terrace boxes, $4 field boxes, $4.50 for the club level box seat. 2 for the price of 1. Mail your check to KMPC Bunny Game, 5858 Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. That's KMPC Bunny Game, 5858 Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. First game of the doubleheader starts at 6 in the evening on Wednesday, July 21st at Anaheim Stadium. The deadline to assure you return tickets by mail is a week from tomorrow. So why don't you get your request in the mail now? That's going to be great fun. Bottom of the 5th inning, no score. Dick Green, Vida Blue, and Angel Mangual. Curve for a strike to start off Green. Little right-handed hitter from South Dakota. He hit one off May's glove that Alomar, covering second at the time as Bando was breaking for second, was able to come up with, but could not make a play. 1 strike pitch. He was going to bunt, took the fastball inside. 1-1. All pitching through the first half of this game. Blue allowing a scratch single and made 2 singles. The pitch. Curve, waved at and missed, and Green faces a 1-2 pitch. Tomorrow, day game, broadcast time at 1:10. It'll be Andy Messersmith, the Angels representative in the All-Star game, against Catfish Hunter. The pitch, swung on and fouled to the netting. Sunday doubleheader, beginning at 1:10. Rick Clark against Blue Moon Odom in the first game. Clyde Wright and Diego Segui in the nightcap. The first game will be televised in Southern California beginning at 1 on KTLA Channel 5. 1-2 pitch. Green swings and fouls it back. We did not get a chance yesterday to acknowledge the first child born to Archie and Teresa Reynolds, a 7-pound, 9-ounce son, Ryan Raymond. Mother and son doing well. Orange County Hospital. Green, not doing so well. He couldn't find the curve, and he's down on strike. 4 strikeouts for May, 3 in a row. He got Duncan and Brown to close out the 4th inning, and here's Vida Blue. Blue started in Louisiana. Continental Airlines started in Texas, and they still fly to the great Southwest many times every day. Blue trying to bunt his way on, and he fouls it toward first base coach Jerry Lumpy. Blue nearly got a base hit at Anaheim Stadium on a bunt dragged toward first, but the ball hit him in the foot and was ruled foul, although Blue argued it did not touch him. Curve strike down the inside corner. Rudy May throwing a little medicine right back at Vida Blue. 2 strikes. May pumps the pitch. Bounce to the left side. Tough play for O'Brien. His hurried throw in time, and that Blue can run. A close play, and Blue will get a hand for his hustle as he returns to the dugout. And as he returns to the dugout, he cups his batting helmet, cradles it in his hand against his forearm as if it were a football. And you'd have to think about his glorious football records in high school, 35 touchdown passes, and the way he ran up the line, he must have been some football athlete, just as we're appreciating his talent in baseball. Angel Manuel, the pitch. A strike with a curve. 2 outs, no one on, bottom of the 5th inning, no score in Oakland. And this one just as billed. A pitching duel between May, who has always worked well against the A's, he's 6-2 lifetime, and the incredible Vida Blue. The pitch. Swung on and fouled up the third baseline. 0-2 the count to Manuel. The Angels find themselves a game behind third place Minnesota. 16.5 in back of Oakland. The A's have opened up 11 full lengths in front of second place Kansas City. 2-strike pitch. Manuel checks his swing on a high away fastball. Bleachers about half full. The lower deck and the middle tier here in this horseshoe-shaped Coliseum fairly well full. Manuel sends a line drive base hit to left field. Cowan plays it in. Manuel got a hanging curveball up around his eyes and tomahawked it out to left fielder Billy Cowan. Manuel has been on all 3 times, 2 singles and a walk. Joe Rudy, the hitter, and well at first, 2 outs. Rudy robbed of an extra base hit on the game's finest defensive play. Tony Conigliaro with a running catch backhanded in right center field. Had that ball gone through, Manuel, with no one out at first at the time, figured to be at least the third and possibly would have scored. May looked at Manuel from the belt to pitch. Curve way upstairs. Ball 1. Rudy slide to shallow right, and then that line drive out captured by Conigliaro in right center. 3 singles off Rudy May, 2 of them by Angel Manuel, who is 2 for 2. The other, an infield hit, Dick Green. May's pitch, Manuel goes. Swung on and missed. Moses is thrown to second, and out by a mile is Manuel. They got him by 15 feet. Great throw by Moses, and covering on the play was Sandy Alomar. 2-4 on the put out of the sliding Manuel. No runs, a hit, no one left for the A's in the 5th inning, and after 5 complete innings, the Oakland A's against May, nothing. The Angels against Blue, nothing.
This is the time of year when you start running up mileage on the old family sedan, so what better time to check your tires and pick up a new set, especially when you can get a money-saving buy on Atlas grip-safe tires right now at the sign of the Chevron. No matter what kind of car you're driving, big car, wagon, compact, or foreign import, your standard station or participating Chevron dealer can provide you with the size you need at a price that's right. For example, a 600 by 13 tubeless black wall on sale now is only $17.68 plus federal excise tax. So for about $40, you can put a pair of these outstanding grip-safe tires on your car and look forward to a summer of worry-free driving. Mile after mile, the Atlas Grip Safe is a superior performer. So if you're looking for tire quality at moderate cost, take a good long look at the Atlas Grip Safe. These fine Atlas Grip Safe tires may be charged on your Chevron National Travel Card. Sale price now at all standard stations and participating Chevron dealers.
After 5 innings, the totals here at the Coliseum in Oakland on a very nice baseball night. Up here in the Bay Area, you can expect a lot of wind and cold nights, but a very calm evening and the temperature in the mid-60s. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the Angels. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for Oakland. Jerry Moses. Then Rudy May and Sandy Alomar to face the left-hander here in the top of the 6th inning. Moses lined to second, a soft liner his first time up. He swings and fouls the first pitch back. Dave Duncan behind the plate. Bando, Brown, Green, and Davis on the infield. Rudy in left, Nanguel in center, and Jackson in right. Moses wide, spread at the plate. Blue kicks the pitch. Swung on line drive, fair ball, just out of the reach of Bando. It's down in the left field corner. Racing over to get it is Joe Rudy. He plays the carom. Moses around first to second. Rudy having trouble in the corner, and Moses round second and holds as Rudy throws in to third baseman Bando. Rudy looking back into that left field corner. He had a lot of trouble digging it out, and Moses entertained thoughts of coming on to third, but Rudy, with a strong throwing arm, hustled the ball into Bando, and although it was offline, Bando knocking it down in front of third base coach Rocky Bridges. Moses playing it safe, stops at second. So the Angels have a line drive hit. It's a double by Moses to open the 6th inning. That ball just out of the reach of Bando. Bando leaning as quickly as he could to his backhand side. It landed about 1.5 feet there and down into the corner. First extra base hit of the game. Rudy May up there will try to sacrifice Moses to third. Bando and Davis from the corner is creeping in. The pitch, a strike, a fastball that May did not attempt to bunt. Final, Kansas City beat Minnesota tonight 6-3. Bergmeyer, in relief of Hedlund, got the win. He's 4-2. Jim Perry, the loser, 12-8. So the Angels, if they could muster a win in Oakland, could move into a tie with Minnesota for third. Moses at second. No one out. The pitch. May looks at ball 1. Low, 1-1. Chicago 4. Milwaukee 1. A final. Joel Horland all the way to win his 4th. Slayton, the loser, he's 4-2. Horland now 4-6. The Dodgers got a run against Marichal in the bottom of the 3rd, leading the Giants 1-0 after 3.5. San Diego shut out the Cubs 1-0 in the first of a twilighter down south. The pitch. Low with a fastball, and he is throwing some kind of heat. May is in no position to bunt the ball. If that was a strike, May has the bat too far off his shoulder to even get it into the strike zone to sacrifice. But the last 2 pitches have been low. 2-1 the count. Moses at second. No one out. Here's the pitch. Bunted and missed, and May just is not in position to bunt the ball. Vida Blue is much too quick, and Rudy, instead of squaring around and getting the bat out in front, is keeping it off the left shoulder and the last second just throwing the bat down. And it would take incredible reflexes to be successful, sacrificing against the fast stuff thrown by Vida Blue from that position. 2 balls, 2 strikes. No one out. The pitch. Bunted, foul, strike 3. 6 strikeouts for Vida Blue. Rudy May, like playing poker and giving the other guy 2 aces before you even draw. Final in the National League, the Cardinals swept 2 from Houston, 5-2 and 9-5. We set Cincinnati snapped a 7-game losing streak with a 6-4 win at home against the Mets. Moses at second, 1 out. The Angels with their best chance against Vida Blue tonight. A scoreless battle. Alomar has flied twice to right field. He and Jim Spencer had a pair of hits apiece in that 2-1 thriller at Anaheim Stadium on the 4th of July. And Alomar making good contact again tonight. Sandy batting .247. Hitting from the right side. Blue at the belt. Looks back at second to pitch. Swung on. Bounce to the left side. It is through. Base hit. But Moses had to hold at second. He has to stop at third. Moses did not know whether or not the ball could be fielded. it was hit in front of him, and that's the only play Moses could make. He was doing the right thing. And then advanced on to third on a single to left by Sandy Alomar. So the Angels with one out have a potential run just 90 feet away with Ken Berry, the hitter. The hit total's now even. So the game account up on the giant scoreboard in right center reads identically. 0-3-0 for Oakland and the Angels. Moses at third, Alomar at first. Ken Berry has fly to left and line deep to right. Either one of those drives would score the run in this situation. Lewis sets the pitch. Swung on a miss. He chased a bad ball. That's that fastball that runs away from the right-handed hitters. It was not only running but sinking, and Berry had made up his mind to have a good cut and was fooled and took a weak swing. Ken now calls time and goes to the on-deck circle asking for the pine tar rag. And also he goes over to pick up the weighted bat. Now you won't see this very often. Berry figured he was too slow in attacking that fastball, so he goes to the on-deck circle and takes a couple more swings with that leaded bat so that his own stick will seem lighter, trying to make contact with Blue. Almost every man in the lineup tonight for the Angels swinging a bat lighter, maybe an ounce lighter than the one they would normally use. Moses at third. At first, Alomar. They're in at the corners, back up the middle in the Oakland infield. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Oh, what a fastball. Strike two to Berry, and Vida Blue is reaching back and firing all he's got. This is the Vida Blue fastball that would compare favorably with a McDowell. He doesn't throw it this hard that often, but he's letting it all out with a runner at third, another at first, and only one out in the top of the sixth inning. Tony Conigliaro, who has struck out both times against Blue, is on deck. Berry waits. Blue from the stretch looks at Alomar. Here's the pitch. Alomar goes. Swung on and missed by three. The throw by Duncan is not in time. Alomar steals second. Green had moved in front of the bag to receive the throw, so they were giving Alomar the base and making sure that Moses didn't come home on a double steal. For Sandy, who is third in the American League in stolen bases, that is his 23rd. Berry strikes out on 3 pitches. That's 7 Ks for Vida Blue. And with 2 outs, runners at third and second, it's up to Tony Conigliaro. Tony took a third strike in the first. He struck out swinging in the fourth. He has been overpowered by the quick stuff by Blue. This big crowd up on the edge with Blue in trouble. He winds, and Blue delivers. Swung on a miss. Thus far, Blue has been too quick for Conigliaro. He's just not even been able to foul off that fastball. Tony gives up some on the bat. Moses at third, Alomar at second, 2 outs. The 1-strike pitch. Swung on a miss. Blue in trouble in the 6th inning, and he's trying to work his own way out of the jam by striking out the side. He has thrown 5 straight strikes since Alomar's single, getting Berry on 3, and he's 0-2 to Tony C. Runners lead. Blue winds. Here's the pitch. He got it. As Blue runs his strikeout count to 8, getting Tony C 3 straight times. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left in scoring position, and after 5 1/2, the Angels in Oakland remain scoreless.
You've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say but, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say but, you said the word that means enough to do it all. When you say but, it means you want to do that's got a case that's number 1. When you say but, you tell the world you know what makes it all the way. When you say but,
Kenberg with Don Wells, Dave Niehaus, Dick Nelson at Oakland. Quite a pitching duel tonight. Left-handers May and Blue hooked up in a scoreless tie, bottom of the sixth. More action. Here's Dave.
All right, Dick, and here's a villain on many occasions against the Angels to lead it off. Joe Rudy. He looks at a curveball inside. So Rudy May, throwing to Dave Duncan, Jerry Moses, has actually nobody but himself to blame for not being ahead in this ball game by a score of at least 1-0. His inability to lay down a bunt with Jerry Moses at second base and nobody out. Sandy Alomar following with a base hit. The fastball swung on and missed. 1 ball and 1 strike. With Alomar's base hit just getting by Larry Brown, the shortstop, and the outfield playing shallow anyway, why Moses, no way he could have scored on the base hit by Alomar. And then back-to-back strikeouts of Ken Berry and Tony Conigliaro. The 1-1 pitch to Rudy. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Nick, a very interesting interview, I thought, on the pregame show with Reggie Jackson about the way Vida Blue has handled the pressure so far here in the 1971 season, and how he really doesn't think that no matter how great the pressure gets, he will fall to it, even though that he admitted that he himself did in the latter stages of the year. Curb to Rudy is inside. But it's also going to have a lot of pressure on the teams that come to play Blue, as it is now. I think that sometimes teams tend to overextend themselves because it is Vida Blue. Maybe try too hard. It's kind of like a team playing Johnny Wooden's UCLA basketball Bruins when they step on a court. Here's a windup by May, and the 2-2 pitch got him swinging. Strike 3, and May is matching Vida pitch for pitch. Well, Rudy May, that is his 5th strikeout of the evening, and that'll bring up Reggie Jackson. Reggie, who has popped out, he is grounded into a double play. He is 0 for 2, and another all-star selection from the Oakland A's.
Dave, in that last inning was Vida Blue really humping up and throwing his best stuff. He kind of reminded you of Eddie Feiner, who said, all right, enough goes here. Clear the infield and outfield. I'll take care of the rest.
The 2-2, the first pitch to Reggie Jackson is batted at and missed. Feiner, of course, if you're not familiar with him, the originator of the King and His Court, which is a great softball team. What do they have? Four people on that team? A pitcher, a catcher, an outfielder, and an infielder, I believe. And the 2-2 pitch swung on, chewed off the end of the bat to third baseman Ken McMillan. McMillan up with it and guns him down. So Jackson is the race. 5-3. The scoreboard is not working. That was the second pitch to Reggie Jackson. That stayed 2-2. And we have never, Dick Nelson, been to the Oakland Coliseum when we have gotten through a 9-inning game with the scoreboard completely working all the way through. Not all. Tommy Davis. 0 for 2. And the windup and the pitch to him, the fastball line outside. 2 down, no score in the ball game. The Oakland A's with 3 base hits, 2 by Angel Mangual and 1 by Dick Green, all singles. The Angels with 3 hits, a double by Moses, a single by Alomar, and a check swing single to Jim Spencer. Next pitch to Tommy Davis is out of the strike zone. 2 balls and no strikes. And the pitch to him inside, ball 3. Hoping for a chance on deck is Sal Bando. Bando, who is 0 for 2. All-star atmosphere here at the Coliseum. 2 great pitching performances by Vida Blue and by Rudy May. Swing and a miss. This one cued off the end of the bat. Not miss it, he got a piece of it and fouled it off toward the Angel dugout to the right side. So they count 3 balls and 1 strike as Dick Williams turns Tommy Davis loose 3-0. Angel infield, McMullen, O'Brien, Alomar, and Spencer. The outfield of Cowan, Berry, and Tony Conigliaro. The 3-1 pitch to Tommy Davis. Fastball swung on, deep drive to center field. Berry on his horse. Back to the warning track. The wall makes the catch. This one into dead center field about 410 feet away. Berry with his back to the wall in dead center makes the catch. As Tommy Davis twice has ripped the ball to Ken Berry. This one in dead center the last time into dead left center field. So, not so easily. But the A's go 1, 2, 3. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. And after 6, we've got a scoreless, great ball game. Well, a baseball player can't afford to rest on his past performances. Vida Blue is going to find that out if he falters. Reggie Jackson has already found that out. He's only as good as his last time at the plate or his last outing on the mound. He's got to keep in shape, keep improving. Or before he knows it, he will be a has-been. Sort of like that in the airline business, too, and that's why Continental has never stopped improving their 747 service since the day that they introduced their 747 Air Cruise. Continental was the first airline to put in a lounge for coach and economy passengers. And they're the only ones to take advantage of the plane's size by taking out 42 of the original seats and giving every passenger as much leg room as first class. What's next? Well, you can just bet plenty. Continental's new coach lounge makes theirs the only 747 with 3 lounges, 1 for each class. Call it professionalism. Call it good business. Fly the Continental 747. With Continental, constant improvement is a matter of pride. Well, the Angels get another crack at Mr. Blue as we go to the 7th inning. It'll be Billy Cowan who has struck out twice, Ken McMullen, and then Jim Spencer. Vida has struck out 8 through 6 innings. And getting Ken Berry and Tony Conigliaro in the big spot in the 6th. Striking out Berry. Alomar stole second when he struck out Ken, but then he got Tony Conigliaro. The pitch to Cowan, curve high. 1 ball and no strike. Billy moving his average up over the 320 mark, 328 actually, on this past road trip while playing some fine baseball in Minneapolis, St. Paul. The 1-0 pitch to it. Swung on, foul away. A ball and a strike. This went into the eyes of Cowan in a dangerous pitch because this one not the good heat, the good smoke usually thrown up by Blue. It had a little wrinkle to it. And Cowan, who possesses outstanding power. The 1-1 pitch to Billy. Outside. 2 balls and a strike. Blue has not walked a man. Rudy May has walked 3, but he's been able to wiggle out of the jam. 2-1. Cowan just waiting stoically at the plate. Blue into the windup. The 2-1 pitch to Billy C. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The totals are identical. The Angels, no runs, 3 hits, no errors. The A's, no runs, 3 hits, and no errors. I almost said the Blues. Maybe they'll change the name of this franchise. Mr. Blue continues the way he has. The 2-2 pitch. Cowan swings and misses by 3. For the 3rd time, Billy Cowan is down on K's, number 9 for Vida. And here's Ken McMullen before Max steps in. Station identification. This is the Angels Radio Network.
Good evening. It's 31 minutes now past 9. This is KMND FM broadcasting from Mesa, Arizona.
Ken McMullen last time blistered a shot off Vida Blue's glove, but he picked it up, and his first pitch swings a high fly ball bouncing into foul territory, just out of play, as Tommy Davis, Dick Green, and Reggie Jackson all in pursuit. But there's an acre of foul territory here at the Coliseum, and nobody could get to it. Today we invite you to stop in soon and see the small car expert. He has a full line of Datsun sedans, wagons, sports cars, and pickup trucks. And take my advice. Drive a Datsun. Then decide. McMullen 0 for 2, hitting .256. Ken, one of the most consistent of the Angels throughout their travails of the last month and a half. Wind up by Vida. Blues pitch. Fastball fouled away. McMullen not fooled. Not getting the sweet part of the bat on it. No balls and 2 strikes. Jim Spencer, who has been the best Angel hitter against Vida Blue, is waiting on deck. And Spencer getting the first base hit tonight. A little check swing lobbed into shallow left field. The 0-2 pitch to Max. Blues fastball. Oh, look out, Ken. Oh. McMullen with great reflexes doing a tight rollback as this one right down around his ankles, and he had to jump out of the way of Blue's best fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. McMullen a little shaken getting back in. And waving a wood back and forth. Blue reading the signs of Duncan, and the 21-year-old left-hander's curveball is swung on in there. That's number 10. Twice this year, Blue has struck out 13. The only inning that Blue did not strike, well, there were 2 innings. In the 3rd, he did, no, 1. Let's take that back. In the 5th, he did not strike out a batter. Struck out Conigliaro on the 1st. He struck out Cowan and O'Brien in the 2nd. No K's in the 3rd. In the 4th, he struck out both Conigliaro and Cowan. In the 5th, he did not have a strikeout. In the 6th, he struck out Berry and Conigliaro. The pitch outside is spent. 1 ball. 1 ball and no strikes. And Blue throwing the curveball this time to Jimmy. Brando just off the grass at 3rd. Blue goes into the windup, and the 1 ball pitch to Spencer. Curve again. Same place outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
The Angels 3-6 against the Oakland A's this year. However, they are only 1-1 here. Had their problems at the Big A. The A's putting a damper on the Angels' 7-game winning streak earlier this year when they made their first trip. Oh, the A's 5-2 against the Angels in their home park, in the Angels' home park. And the pitch is Spencer. Right out. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Spence, 1 strike, I beg your pardon. 2-1. Blue just challenging Spencer, and I'm sure Spencer knew what he was going to get. The Blue falling behind 2-0, but Jim had to just stand there paralyzed and watch it come in. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. And this is the closest that Vida Blue tonight has come to walking an Angel. 3 hits apiece. The Angels were the only extra baseball. Had a screaming line drive just out of the reach of Salbando down into the left field corner by Angel catcher Jerry Moses. The lead off the 6th. And the pitch swung on, fouled out. Fastball, 3 balls and 2 strikes. But then Rudy May, unable to get Moses as far as third, was out attempting to bunt with 2 strikes on him. He fouled it away. Alomar singled, but Jerry could only get to third. Ken Berry struck out on 3 pitches. Alomar stealing second, and Tony Canigliaro fanned. For Canigliaro, his 3rd time he struck out this evening. Billy Cowan has fanned 3 times also. The payoff pitch to Jim Spencer by Vida Blue. Fastball fouled away again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, no score. We're in the 7th. Ball game moving right along, as it figures to do. Rocky Bridges coaching at third. Fred Koenig at first. Sid O'Brien hoping to get a chance, swinging a bat on deck. The 3-2 pitch to Spencer. Curve, swung on ground ball back through the middle on the first base side and second to shortstop. Larry Brown tries to come up with it, and behind second base, Dick Green does in center field, but no play. So Jim Spencer continues to own Vida Blue as far as base hits are concerned. A 2-out single by Jim of the infield variety that actually got as far as shallow center field before second baseman Dick Green cut it off, and just out of the reach of Vida Blue. So here's Sid O'Brien, who's 0 for 2. Spencer has 2 base hits in the ball game. Angel Mangual has been on all 3 times for the Oakland A's. Singled in the 1st, walked in the 3rd, singled in the 5th. And the pitch swung on a net. O'Brien looking bad. 0-1. And Blue can make you look ridiculous at the plate. Nothing against O'Brien, some of the best. Against this young left-hander from Mansfield, Louisiana, can look pitiful. He's got overpowering stuff, and tonight he had the hesitation, the pitch, fastball, swing, and 2. 0-2 on Sid O'Brien with Spencer at first base, held on by Tommy Davis. O'Brien stepping back in. Blue way ahead on the count with 2 strikes. Vida not yet. Spencer a cautious lead at first base. Blue at the belt. And the 2-strike pitch to O'Brien. Curve, strike 3 call. That is 11 by Vida Blue, and again he comes running off the mound over to the Oakland A's dugout. And for Vida, number 11, as he strikes out the side with Jim Spencer's little tap over the mound in between. No runs, a base hit. No errors. The Angels leave a man. They have stranded 4 through 7 innings. And after 6.5, the Angels nothing and the A's nothing.
The small car expert, your nearby Southern California Datsun dealer, has a perfect Datsun for you. Maybe it's a 510 4-door or 2-door sedan.
It is if you're looking for quality car features at a low price.
Things like overhead cam engine, front disc brakes, and independent rear suspension.
Come on now, Dick, that might sound just like so much grease.
Well, let's explain. Take an overhead cam engine. Its design eliminates many moving parts. Therefore, less friction, less wear, longer life, with a lot of efficient power.
Now, about brakes. Some driving conditions make conventional brakes fade, but disc brakes stop quickly, consistently.
And they've been available for years only on expensive cars.
And then there's that never-to-be-forgotten and poetic line, independent rear suspension, found only on the finest automobiles. It means you get a more stable, comfortable ride.
Don't you find it a little unusual that a car that costs so little has all these expensive car features?
Well, maybe that will tip the listener off to what kind of a car Datsun makes.
Find out if the Datsun 510 sedan is the perfect Datsun for you. Drive a Datsun, then decide at your nearby Southern California Datsun dealer, the small car expert.
Bottom half for the seventh. Rudy May ready to go to work in a scoreless game, and here's Don Wells.
Thank you, Dave. A curveball to Sal Bando, and it's too low, ball one. Bando, the toughest hitter against Angels pitching this year. And Rudy has not allowed him to do any damage tonight. He has walked him twice. May with a 1-0 pitch. Curve in for a strike, and it's 1-1. To all of our Armed Forces personnel listening to this broadcast and Armed Forces Radio, we've got a great contest going here tonight. Marvelous pitching. Curve, stroke foul up the third base side, and the count goes to 1-2 now on Sal Bando. Bando, Dave Duncan, and then shortstop Larry Brown. No score, last half of the seventh inning. Just sitting here wondering how many times Vida Blue has struck out the side this season. He has accomplished it in 2 successive innings tonight. Fly ball, sliced to right. Tony Caniglio coming toward the line, and Tony under it now takes care of it. 1 down. For Vida Blue, he is right on the threshold this evening of moving out to a new strikeout mark for the year. He has struck out at least 5 in every victory, with Price sending 13 batters down that particular rough road. And he has 11 going for him this evening through 7. 1 down, Duncan up here. Dave is 0 for 2. Swings and flips one foul back toward the screen for strike 1. The 3 hits given up by Rudy May. Angel Mangual started off the proceedings this evening with a base hit in the first inning. Then the infield hit by Green in the second. And another base hit by Mangual in the 5th inning. All the rest of the A's artillery has been held in check. 1 strike pitch. Fastball a little bit high and tight with it, and Duncan kneels to the pitch. Count is 1-1.
More than likely for exercise only.
Next one is driven foul up the third base side. The count 1-2. And that's what we just had in the PA system here in the press box. Klimkowski and Locker throwing in the bullpen in the left field corner, and apparently just for exercise. 1-2 pitch. Sailed the bat out, fouled it off. This one almost got him in the holster. Came in very tight to Duncan, and then as he checked his swing, just shoved the knob of the bat out there and got a piece of it. 1 ball and 2 strikes on him. Dave's up-to-date batting average, down 2 points from where it was at the start of it all, 248. Fastball, fly ball, shot to right field. Tony C. again is there. Easing to his left. Gloves this for the out. They're 2 away. The batter will be shortstop Larry Brown. Larry is 0 for 2. He popped out in the second and struck out in the 4th inning. Larry Brown, 0 for 2. May right to work quickly here, and a fastball for a strike, 0-1. Boy, it has been, with the exception of the strikeouts, and Rudy May has 5 tonight to go with the 11 racked up by Vida Blue, but it has been a pitch-by-pitch performance for these 2 men, matching each other all the way. Curve is low, and the count is 1-1. You have to feel up as a pitcher in a game like this, and I would think it would be a great challenge, too, for hitters. Curve, well thrown for strike 2, and it's 1-2. But that up feeling that you must have as the opposing pitcher whenever Vida Blue works. And for hitters, and we noticed the expression on Jim Spencer. Jim tried to handle some of the Vida Blue fastballs in his last appearance at the plate. And when Jim would foul a pitch back, and the look of determination he had next try, came around on a curve right down in his shoes, so Brown strikes out. And that is the 6th for Rudy May. And with nothing across, the score at the end of 7, Angels nothing, A's nothing.
Does F310 work? In a major test, motorists switched from the gasoline they had previously used to Chevron gasoline with F310 for 2,000 miles. Many of them were women, and after the test, we asked some of them what they thought about F310. Mrs. Donna Sievers.
Seems to be driving better. It just made me feel more comfortable and more safe driving my car, knowing that I wasn't going to have to be stalled someplace.
Mrs. Fairfax Walkup.
The pickup was so very good. When you want to, for instance, get by a car, and you know that's another frightful point for women. And it would just scoot by, you know. That worked fine.
Does F310 work? Mrs. Beverly Wagner.
And I told him that good news, I don't have to look for another car because it's performing beautifully.
Mrs. Gertrude Westcott.
It's a very smooth ride, and we are getting beautiful mileage.
Miss Vicki Dutton.
I trusted my car more.
F310. It works.
As we scan that parade of zeros on the scoreboard, it would appear that just half a run would be enough to determine this one tonight. Jerry Moses watching Vida Blue warm up. Jerry now riding up toward the plate. The Angels, no runs, 4 hits, and also no runs and 3 hits. So the A's returning to their home base to begin this homestand just before the All-Star intermission. And they come back with the biggest attraction in the American League going for them tonight, Vida Blue. Vida with 11 strikeouts. Throws this away, almost pulled the mitt off Dave Duncan and started to send it back toward the screen. Ball 1. Jerry's average 217. 1 for 2. Soft line drive to green and the double down the left field side of the 6th inning. Fastball fouls it off, and this one stung the plate umpire. Earl Anthony got plenty of this. Count is 1-1. For a plate umpire, a tough assignment too. The speed of Blue when he is really using the rapid fire, when the pitch is fouled off, and then to have it drilled right back to your chest protector. A very bruising proposition. Ball 1 and strike 1 here on Moses. 8th in the order. Rudy May next. High kick by Blue, and the fastball close. Ball 2, 2-1. Blue ready with a 2-1 offering. Drives it foul. Arcs it back into the lower deck, and the count 2-2 now on Moses. Sit here and so vividly recall Herb's score before the injury finished his career. And the way he propelled the ball to the plate. Score with a great curveball, too, though. A much better curve than Vida Blue. 2-2 delivery. Fastball a little bit away. Low outside, ball 3, 3-2. The fans, with their reaction, trying to push every Vida Blue pitch somewhere into the strike zone. Because they certainly would like to see him accomplish a new high in strikeouts here tonight. 3-2 pitch. Swung on. Foul back. Count stays. 3-2 on Moses. And every once in a while, right down below us now, there's a solitary fan calling out words of encouragement to Vida Blue. 3-2 pitch. And at 7 of the last 10 men he has faced, and he has KO'd. 12 strikeouts. Rudy May. Rudy steps in. He struck out twice. The last one came as Rudy tried to bunt with 2 strikes on him and fouled it off. Blue, very mechanical in his way. A base hit off the bat of May as he drives it to the left side of the infield. Hammered it between Brown and Bando. So with strikeouts falling all over the place and Blue getting 12 for the evening, Rudy May just puts an end to all that with a base hit. The Angels' 5th hit. Here's Sandy Alomar. Sandy 1 for 3. Say now that school is out, why not spend today at beautiful Busch Gardens? It's open daily from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. With low admission and hours of fun for the entire family, and all you have to do is take the San Diego Freeway to the Roscoe Boulevard turnoff. Busch Gardens rated G, which means it's fun for everyone, and open daily 10 a.m. until 4. Bando playing shallow to third. Alomar waits the pitch. Sandy swings, base hit left field. On to second base goes Rudy May. The Angels have 2 on, nobody out, 8th inning. They make that 2 on, 1 out after the strikeout of Moses. So a sharply hit ball the opposite way by Rudy May, and Sandy Alomar, who's had plenty of fun, plenty of hitting fun, was against Vida Blue. He drives this through the gap between Brown and Bando. Dick Williams is coming out. And apparently we're going to have some serious work now in the A's bullpen. The boys were just loosening up down there, just getting some exercise before, but as this game has moved into its late stages, Dick Williams going out to make sure of things, checking it out with Vida Blue and Dave Duncan and Sal Bando, the team captain. Conversation comes to an end. Darrell Knowles and Roland Fingers are the two pitchers scoring. Dick Williams now starts over toward the third base dugout. Rocky Bridges has come on all the way down the line to talk to Ken Berry here. So the Angels are presented with another very interesting situation now. Runners at first and second with only one away. It was Blue, of course, with two men on. Runners at second and third, who struck out the man he will face right now, Berry, and then he just overheated Tony Coniglio. Eighth inning of play, no score. The Angels with a chance to do something about that. The pitcher on the way to Berry swung on, ripped the line drive down the left field line, and it's going to be foul, only by a couple of feet. And Berry leaps high in the air as he sees the call made by the first base umpire to hold up. It's foul, and it was foul by just a foot or so. He drilled it down into the bullpen area. In fact, it almost picked out the two men warming up. He hit it with so much force. So the boys are reading him a little bit here. Tommy Davis now goes over to have a few words with Vida Blue. Boys are kind of getting to him. Line drive, narrowly missed. Berry back to the plate. Tommy Davis retreats to his position at first. Rudy May jacking on, leading away at second base, the same for Sandy Alomar at first base. Vida Blue's going to try it again with one strike on Berry, and the pitch, curve in for strike 2 ball. The better curveball shown by Blue tonight. Vida running up a couple of strikes on the pole here against Ken Berry. Takes a longer look to Dave Duncan. Slow, easy stretch, and the two-strike pitch on the way. Almost got Berry on the foot. And it skidded out of the glove of Dave Duncan, but he was able to retrieve it, so no advance. The count 1-2. The Dodgers lead the Giants 1-0 at the end of 6. That's Marichal against those teams. San Diego leading the Cubs 4-0 at the end of 4 in the second game after the Padres blanked the Cubs in the first game 1-0. 1-2 on Berry. Straightaway stands for him, and the pitch on the way. Curve, drive out of the center field, sinking quickly, but coming on now. Angel Mangual picks it off, fires it back into the infield. So Berry swung it sharply. It refused to settle, however. It didn't sink. It just stayed up for Angel Mangual. He raced into left center field for it. So another hard-hit ball off Vida Blue. The Angels now have 2 away, and the batter will be Tony Coniglio. And this is where Blue went to work in the 6th. I thought it was one of the strongest pitching performances I've seen in recent years, with runners at second and third, when he went all out against Berry and Tony Coniglio, and they didn't get much of a whisper as he logged his 7th and 8th strikeouts then. He has 12 for the evening here. 2 men on, 2 outs. Top half of the 8th inning. Blue readies it to look toward May. The pitch on the way. Fastball, flip, foul. Second tier, off to our right, strike 1. The Angels trying to harpoon him. Not too many have been able to do it with that 17-3 record on the board and an earned run average of 1.50. But Rudy May, before the hometown folks, stacking up the most impressive pitching performance tonight, allowing only 3 hits over 7. 1 strike on Coniglio. The pitch to Tony C. Swung on. Foul back. Strike 2. As Vida Blue pumped it to the plate, the smoke curled out of it. He's taking nothing but mustard here. All the heat at his command. That's what he wants here against Tony C. And Tony Coniglio trying to do something about it. Stretch and the 0-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, line drive. The Angels did nothing but hammer the ball against Vida Blue after he struck out Moses to open the inning, and the converting out, a line shot. Larry Brown leaped in the air. Didn't really have to travel up that high to start. Was powerfully struck by Tony Coniglio for the final out. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, a pair left. Score at the end of the top of the 8th. Angels nothing, Oakland nothing.
When you say bye, you say a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say bud, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say bud, you say the word that means you like to do it all. When you say bud, it means you want the beer that's got a taste that's number one. When you say bud, you tell the world you know what makes it all the way. When you say bud, you say you can't enough and you only want the king of beer. There is no other one. There's only something left because the king of beer is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Well, those were ferocious outs. The line drive by Berry for the second out. The line shot by Tony C. for the final out. And the Angels are empty once again. Oakland comes to bat last half of the eighth against Rudy May. With 12 strikeouts tonight, Vida Blue now has 183 for the season. That is a new Oakland record, a new A's record. Blue is getting up toward the 200 innings figure pitch very quickly. Started out at 173 tonight. Curveball thrown to Green, and this is upstairs for ball one. Green with an infield hit in the second, and then Rudy got him as his fourth strikeout victim in the fifth inning. Green drying his hand, his pant leg now as he then regrips to that and steps in, and in a matter of a few minutes, Vida Blue will have right of reception as he walks up to the plate. Fastball, strike two, call, strike one. 1-1. As May pumped it down Main Street here to Dick Green. Rudy standing statue-like way. Now into the motion and the 1-1 pitch. Swung on a miss. Fastball. 1-2. Double shutout last half of the eighth. The Angels have out-hit the Oaklanders 6-3. Green hitting 262. Dick not quite ready to resume his stance there to assume that once again at home plate. Now he does, and the 1-2 pitch. Tried to bunt on this and fouled it off, so he strikes out. Green tried to bunt with 2 strikes on him and got a piece of the pitch and then shoved it away from the catcher, Jerry Moses. Here's Vida Blue. The half inning just completed, probably one of the most punishing innings for Blue he's had this season. Blue takes the curve for striking a 2-1 as he just leaned back on his heels. It is punishing from the standpoint of how sharply balls were hit, but he managed to escape. Fastball misses outside, 1-1. Again, Blue showing ideas of attempting to punch, so Ken McClellan raced in from third. Ball 1 and strike 1 with 1 down. No score, last half of the eighth. And the pitch. Big breaking ball here, but it settles outside. Ball 2, 2-1. Rudy May with 7 strikeouts. Dude, listening with this one. Count runs to ball 3, 3-1. Just popped out of the middle of Jerry Moses. 3-1 on Vida Blue. And Rudy May wants to take a little better look at things, so he takes the glasses off and cleans them quickly and gets them on again. Stuffs the glove in his hand again and straightens the cap. Into the motion. Here's the 3-1 pitch. High with it. Ball 4. And Vida Blue's on. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Angels Radio Network.
Good evening. This is radio station KMND-FM broadcasting from Mesa, Arizona. A reminder that the River of Dreams program immediately follows tonight's edition of Angels Report. Time now is 2 minutes before 10 o'clock.
Base runner at first base. Jerry Luffy talking to him there, and it's at first. Angel Mangual, the batter. Angel is 2 for 2 off Rudy May, and his batting average now is .331. He has also walked. Has a pair of singles, 1 in the first and 1 in the fifth. On both occasions, he did not remain as a base runner for too long. He was forced in the first inning and thrown out on his attempt to steal in the fifth inning. May set up for the pitch. Curve bounced off the plate. Rudy grabs it. He goes to Alomar for one. Back over to first base. Low but dug up by Spencer, but safe at first. Here's the ruling by George Maloney. And Blau, who can hurry well up the line. So Angel beats the double play. Joe Rudy will be the batter. It's on the line for these two men, Vida Blue and Rudy May. The Angels have been wrapped up in some very exciting games of late. This is certainly one of the most exciting of the year. Joe Rudy, Joe 0 for 3. His batting average 263. Down 2 points. Flied out, lined out, struck out. May reads the sign for Moses and the pitch. Rudy swings and misses here. Good sinker by May, 0-1. Angel on Gual, the runner at first base after Blue had been forced. Vida walking with one out. Rudy, very tough man to dispose of by Angels pitching this year. Here's the one strike offering to him, and he swings and misses again. It's good breaking stuff by May that with this pitch and the action of both of these deliveries, they have, with very sharp breaks, started to break right down below the knees and right around the shoes of Joe Rudy, so he has 2 strikes on him very rapidly. 0-2 with 2 away. The 10 o'clock mark tonight as Angel Mangual steams out to his lead at first base. Now shortens it a bit as Rudy is reading the sign and staring down the runner. Mangual edging out some more. And the 2-strike pitch. Joe takes it in the third. It's blocked off by Moses, and he's up with it, up and ready to fire very quickly. So Mangual just heads back to his base at first. Reggie Jackson on deck. Very easy breeze blowing tonight. Not much of a factor. Blowing across the right field line toward left. The outfield leaning around to the left. Cowan, Berry, and Tony C. May set up. The runner goes. Pitches cut out of it for strike 3. So he gets Rudy again on strike. 8 strikeouts for Rudy May. In the inning, no runs, no hits, no errors. The man last score at the end of 8. Angels nothing, A's nothing. You know, when you're the only one to do something, that's kind of special. Like Ted Williams being the only man to hit 400 for a full season in the last 40 years. Continental Airlines has a distinction that may not quite rival the Splendid Splinter, but they're mighty proud of it. They have the only 747 service from Los Angeles to Denver. And when you return home, you'll find that Continental has the only 747 service from Denver to Los Angeles. And what service it is. It's the greatest. You enjoy an environment that is roomy and yet intimate and luxurious with comfort and personal attention you just can't get on any other airline. In trust and economy, you stretch out with first-class legroom, and wherever you sit, whatever you pay, you have the added pleasure of a spacious, gracious lounge. So next time you go to Denver, don't just fly. Take an air cruise on Continental 747, leaving at 7:45 p.m., arriving at 10:49 in time for a good night's sleep. Why not check with your travel agent about this, or telephone Continental, the proud bird of the Pacific. Down the stretch, 9th inning of play. Don Wells with Dave Niehaus, Dick Enberg, and Dick Nelson. And Billy Cowan, who has been victimized 3 times, strikes thrown by Vida Blue, will challenge him again. Vida's 2nd, 5th, and 9th strikeout in Billy Cowan's book tonight. Billy's average of 311, 0 for 3 this evening. Ken McMullen will follow, and then Jim Spencer. 9th inning. Blue with 12 strikeouts. But this time, Billy's saying there must be a way to get a hold of one here. Blue with the first pitch of the inning, and Bill was able to hold up. Started to pull his way through with that stroke, but then checked in time, and the count 1-0. One nothing pitch. Swung on, fouled away. 1-1. Dave, I don't know all the facts and figures concerning Vida Blue, but I would well imagine that this is about the only time he has pitched when he's been faced with a double shutout proposition.
Maybe it is, Don. And Rudy May has matched him pitch for pitch. Actually, the Angels, of course, have out hit him.
Pitches Bill Fowl back on the screen. Again, Billy Collins shakes his head. Old Bakersfield Bill saying, well, I got a piece of it. I got some of it. Yeah, it was in kind of in the happy area, the happy zone to Cowan, but he got under it and fouled it on the screen. The count 1-2. Slightest motion, the big, elaborate motion, and a curve thrown high to make it 2-2.
Don, despite the fact that Tony Conigliaro has spanned 4 times against Vida Blue, had it not been for Conigliaro's great catch on a ball hit by Joe Rudy back in the 3rd inning, I'm quite sure that Manglois would have scored all the way from first base.
Right. Yeah, with his speed, he should have been able to do that. 2-2 delivery now. Swung on and fouled away. This zooms its way into the lower deck off to the right, and it's ball 2, strike 2 on Cowan. Yeah, that was the big spot for the Oakland Ball Club, as it turned out. Tony sees catch. The 2-2 delivery. Swung on, strike 3. Billy Cowan is cut down for the 4th time in a row, and Billy looks toward the heavens. That's the 13th strikeout for Vida Blue. So that equals his previous high. The batter will be Ken McMullen. The A's have gone over the 500,000 figure. 22,538. 22,538, the paid attendance tonight. Here's the pitch on the way to McMullen. Mac leans away from fastball, ball 1. Mac's average 254. He has dropped a couple of points after fouling out, grounding out, and striking out. He was the 10th strikeout for Vida Blue. 13 Ks in the book. 9th inning of play, no score. Blue works the 1-0 pitch. Curve over the inside edge. And McMullen thought he'd been robbed. Ball 1 and strike 1. Now, I don't imagine the Oakland Ball Club with Blue pitching has been scoreless for this period of time. Fastball bounced off the plate foul off to the left. 1-2. This club has only been shut out 3 times. The Oakland team, the pitchers have recorded 10 shutouts, and of course of the 10, Vida Blue has 6. 1-2 on McMullen. Blue brings it up to the plate again. Curve, line drive out of the left field. Breaking backward goes Joe Rudy, and Rudy at the edge of the track handles it. So when the Angels have been able to make that good contact and rip the ball somewhere, someone stands in line to take care of it. 2 down. Here's Jim Spencer. Jim is 2 for 3. Check swing single to left in the 2nd. He grounds it out to Tommy Davis. Davis to Blue on that play in the 5th, and then the infield hit by Jim in the 7th inning, one that he rolled around the middle of the infield. Jim moving right up on top of the plate, and the pitch by Blue, a half swing, and a cheated swing here. Picked off by Blue, the toss to first. The inning is over. 1-2-3. The end of the top of the ninth. It's the Angels nothing and Oakland nothing.
Small car expert, you're on the air.
I've been waiting for an hour to talk to you, and I'm calling from...
Small car expert, go ahead, but don't be nasty.
Hey, I've been listening to your show for weeks now, and you say there's a perfect Datsun for everybody.
Yeah, what's your point, sir? I've got other calls.
What about perfect economy?
The Datsun 1200 two-door sedan. It's the little something.
That's about perfect styling.
You can't beat the something special, the Datsun two-door coupe.
You can beat it, but you'd probably dent up the hood. You get it?
Small car expert.
I was listening to that last guy, about a whole line of perfect Datsun. Well, what about perfect convenience?
The Datsun 5-door station wagon. It's a kick to drive.
Perfect performance.
I'd have to say the Datsun 240Z, hottest selling GT around.
How about perfect comfort?
The Datsun 510s, the 2- and 4-door sedans.
Yeah, sounds like a perfect line, all right.
Wait, you didn't ask about the Datsun pickup truck.
I don't care about the Datsun pickup truck.
Drive the Datsun, then decide.
To help you pick your favorite Datsun, see the Small Car Expert, your nearby Southern California Datsun dealer. Drive a Datsun, then decide.
Reggie Jackson wades into the batter's box. Last half of the ninth, no score. The A's against Rudy Mays, no runs, 3 hits, no errors. The Angels against Vida Blue, no runs, 6 hits, and no errors. Reggie Jackson 0 for 3. Slide out, hit in the double play, and grounded out. Right side of the infield, Spencer guarding the line tightly at first. Curve started around, held up. Ball one. Sandy Alomar pushed right back to the edge of the outfield grass. He's midway between first and second. Right now he's just doing a little smoothing of the dirt out in front of him. May ready, and the 1-0 pitch. Bullseye with a fastball to make it 1-1. Rudy with 82 strikeouts for the year as he works up toward the 100 inning figure for the season. 1-1 pitch. Curve in the dirt. Picked off by Moses. Count 2-1. Mac Rudy now works 99 2/3 innings this season. A 2-1 delivery by the left-hander. And Jackson took. I don't know how it's possible for him to take that pitch and not try to ride his way through it. Merle Anthony says it missed. And, was it close? Ball 3, 3-1. Both bullpens quiet. Here's the 3-1 delivery. Way inside, ball 4. Winning run for the Oaklanders. Jerry Moses goes out to talk with Rudy May. Tommy Davis will be the batter. Davis 0 for 3. As now Sandy Alomar joins the conversation, now Jim Spencer comes over from first base to talk to May. So Rudy has heard quite a few words out there from various people in the none of us are that it is taken for the two conferences. And now here is Tommy Davis stepping into the batter's box. Like Gene Tennis coming out of the bullpen area for the Oakland A's. Rudy ready, and the pitch. Davis squaring to bunt, takes the curve high, ball 1. Spencer plunging his way down the line from first base. The same for Ken McClellan coming in from third. And Tommy now with a longer look toward his third base coach. Jackson ready to break away from the bag at first base. He's talking now with coach at first as he starts to make his move now. Rudy May ready at the belt, and the pitch. Curve high again. Ball 2, 2-0. 2-0 count as Rudy has tried 2 curves, and both have been another skyscraper high here to Tommy Davis, who has shown his intent to bunt twice. Sal Bando in the on-deck area now, and he's wandering back for some words with his manager, Dick Williams. Jackson spreading out to a good lead at first. The pitch to Davis, swung on, fly ball. Straight away center field, should be handled by Berry. The Bandit cruising in, and Ken has it. 1 down. Sal Bando walked twice and then fly to right field. Fastball cut out and foul back. Sal Bando fouled off the first delivery by Rudy May. Reggie Jackson at first base, 1 down, last half of the 9th inning. No score as Rudy shakes his head yes to the sign shown by Moses. And the pitch on the way to Bando. Check signaled it outside, 1-1. Wait side delivery by May, a fastball. Ball 1 and strike 1. In a game on April 21st in Anaheim when Rudy went 9 innings, he struck out 13. May readies the 1-1 pitch. In for strike. Good curve as Reggie Jackson made a bluff move towards second base, and Bando's concentration seemed to be upset by that. And Bando just bowed to a good curveball that sneaked in across the knees. Counted 1-2. Dave Duncan to follow. Made pitch, and Jackson goes. The pitch inside. The throw to second base. Headlong slide. Safe at second. Reggie Jackson diving head first into second base. The throw by Jerry Moses. Got through in a hurry. Jackson now is limping considerably as he wanders away from second base. And he is in quite a bit of pain. Limping very heavily now as the A's trainer goes out to see him. And here's Dick Williams, the skipper of the club, going on. Apparently it's his left leg. So he got jarred pretty well when he left his feet and dove headlong into second base. And the throw in the dirt, skidding away from Sandy Alomar, backed up by O'Brien. So the stolen base for Reggie Jackson. Now Reggie tests the leg, and he's still having a problem trying to move on it. It appears to be in the area of a hamstring pull in the back of his left leg. Dick Williams now in a very concerned way, leaning down as Jackson leans down, and it would appear they're going to, I don't know, Williams hasn't made a decision yet. Jackson trying to run on it. It doesn't seem possible. And he's going to be let off the field. Jackson limping now, and heavy way as he starts toward third base to come over to the dugout. The way things have been going in the injury department, here's Reggie Jackson, who has just been named to the American League All-Star team as a replacement for Tony Oliva, and here's Jackson getting hurt in this one tonight. Reggie now seems to be walking a little easier as he nears the front porch of the dugout, and the trainer's going to take him around on the little runway and back toward the A's clubhouse. So we'll wait now. We'll have a runner for Reggie Jackson. Blue Moon Autumn. Ball number 13, Johnny Blue Moon Autumn goes out to run for Reggie Jackson. The man who can pick him up and plant him very, very well. Sal Bando now will be intentionally walked. The count is 2-2 on Bando. Moses trying to get May's attention here and ordering a couple of wide ones to put Bando on. The quietness of the Angel bullpen has not been shattered. It remains the same. Another wide one called for here by Moses. And Bando goes up the line to first base. Runners at first and second. The only important man is Blue Moon Autumn. Here's Lefty Phillips coming out, but Lefty now is just going to discuss strategy here with Rudy Mays. Bando walking for the third time. Dave Duncan 0 for 3. He popped out, he struck out, and he fired to right field. And Lefty now just getting to the pitching circle so that he can talk matters over with his men with Rudy May and Jerry Moses. Winning run. Odom at second base. With no score here in the last of the night. The Oaklanders, no runs, 3 hits, no errors. The Angels, no runs, 6 hits and no errors. And Lefty Phillips now has had his say and makes his move back toward the first base dugout. 1 out. Rick Mundy is throwing in the loosening up of the bullpen now, so Mundy, if needed, be ready to replace Reggie Jackson in the outfield alignment. Odom out to a lengthy lead at second base. The pitch on the way. Curve swung on, fast foul up the third base side. Duncan missed the bag by only a foot and a half or so. 1 strike on Duncan. His batting average right now, 247. He has 27 runs driven in. All eyes focus. Foot focus situation, 2 in 2 different directions. Odom, the running around at second base. Duncan waiting at the plate. Rudy's delivery to him. Fastball check, took it high. Ball 1 and strike 1. Duncan out of the batter's box. He's taking a little breather for a moment. Now and there again. Sandy Alomar trying to double Odom at second base to shorten up his lead. And the pitch. Duncan goes after a curve and clubs it foul. Into the midst of the Angel dugout. Strike 2, 1 and 2. The Angels and the A's, and it has been this way all season long. It's a red-hot competition featuring these two teams. And Rudy May trying to keep the situation under control here, and so that the seams don't pull apart here in the last half of the ninth inning. 1-2 on Duncan again. Odom's lengthy lead. The pitch, a curve. He checked, took it low again. Ball 2 and strike 2. Very close. Once again, Sandy Alomar takes a little tour over towards second base to shorten up Blue Moon Odom. Forgotten man at first base, Sal Bando. Here's the 2-2 delivery now. Swung on and missed. Fastball high and tight. So Duncan is a goner. And Rudy May has his ninth strikeout. That'll bring up shortstop Larry Brown. Larry now being called back. And Gene Tennis be the man employed here. Gene, right hand, swinging that heavy pipe as he gets ready to make his move up toward the batter's box. So Tennis brought in from the bullpen a few minutes ago, and Tennis now batting for Brown. So Dick Williams making this switch now, standing up Tennis. His batting average is 180. He's been up 50 times with 9 hits. Given across 5 runs, 1 homer. Odom at second base, Bando at first base, 2 down. And May will work to the right-hander Tennis. Here it comes. First pitch to Tennis over the inside edge for a strike, says Merle Anthony, 0-1. The quiet atmosphere of the Angel bullpen now comes to an end. And Eddie Fisher gets up to do some throwing. First man who's had to work down there this evening. 1 strike delivery. Tennis swings and misses on a curve. Strike 2. 0-2. One of the reasons, of course, the fact that the Angels, if they are given a chance in the 10th inning, are down to the bottom third of their batting order. So Fisher will begin to warm up now. Tennis at bat with 2 outs. May takes more time now. Running up 2 strikes on him. The Dudes, next pitch. Swung on, line drive, and it is fouled. Just fouled out of the left field line. Diving Ken McCollum in pursuit of it. And you can see the imprint of Mac's arm as he shoved it through the chalk and over into the dirt. It was fouled by the narrowest of margins. Wowee, that was close. So Tennis back to home plate again. 2 strikes on him. Blue Moon Odom had it in high gear, coming toward third, but he was waved to a stop by Coach Herb Norrin. And again, Norrin trying to get Odom's attention to draw him out a bit more, even though Sandy Alomar has troubled him a little bit on occasion. 2-strike delivery now. Swung on, and missed strike 3. And the Dude has 10 strikeouts. We go to extra innings. So a great piece of pitching by Rudy May here in the 9th inning with a winning run. Johnny Blue Moon Odom as far as second base. So with no runs, no hits, no errors, 2 left. The score at the end of 9, it's the Angels nothing and the A's nothing. Fans in the Riverside, San Bernardino, Pomona, and San Fernando Valley areas may take advantage of a special Angels ticket offer to the game Sunday, July 18th. The Angels against Cleveland. And for complete information, see the sports pages of the Riverside Press Enterprise, San Bernardino Sun-Telegram, the Pomona Progress Bulletin, and the Van Nuys News. So check on those special offers, all of you in the Riverside, San Bernardino, Pomona, and San Fernando Valley area. Angel Manuel will go into right field. Manuel makes the move to right with Rick Mundy. Set up in center field now. Tony La Russa will be the new shortstop. So it's Davis, Green, La Russa, and Bando around the infield with Manuel, Mundy, and Joe Rudy in the outfield. We've seen 9 terrific innings, and the line score is such. Angels, no runs, 6 hits, no errors. Oakland, no runs, 3 hits, and no errors. So Vida Blue cranks it up and gets it ready for the 10th. And right now, here's Dave.
Okay, Don. Vida to face Sid O'Brien, Jerry Moses, and then Rudy May's spot. We'll just have to wait and see. No runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Angels. For the A's, no runs, 3 hits, and no errors. And Vida has struck out 13. The pitch to O'Brien, swung on, tapped toward third baseman Sal Bando, one big hop, and he shoots him down. A high throw. One man away for the Angels in the 10th. Oh, what a ball game this has been. Rudy May has struck out 10, struck out 13 Oakland A's back on the 21st of April at Anaheim Stadium. Wind up and the pitch to Jerry Moses, swing and a miss, and Blue has still got that fastball. 0-1. Blues, one strike pitch to Moses, swung on, and this one fouled back to the screen. So the next strikeout by Vida Blue will be his personal strikeout high. Struck out 13 twice this year. And Vida, in half a season, has already established a new Oakland A's club record. Isn't that amazing? The Angels had a couple of scoring opportunities, and the 0-2 pitch. Moses takes very high. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and some gutty pitching by Rudy May in the bottom half of the 9th inning. After the leadoff walk to Reggie Jackson, Tommy Davis skying out, Bando intentionally passed, and then striking out both Dave Duncan and Gene Kennett. The 1-2 pitch. Moses swings and misses, strike 3, and there for Vida Blue is a new strikeout high. 1 game, 14. Jerry Moses becomes number 14, and now the information on the big scoreboard in left field. Number 14 for Vida Blue. Rudy May apparently will come out. He will bat for himself, and Rudy has one of the 6 Angel hits. His last time up, he rammed one between Larry Brown and Sal Bando. And a nice round of applause for Rudy May. This crowd of 22,538 appreciating the fact that May has matched Blue practically pitch for pitch. The windup by Vida and the pitch high. He's bringing it. 0-1. Vida going into this ball game already having pitched 171, so he is on the verge of having pitched 180 innings already this year. And the 0-1 pitch to Rudy. Strike 2 over the outside corner. 0-2, and Blue just throwing straight smoke. Vida with both feet on the rubber. He's not carrying around long on the mound as he goes into the windup, and the 2-strike pitch, curved just outside, and May almost went after it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rudy backing away from a wicked snake thrown up by Vida Blue that broke down and away from the left-handed batter. No action in the Angel bullpen. There has been in the Oakland A's. And the 1-2 pitch to Rudy May, the curve, strike 3 call, that is 15 for Vida Blue. In the 10th. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left, and we go to the bottom half. Still no score.
As a motorist, you may be asking, does F310 work? 297 cars, representing California's total car population, tested Chevron gasoline with F310. Here's what some of the participants said after the test. Mrs. Mary Buchanan.
The car always smoked. Ever since we bought it, it smoked. But it has controlled the smoking. By using F310, it doesn't smoke as much.
Mr. J.C. McDougall.
I'd say that my motor seemed to run better, smoother, and it seemed like a clean new motor rather than a used car.
While not all cars in the test showed emission reductions, hydrocarbon exhaust was reduced an average 13.9% for the group as a whole. Carbon monoxide was reduced an average 11.6%. Mr. Earl Hudspeth.
The car seems to got better pickup.
Miss Marcia Amici.
It's just like a brand new car when I use F310 in it.
F310. It works.
Check my figures on Vida Blue as he had pitched in 173 in the 3rd inning coming into this ball game, so now he has gone 183 in the 3rd inning. Here is Rudy May to face Dick Green by the blue spot, and it looks like manager Dick Williams is going to say, yes, sir, you go right ahead. He's in the on-deck circle. And Vida is 0 for 2. Greeny stepping in is 1 for 3, and he looks at a fastball out of the strike zone inside. Ball 1, 1-0. Green, the infield single, back in the second inning. He's struck out in the fifth. He's struck out in the eighth. Rudy May has struck out 10. And the 1-0 pitch. Green swings and a drive to left center field. Ken Berry on his horse. Into the gap. Dives. Makes a quick catch. Ken Berry. No, he did not. Yes, he did. At the last moment. Or did he? I guess not. The second base umpire, Hank Storer, went out and gave it the outside, and that's what it'll be. As Dick Green went sliding into second base, and for the second time tonight, an indecision and tried to pick up, and the ball is dying like that, but Berry diving after the ball. And what a catch he made into the gap in left center field. So Green is erased, and the second great defensive play by the Angel outfield tonight. The other one turned in by Tony Conigliaro way back in the third inning. Here's Vida Blue, runs up on it as if to bunt, but he looks at a strike. 0-1. So Green is denied at least 2. As Berry on his horse, moving quickly to his right. The left fielder Billy Cowan was over 2, but it was Berry's ball. Blue takes strike 2. 0-2. The 15 strikeouts by Vida Blue is a team high in a game. The curve is high and inside of Vida. 1 ball and 2 strikes. What a play Ken Berry made, moving over near the 375 marker in left center field. The 1-2 pitch by May to Blue. Fastball, strike 3 called, and for Rudy May, that is his 11th strikeout of the evening. Angel Manglois will be next, and he's been a pest tonight. And before we find out about Angel, station identification, this is the Angel Radio Network. First pitch to Manglois is popped up. Sandy Alomar backing on the outfield grass, and he makes the catch, and Rudy May has a very easy bottom half of the 10th inning. 1, 2, 3, the A's story. Don't you go away. We really got something going here. After 10 innings of play, Angels nothing and the A's nothing. Well, it won't be long, and all you Bunny fans, and we know about every male is, that time of the year again, the 7th annual game between the KMPC personalities and the Playboy Bunnies. That'll be played on Wednesday, July the 21st. And that's between the games of the Angels Detroit Tigers 29th doubleheader. And exactly the same great ticket deal as in the past. One adjoining seat free for each ticket purchased at $4.50, $4, $3.50, or $2.50. Now, send your orders to the Bunny game, KMPC, Hollywood 90028. Close your check or your money order, made payable to the California Angels. Remember, your check or money order is made payable to the California Angels, but send your ticket request to KMPC, Hollywood 90028. Be a great show. The night of the 21st between the doubleheader, between the Detroit Tigers and the Angels. And the Angels are attempting to win their 5th in a row against the best that baseball has to offer here in 1971 by the Blue, and he has been all of that this evening. But Rudy May, likewise, turned in an outstanding performance.
KMND
Angels
Mesa.
No run, 6 hits, no errors. Oakland no run, 3 hits, no errors. The top of the Angel batting order against Blue as we go to the 11th, and again, here's Don.
Hi, Dave. 26 strikeouts in this one tonight. 15 of those recorded by Vida Blue. For the Angels, this is their 10th extra inning game of the year, and their 4th with this outfit, with the A's, and their 3rd here at the Oakland Coliseum. The Angels have won 4 and lost 5 in extra innings. Sandy Alomar, we take it from the top here. Sandy Alomar, Ken Berry, Tony Conigliaro. No score, the 11th inning. Unfolding here, the wind by Vida Blue, and the pitch on the way, and a ground ball toward short. Twin hops there to Tony La Russa, tossed across for the out. So with one away, here's center fielder Ken Berry. Ken 0 for 4. What plays have been made defensively in this game this evening, and Berry ran into one of those as Reggie Jackson backhanded his line drive that traveled out to the warning track in right field in the 4th inning. Berry lined to center field in the 8th inning. He's also struck out and flied to left field. Vida Blue. Here's the pitch on the way to Berry. Fastball, a line shot out of the center. Softly hit line drive, but it's in there for a base hit. So Berry comes through with his first hit. He is 1 for 5. The Angels have a man on with 1 out, and here comes Tony Conigliaro. against the Angels in competition with Oakland, the extra inning games played. The Oakland A's won in 13, 4-2. They won in 13, 7-5. The Angels in 12 won 7-5. So the Angels and the A's know what it means to go overtime. Tony Coniglio 0 for 4, struck out 3 times, and then in the big spot of the 8th inning, when the Angels had a chance to lead it at that point, lined out sharply to short. Tony C. clips a curve over the screen for strike 1. Ryder gets those white shoes in proper position out there on the mound. Takes a slow step, and the 1-strike pitch. Cut foul, and this one blistered the catcher, Dave Duncan. Fastball by Blue, and Duncan really got the full effect of this. Count of 2 strikes on Coniglio. Billy Cowan on deck. Rolling fingers at work in the bullpen. Bill Postell down there watching fingers do his warm-up work. Tony C. waiting. And he's going to have to wait a little bit longer now as Blue backs off, and the lead at first base by Berry shortened up considerably. Tommy Davis hanging onto the inside corner of the bag at first. Blue to the plate with it. 2-strike delivery. Got a piece. No, he swung and missed on it, and it gets away from Duncan, and up the line to first base goes Coniglio. So Dave Duncan had this ball get away from him as Coniglio swung and missed on the pitch. And now what's the ruling going to be? Tony C. comes down, and we're going to see what has been called here. As the plate umpire, Anthony, looks up to Maloney and indicates that it was a foul tip. And now here is the first base umpire, Maloney, saying no contact was made. So the 2 umpires having their problems, and now here comes Hank Storr from his spot at second base as Coniglio feels that he swung and missed on the pitch. If it got away from Duncan, then he should go down to first base. Lefty Phillips comes out. Tony C. is really hot about it now. Coniglio getting overheated about the whole thing. And now all 4 umpires, Anthony, Maloney, Storr, and Barnett, are engaged in this discussion. As initially, Anthony didn't seem to indicate that it was going to be that he had gotten a piece of the ball, but then Anthony apparently, when the catcher, Dave Duncan, came back, he said something about him, and then Anthony started to recall Tony C. back from first base. Then they looked for help to George Maloney, the first base umpire, and Maloney made an indication that no contact had been made. The Angels are not going to win this argument, however.
Don, how many times have you seen a ball player argue with an umpire claiming, I did 2 strike out, I did 2 strike out?
That is unusual. And Tony Coniglio is not going to leave that quartet of umpires alone. He's right there, but Hank Storr now turns away. And now here's Tony Coniglio continuing his discussion of the entire matter with plate umpire Merle Anthony along with Lefty Phillips. So he continues to have words with Anthony, and now they're making a motion for Berry to go back to second base, and Berry throws his hands up there and says, no, I'm not going to leave second base. And Tony Coniglio now and Anthony are really going to it. Here comes Hank Storr. And Storr now stepping in between the 2. Here comes George Maloney down the line from first, and Tony C. Coniglio, a strikeout victim apparently. Will remain at second base. But Coniglio is gone.
The only thing I can think, Don, is that he did indeed miss the ball for the 3rd strike, but that maybe he had left the batter's box and had not made any intention. He had already stepped out and been called out, and after he had seen, then, after he had already retired himself, he took out. He was away from the batter's area.
Well, with the runner at first base, too, with that situation, the runner at first, and with one down with Coniglio striking out. I guess they're going to score it as a wild pitch made by the Blue, if I read the PA system correctly. In any event, Berry is at second base, and it's swung and a miss here by Cowan for strike 1. I believe I heard the press box system indicate wild pitch to be charged to Vida Blue. So Berry advancing to second base as a result of the wild pitch. Look at this here, a change thrown by Blue. And the count is now 0-2 on Billy Collins. So the two away in the 11th inning. Billy C. remains at the plate. He has struck out 4 times. Blue has 2 strikes. Nailed down here. The curve swung on foul tip. Billy was Blue's second strikeout victim, his 5th, his 9th, and his 13th. The outfield, Rudy Mundy Manuel, pushed around to the left. The Angels, in the scoreless game in the 11th inning, have Berry at second and 2 away. Made the 2-strike pitch down by Vida, and again he got a piece of the curve and fouls it back. So it stays at 0-2. Duncan going out to the mound to see Vida Blue. Dick Williams had hollered something out to Duncan, and now Dick Green comes in. Williams doing some emphatic gesturing. Now pulls his arms across his chest as he stands and watches Vida Blue go to work with a brand new 2-strike pitch. Here it is, and Billy Collins swings the message strike through. Gets Collins for the 5th straight time. And Billy, the greatest picture of frustration seen in recent years as he stands head bowed there at home plate, drops the helmet, trails the bat across the plate, and now starts to wander down the first base line, scratching his head. So he has struck out 5 times, and Vida Blue now with 17 strikeouts. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, the man left. And the score at the end of the top of the 11th, no score.
When you say bud, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say bud, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say bud, you said the word that means you like to do it all. When you say bud, you say you care enough to only want the king of fields. There is no other one, there's only something left, because the king of fields is leading all the rest. When you say bud, you said it all.
Time marches on here. The last half of the 11th inning, Joe Rudy the batter. Still a double shutout in effect at the Oakland Coliseum. Rudy, then Rick Mundy, and then Tommy Davis. Joe Rudy 0 for 4. The 11 strikeouts for Rudy May. May works to the right-hander. Curve inside, ball 1. 17 strikeouts for Vida Blue. So 28 strikeouts that we witnessed here this evening. The pitch. Start of the round, it did come around. Count 1-1. Most strikeouts in an extra inning game, 21 by Tom Cheney. The Senators against Baltimore. That game went 16 innings in 1962. In the National League, 3 men with that. Chris Short, the latest to do it. Jim Maloney, out there in the Angels bullpen area right now. Next delivery in close ball 2, 2-1. And the first to accomplish it was Warren Spahn. And that was a total of 18. So in extra innings, there you have the figures. Rudy May back with a curve, and he pushes it high in the air over the home plate area. Coming back toward the screen, Jerry Moses, and Moses has it for the out. 1 down. That means that Vida Blue, as it stands right now, is moving up toward the National League mark, held by Warren Spahn of 18, and Tom Cheney with his record of 21, and as we pointed out, that was over 16 innings of work. Rick Mundy will have his first shot at Rudy May. Rick hitting .229. Mundy replacing the injured Reggie Jackson. Reggie, the report was that he suffered from a Charlie horse in his right hamstring. They're going to have some further examination to make sure that he hasn't pulled a muscle. Mundy the batter, and the pitch by May right down the middle for a strike 0-1. And the most strikeouts in that game, 9 innings. Steve Carlton of St. Louis, 19. That was in 1969, and Bill Mambucat, the American League record, 17. Next is the curve, and it's low and outside. The count 1-1. Here we go then with Rick Mundy awaiting the 1-1 pitch. Rudy May brings it to him. Fastball, a little bit outside, ball 2-1. This is the top pitching performance of the year from our standpoint. And I think would have to be regarded as such in the American League. No runs on the board, last of the 11. Oakland and shut out on 3 hits by May. A smash to short off the chest of O'Brien. Retrieves, fires, won't get it. The man who is really quick with those feet. Rick Mundy hammers one down to short. O'Brien draws an error. Went off the heel of his glove and hit him in the chest. Rolled a few feet away towards second base. Sid retrieved and fired. A low quarter center. Mundy is on as a result of the error. Here's Tommy Davis. Tommy has been without a hit in 4 tries. Curve over the inside edge, says Anthony, and a delayed call. And Tommy Davis, when he hears the call, looks back and takes a double take. Checking it out with Anthony. Strike 1 on Davis. So the winning run for the A's at first base. And a quick run, Rick Mundy. Here's the pitch. Davis takes the curve a little bit close. 1-1. For Rudy May, allowing this outfit only 3 hits in 10 in the 3rd inning. Wow, what a pitching job. They have not had a hit since Mangual's single in the 5th. Pitch out, call for, he's going. The throw to, they've got him there. Mundy, headlong slide, he's a goner. Into the wide way, Mundy made his break, and they read it right. Jerry Moses called for the pitch out, gun the throw through. Alomar applies the tag. 2 away, Davis remains at the plate. So we've had all sorts of spice added to this baseball dish here this evening. Seen great defensive plays. Hitting has been at the minimum, but there have been threatening moments. The Angels have 7 hits. And the strike across the knees to Tommy Davis. Count is 2-2. Curveball thrown by May. 2 outs man with nobody on. Next pitch is cut out. Ground ball towards short. Backhanded by O'Brien. Fires to first in time. Sid back to the edge of the outfield grass, deep in the gap to pick this up and get it on to Spencer at first base. No runs, no hits. 1 error, none left. Score at the end of 11. Angels nothing, Oakland nothing. Say souvenir replicas of Angels batting helmets will be given to boys and girls 14 years or younger on Helmet Night at Anaheim Stadium Friday, August 6th. The Angels will be playing the Minnesota Twins, and all helmets feature the Angels' new insignia, and they have adjustable inside bands to fit any size. So make your plans now for Helmet Night Friday, August 6th. You'll find tickets are on sale at the Big A box office and all Angels ticket outlets. Roman Fingers will be the new pitcher. Dick Williams has figured that Vida Blue, and especially with Vida ready to become the starting pitcher for the American League on Tuesday night in Detroit, that Vida has gone far enough here this evening that he has worked in 11 innings. In that time, he has struck out 17 men. That's a flock of K's. He got Tony Conigliaro 4 times. He got Billy Cowan 5 times. Those were the 2 biggest contributors to that overall 17 count. And he has given up a total of 7 hits. They've been pretty well scattered, with the exception of the 6th and the 8th, when the Angels put together a pair of hits. But on both occasions there, the strikeout for Vida Blue was the big weapon. He just came right back, and when he needed that type of power play and that type of situation, it was there. So Roland Fingers, the right-hander, replaces Vida Blue. We enter the 12th inning of play. Here's Dave.
Thank you, Don. Roland Fingers, despite his record of 2-4, has an outstanding earned run average of 2.70. He has been used both as a starter and as a reliever, appearing in his 20th game this evening. It'll be Ken McMullen, Jim Spencer, and Sid O'Brien. What a performance by Vida Blue. And should the Angels get as far down as Rudy May, I would imagine that manager Lefty Phillips would follow suit. It would be a waste for both boys, I think, to go out. We have a knuckleballer, Eddie Fisher, warming up for the Angels down in their bullpen. The pitch by Fingers and a strike to Ken McMullen.
I'm still have to say that it's a moral victory. They fought him to a draw, at least.
Almost surely did. No runs, 7 hits for the Angels. No runs and only 3 for the A's. McMullen checks his swing, watches it float low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Matter of fact, Rudy May had not given up a base hit since he gave up Mangual's single all the way back in the 5th inning. And the pitch to McMullen swung on, foul away again. A ball and 2 strikes on Ken McMullen. Vida Blue going 11 innings, giving up no runs, 7 hits, striking out 17. Vida's earned run average, which started at a run and a half a game, of course, diminishing even further with his performance out here this evening. It's now down to 1.41. The pitch to Mac just outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count levels off. Joe Rudy, Rick Monday, Angel Mangual in the outfield from left to right. Sal Bando, Tony La Russa, and Dick Green. Swing and a miss by McMullen. And so the strikeout binge continues for the Oakland A's. 18 for Blue and now 1 for Roland Fingers. And the last 3 Angels have struck out in a row. Tommy Davis is the first baseman. Fingers and Dave Duncan. And, of course, we didn't think there was anything wrong with Vida Blue. Manager Dick Williams just figuring to take him out, and that was the announcement in the background. The pitch to Spencer. Fastball high. Ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. It has been an emotion-rent evening here at the Oakland Coliseum. The Angels having the best opportunity to score, and a couple of defensive gems by Ken Berry and Tony Conigliaro denying the A's a chance to score. And the pitch. Spencer swings and hops it up in foul territory, first base side over Tommy Davis. He has the play right near the mouth of the Angel dugout. He puts it away, 2 down. So Spencer is gone. Here's Sid O'Brien. Obie has drawn the collar so far tonight. He's 0 for 4. Fouled out to Duncan. Skied out to then Angel Mangual in center field. He struck out. He was the 11th strikeout victim of Vida Blue, and he grounded out to third baseman Sal Bando. Jerry Moses hoping to get a chance on deck. And Moses is the only man with an extra base hit in the ball game, a leadoff double back in the 6th inning. And the Angels, of course, unable to score. Wind up by Fingers, and the 0-2 pitch. Just missed, and O'Brien almost went around. A ball and 2 strikes. Daytime action tomorrow. Our broadcast time 1:10 Pacific Daylight Time along this Angel Radio Network. The 1-2 pitch to O'Brien by Fingers. Curve just off the inner edge. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Angels with runners at second and third in the 6th. Had a runner as far as third at first and third with only 1 out. But then Vida Blue just cinched his belt a little tighter. Struck out Ken Berry and Tony Conigliaro. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fingers pitch to O'Brien just outside again. And O'Brien had a notion. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Yes, sir, Mr. Blue is for real. And, of course, now he will go into the All-Star game with that record of 17-3. Wind up by Fingers, and the payoff pitch to O'Brien fouled away. And an earned run average that you would have to have the lens from Mount Palomar to find. 1.41. 3 balls and 2 strikes to O'Brien. 2 men away. Fingers pitch. O'Brien fouls it away again. 3-2. And the Angels on the crest of a modest 4-game winning streak, and it's the longest winning streak since the 7-game winning streak that they experienced in the first couple of weeks of the season. Hoping to break Blues' grasp. As Don mentioned, at least they've got a standoff. Blue will not beat them. The 3-2 pitch to O'Brien. Swung on, tapped toward short. A big two-hopper for Tony La Russa comes right up in the breadbasket, and he guns him down. 1-2-3, the Angel story in the 12th. And as we go to the bottom half of the dozenth inning, there is no score. You know, most baseball fans can visualize bottom half of the 12th inning, and Rudy May will stay. May, who has pitched an outstanding ball game against the Oakland A's, will face Sal Bando, Dave Duncan, and then Gene Tennis. Or rather, Tony La Russa, as Tennis hit for Brown, and La Russa stayed in the ball game and played shortstop. So, Bando, Duncan, and La Russa against left-hander Rudy May, and the crowd giving May a hand the last time he came up. They appreciate a great ball game, and this has been exactly that. The Angels with a chance to tie the Minnesota Twins for third place with a victory tonight. And now they've got to hang on in the bottom half of the 12th and hope it goes to that famous figure 13. Bando has walked 3 times. He has flied out to right, and May's pitched to Sal. Down low with a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. The A's have not advanced a runner as far as third base all night long. A deep drive to left center field. Way back to have a look. The left fielder reaches up. He makes a great catch again. Oh, goodness gracious, 6 alive. Billy Cowan. And now all 3 Angel outfielders have made outstanding defensive plays. 375 feet away in a rope hit by Sal Bando. It was a drive off the bat of Joe Rudy back in the 3rd inning. That Conigliaro made a sensational play on. Tommy Davis sent a screamer to Ken Berry in dead center field. That was back in the 6th inning. And now Billy Cowan takes away at least 2 from Sal Bando. And here is Dave Duncan. The windup by May, and the pitch to the right-handed batting catcher is a curve inside. Ball 1, 1-0. Duncan is 0 for 4. He has struck out twice. He has popped out. He has skied out to Tony C. and right. 3 tremendous defensive plays by the Angel outfield tonight. The 1-0 pitch inside again, same place. 2 balls and no strikes to Duncan. No runs, 7 hits for the Angels. No runs on 3. For the Oakland A's, we're in the bottom of the 12th. Mays 2-0 pitch to Duncan. Swing and a miss, and he was going to end it right there, at least try to. Going for downtown. He missed it. 2 balls and 1 strike. Tony La Russa on deck. La Russa just recalled from the American Association. The 2-1 pitch to Duncan. Dave takes high. Ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. Sal Bando has been a pain in the neck to the Angels all year long. Almost did it again. Great play by Cowan and left. The windup and the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And again, Duncan going for Jack London square. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The ball game just a couple of minutes away from being 3 hours old. No scoring. Great defense, tremendous pitching, little hitting. The only extra base hit in the ball game by Jerry Moses, and Bando almost made a great play on that one. He went around. So says the plate umpire. And now Mr. Duncan will jaw it out with Merle Anthony. And while he does that, we'll pause for station identification. This is the Angels Radio Network.
Good evening. You're tuned to KMND Radio, broadcasting from Mesa, Arizona. That's Command FM. A reminder that the River of Dreams program will be heard immediately following tonight's edition of Angels Report.
Tony La Russa just recalled from Iowa of the American Association by the Oakland A's. Right-handed batter, 2 outs. La Russa has only had 2 at-bats for the A's this year, and he looks at a fastball for a strike. On 1, Rudy May. And we don't want to forget this. His strikeout total continues to mount. He has now struck out 11 in the 11 and 2/3 innings that he's worked. La Russa takes the fastball down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rudy May is due to bat second if we go to the 13th inning. The 1-1 pitch. La Russa swings, fouls it away. To the 12th inning, I beg your pardon. That's the 13th, right. And the windup by May, and the 1-2 pitch got him swinging, strike 3, and for Rudy May, that is number 12. There have been Let's see, 30 strikeouts in this ball game. He had 17 by Blue, one by Fingers of 18 and 12. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. And after 12, still no score. Oh, we've got a great night coming up a week from tonight at Anaheim Stadium for all you youngsters. A great show here tonight, and we're quite sure that you'll be liable to see the same type of a performance next week because the defending world champions are in town. That would be the Baltimore Orioles. That'll be the 16th of July, and it'll also be T-shirt night at Anaheim Stadium. Boys and girls 14 years or younger will receive official Angels T-shirts, ideal for summer wear. So spread the word among your friends, and be sure to tell your parents that tickets are on sale now at the Anaheim Stadium box office, open 9 to 5 daily, and at all Angels ticket outlets. T-shirt night, that will be 1 week from tonight, July the 16th, when Big Dad's Baltimore Orioles will be in town. Mike Cuellar, Jim Palmer, Hope Boog Powell is well and able to play in that series, and of course Brooks Robinson, Paul Blair, all the great ones. That put on quite a show against the Cincinnati Reds last year in the 1970 World Series. Here, Mickey Rivers will lead it off against the right-handed throwing Roland Fingers. He'll be followed by Rudy May's spot, and Rudy, as we watch him now, is going back through the tunnel, and he will not hit for himself. Well, what a job he has done. He and Vida blew, and he went one further than Vida. So, as we go to the 13th, again, here's Don.
Hi, Dave. Thank you very much. I report, too, from Los Angeles that the Dodgers are having their problems with the Giants. San Francisco has already scored 6 runs in the 9th inning, and they're still at bat. So that means that they have moved out now to a 7-4 lead over the Dodgers, and the Giants are still raising Cain in the 9th inning before 53,000 fans, 53,564 at Dodger Stadium paid. Mickey Rivers lays it off and Fingers into the motion. The pitch on the way to Mickey, bounces it off the plate. It goes foul along the first base side. Strike one. So Mickey Rivers brought up in a pinch hitting role in this spot, and then we see that Chico Ruiz has come off the bench now, and he will be batting for Rudy May. So a left-hander Rivers here against the right-hander Roland Fingers. And the count is 1 strike, the pitch. And Mickey ran up on it to try to bunt it, got the bat away in time, took it low, and the count is 1-1. So the combo of Vida Blue and Roland Fingers, they have struck out 18. Fingers with the 1-1 offering. Mickey drives the fly ball. Shallow left center field. Coming on for it, Joe Rudy. Going out the shortstop, Tony La Russa. He takes care of it. 1 away. Now look at all the other scores. Kansas City beat Minnesota 6-3. Freddie Patek and Paul Shaw came through with home runs in the 9th inning to win it. Second for Patek, 6 for Shaw. White Sox took Milwaukee 4-1. Baltimore beat Cleveland 4-1. In 11, Detroit shut out Washington 1-0. The Yankees down the Red Sox 5-2. Montreal shut out the Phils 3-0. Pittsburgh laid it on Atlanta 11-2. Roger Repose is going to be inserted here in the lineup. Chico Ruiz had been out to bat for Rudy May, but now Lefty Phillips goes with Repose. So a couple of changes made here in the 13th inning by Lefty Phillips. Roger Repose walking up toward the plate. The other scores in the National League: St. Louis won a pair from Houston 5-2 and 9-5. Cincinnati beat the Mets 6-4. And the Cubs dropped a pair to the San Diego Padres. San Diego winning the first game 1-0, and the Padres taking the second 7-2, and the Giants ripping up the Dodgers 7-4 in the 9th inning of play in Los Angeles. First delivery is low, and it's ball 1. Roger Repose will be followed by Sandy Alomar. Shallow at third base, Sal Bando. Wind of the 1-0 pitch. Outside with it. The reaction now by the fans here at the Oakland Coliseum as they have just flashed the National League scores on the board. And the Giants score 7-4 over the Dodgers. 9th inning of play. So this sizable crowd of 22,538, they have a little bit more to roar about. kind of quiet for the home team with only 3 hits through the first 12. Next delivery is wide, ball 3 to Repose. Three nothing to Rogers. Angels are trying to get someone on. They had a base hit by Canterbury in the 11th, the last base runner. There's the strike, and the count is 3-1. So the Giants picked up 6 in the 9th. They lead the Dodgers 7-4. Rod Marishaw pitching for San Francisco. Osteen made the start for the Dodgers, and then with the uprising for the Giants in the 9th inning, Brewer came on, and Mickelson came on to relief. Fingers 3-1 to Repose. One down for the Angels in the 13th. The motion and the pitch on the way, and it is taken high, ball 4. So Repose walks, gives the Angels a base runner, and it brings up Sandy Alomar. So something is bound to give somewhere on the line here. Sandy Alomar 2 for 5 tonight. So Sandy's average at 249. It has gone up 2 points. He singled in the 8th inning. He flied to right twice and grounded out to short. Did that in the 11th inning. Double play combo of LaRussa and Green. Discuss things now, and Darrell Mills now gets up and starts to heat up in the Oakland bullpen. And Bobby Locker. Eddie Fisher has been throwing in a leisurely way for some time down to the bullpen. He's had plenty of time now to get ready to come in and replace Rudy May. Pitch on the way to Alomar. Sandy drives it foul over the screen, strike 1. The ice show, the Ice Follies show, has ended the arena just to the rear of our location, and thousands of fans filing out of the arena. While the lights still play down on the playing field here, and the Angels and the A's in a tug-of-war in the 13th. Fastball high, 1-1. And a tug-of-war indeed. "13 innings, and we haven't seen a run." Banner moving in a bit more from third. Throw over to first base. Low, but backhanded by Davis as Roger Repose leaps back to the bag. He couldn't possibly write enough about the pitching of Rudy May tonight. And the toss to first base, but Roger hadn't even started to vacate the premises. Now he wanders away 3 or 4 steps. Fingers to the plate. Alomar drives a fly ball out of the right field. Should be easy. Angel Manuel cruising to his right, and Angel has it. They're 2 away. Bring up center fielder Canterbury. The Bay Area Rapid Transit System, you probably read quite a bit about BART. They're trying to get this system off the ground. When it is completed and when everything works properly, it should be one of the finest rapid transit systems in the country. And from our position, as we look over the top of the wall out in center field, we can see the neon tubes, the station there for the Bay Area Rapid Transit System station. The pitch on the way to Berry. Swung on, popped high in the air. It's going to be shortstop side. Johnny LaRussa asks for this one. He has it all to himself there and handles it to retire the side. Speaking of BART, 3 or 4 times tonight, they have had a 4-car train go back and forth during all of the continued baseball activity here. And it's merely a test run. I understand it runs for about 5 or 6 blocks, and they stop it, they back it up, and they try it all over again. They're testing out the cars and the train. All of which doesn't have very much to do with 13 innings or 12 and a half innings of baseball out here at the Coliseum. But we move along now with no runs and no hits and no errors and a man left for the Angels to the bottom half of the 13th inning. No score.
But drive it, Dodson. Then decide.
Right now we zero in the last half of the 13th inning. Angels no runs, 7 hits, 1 error, and Oakland no runs, 3 hits, and no errors. Those seem to be, well, for Oakland at least, it seems to be a rather petrified total up there. Base hit by Angel Manuel back in the 5th inning. The last hit seen by the Oakland offense. 8th man of the order, Dick Green, will start it off. Dick 1 for 4. Then we're down to the pitcher's position for Roland Fingers. Of course, the A's would love nothing more than be able to get Green on some way here, and we'll try Fingers up to try to move him along. Eddie Fisher, the new pitcher. So Rudy May. 12 12 innings, 13 strikeouts for the dude. And only 3 hits given up to Oakland. First delivery in close, ball 1. Fisher prepares it again. The 1-0 pitch. Knuckles it over the plate, but downstairs. Ball 2, 2-0. So tonight with Vida Blue striking out 17, Fingers getting 1, 18 total in for the Oakland Ball Club, and the 13 racked up by Rudy May. We have eyewitnessed in the 31 strikeouts here this evening. 2-0 pitch. In for a strike, and it's 2-1. It would be difficult to check, but I would just think back in Angel history that this is the first time we have ever witnessed as many strikeouts in any Angel game, those we have seen here this evening. 2-1 delivery, and it's inside to him, ball 3, 3-1. Fisher now complaining to Merle Anthony behind the plate. He thought he had a good pitch. Anthony now being barbered by the Angel bench, and he just takes a sweep with the left hand and kind of runs it over toward the hitter Green as though to indicate it was inside. 3-1 then. Pitch to the plate again, the 3-1 pitch. A ground ball nubbed off the handle, and it's picked up by Sandy Alomar, and Sandy's shortstop to Spencer for the out. Here's Roland Fingers, handing his jacket to the bat boy as he walks up toward the plate. So it's a very still area in the A's bullpen, and just as quiet in the Angel bullpen in the right field corner. Rick Nelson points out we've already played these fellows an extra 1 game plus for the year. First delivery in for a strike, and it's 0-1. Boy, this is the 4th extra inning game with Oakland here in 71, and the 3rd these two teams have played here. Fish for the 1-strike pitch. Swung on, bounced toward 3rd. McMullen there, the bag, picks it off, the toss across, and easy out. Got him by 2 strides. There, 2 away. Here's center fielder Angel Mangual, now playing in right field. Strikeouts in extra innings, the Angel record book indicating 15 twice, but for the Angels, that is, so we haven't achieved that. 15 twice at Oakland in 1969, and at Baltimore, that record was duplicated in 15 innings in. At Oakland in 1969, that was in 11 innings. Give you some of the other totals in a moment. Pitch low for ball 1. Against the Angels, the highest count, 19 by Cleveland. And that was in 17 innings in 1966. Pitch is cut on, bounced up the middle, and going for it now. Sid O'Brien short-hopped it beautifully. The throw to Spencer for the out. So as that ground ball was hit, the fans had suddenly reacted to the final score. The Giants beating the Dodgers 7-4, and out of all that came the ground ball. Tapped by Mangual, and a fine fielding play made by Sid O'Brien as he short-hopped it, cutting in front of second base. Nothing across. And the score at the end of 13, it's the Angels nothing, the A's nothing. 2-8. Like to see you there Wednesday, July 21st. The Angels Tigers in a twilight doubleheader. Softly and quietly, the A's went against Eddie Fisher in the 13th. 14th inning. Coming up right here, Tony C. will lead it off for the Angels, and will return today.
All right, Don, and Coniglio has had a rough night at the plate, especially against Vida Blue, as he struck out 4 of the 5 times that he faced Blue. And then in the 7th inning, with 2 outs, and the Angels with runners at 3rd and 1st, he had a line drive, but at that time, right to shortstop Larry Brown. So Tony C. is 0 for 5 as he comes up against right-hander Roland Fingers, working in his 3rd inning of relief, and sends a high fly ball popped up on the infield. Shortstop Tony La Russa waiting for it to come down, and he makes the catch. So Coniglio is 0 for 6. That'll bring up Billy Cowan. So the Dodgers lose their 5th in a row as the Giants score 6 in the 9th inning. It all started by Claude Osteen. Jim Brewer couldn't hold it. Brewer in the 9th and Mickelson in the 9th. Billy Cowan, and he, too, has had a rough night. There's a ground ball into the hole, but plugged up nicely by La Russa. He guns him out.
So the Angels just like that, 1-2 in the 14th inning as Callan grounds out to shortstop Tony La Russa, and that'll bring on Ken McMullen. McMullen has struck out twice. He lined deep to left fielder Joe Rudy back in the 9th inning, bounced back to Vida Blue in the 4th, and he popped out. So he is 0 for 5. And some averages are going to plummet tonight. He looked at a strike, fastball, 0-1. Jim Spencer hoping for a chance waiting on deck. Rolling fingers, he's doing good. Wind up by Roland, and the 0-1 pitch. Strike 2. It's at the knees, a sinker by Roland. Fingers has not given up a hit in the 2 2/3 that he's worked. He walked Roger Repos, who was pinch hitting for Rudy May. And the 2-strike pitch to Ken McMullen. Swung on, tapped toward third, charged by Bando. Tough play, foul, gloves, throws to first, not in time. Only one way that Bando could have made that play, and that was to have barehanded the ball, but he couldn't. He had to get it in the leather and then transfer it from the glove to the hand and throw. And by that time, McMullen, who is certainly not the fastest of the Angels, had it beaten out. So an infield base hit. Coming with 2 outs in the 14th inning by Ken McMullen, and here is Jim Spencer. Spencer has a couple of base hits. Back in the 2nd inning, trying to check his swing on a Vida Blue fastball. He lobbed one into shallow left field, and then he rammed one back up the middle in the 7th inning. So Spencer is 2 for 5 as he looks at right-hander Roland Fingers. Fingers 2, Spencer, fastball for strike. 0-1. Fingers, as we mentioned, has walked 1, but he's throwing strikes right now. Tall right-hander, checking with Dave Duncan. And the pitch to Spence takes it high, and a fake snap throw to first base has Ken McMullen diving back in on his hands and knees. Duncan never did get rid of the baseball, but McMullen thought he was going to throw, and he dived back in. A ball and a strike on Jim Spencer. We are in the 14th inning. A scoreless game. And what a game it has been. Rolling Fingers at the belt. The 1-1 pitch to Spencer. Swung on, tapped toward second base, and the second baseman, Dick Green, playing way near the outfield grass, has plenty of time to charge the ball and throw out Spencer. And the Angels in the 14th. No runs, a base hit, no errors, and a man left. And as we go to the bottom half of the 14th, there still is no score. I can just about put it in the book every time, but certainly every time the Angels have visited the Coliseum here this year, 1-1. This is their 3rd straight extra inning game, and the 4th overall that the Angels and the A's have played that has gone into extra innings. And as we go into the bottom half of the 14th, Eddie Fisher has his work cut out for him. He has Joe Rudy, Rick Monday, and Tommy Davis, but don't forget that manager Dick Williams has on the bench with a right-hander pitching now, the power-hitting Mike Epstein. So we'll have to see the way Williams plays it as Rudy steps in. Joe Rudy tonight is 0 for 5, and it was the play made on Rudy's sinking line drive into right center field, made by Tony Conigliaro. That's the reason we're in extra innings. Angel Mangua was on first base at the time, but he can fly and easily would have scored had that ball gotten through Conigliaro. Here is the windup by Fisher, and the pitch to Rudy, knuckleball, strike call. 0-1. Rudy had a notion, but by the time he decided to trigger, he just couldn't get the motor going. 0-1 on Rudy. Eddie Fisher, he has really been something for the Angels this year. He's won 7 games. And the pitch to Rudy, swung on a drive to right field, a right fielder Tony Conigliaro coming in and making the catch. 1 out. So Fisher has retired all 4 men that he has faced. That'll bring up Rick Monday. Monday taking over defensively when Reggie Jackson injured his leg sliding into second base, so we're happy to report it's nothing serious. And so Monday, coming up for his 2nd time, he was on the air by Sid O'Brien back in the 11th inning. Rick, Santa Monica native, likable young man, like Sal Bando, playing on a great Arizona State team together. Wind up by Fisher. And the pitch to Monday, knuckles low, ball 1. 1 ball and no strike. Tommy Davis waiting on deck. Ball game approaching the 3.5-hour mark. 11 hits in the ball game, and the Angels have 8 of the 11. Knuckleball high. 2 balls and no strikes. Of course, with Fisher pitching, You always take a chance of if a man is able to get aboard on a base on balls, a base hit, an error, what have you. With a knuckleball and the great pressure on the catcher, who, by the way, now is Johnny Stevenson, taking over for Jerry Moses. The 2-0 pitch to Monday. Knuckleball over the outside corner for strike. 2 balls and a strike. And so many times you think that when a man gets on against Eddie Fisher, a man of any speed at all, it's almost like a double. Because he can run on the knuckleball. It takes the knuckleball that much longer to get to the plate. And the 2-1 pitch on the way to Monday. Knuckleball popped up on the left side in foul territory. Comes Ken McMullen. So is Johnny Stevenson. It'll be McMullen almost on the front step of the Oakland A's dugout for the catch. So Monday is gone. 2 outs in the 14th. And here is Tommy Davis. The longest game in Angel history played innings-wise on the road is only 15. That was in Detroit at Tiger Stadium 8 years ago on the 24th of April, 1963. And in that ball game, and we certainly hope it's not a prelude of things to happen in this one, the Angels lost 4-3 to the Tigers. Tommy Davis, and knuckleballs to him is outside a knuckleball, 1-0. The longest game inning-wise that the Angels have played at home is 17, and they lost that ball game too. That was to the Cleveland Indians back in 1966. Davis watches a knuckleball bounce up to the plate. 2 balls and no strikes on TD. So we are approaching at least one record of tying it. If he can dispose of Tommy Davis, we will at least go to 15. Longest game inning-wise. 2 balls and no strikes on Tommy Davis. The Oakland A's have not had a base hit since the 5th inning with 2 outs. Angel Mangual singled off left-hander Rudy May, and he was shot down by 6 or 7 feet trying to steal second base by Jerry Moses. The A's have not had a base hit since then. And the pitch to Tommy Davis. Strike. This one knuckled over the heart of the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Fisher is so good with the knuckleball that he will throw the knuckleball of 3-1. He threw it 2-0 there. And here is the 2-1 pitch. Knuckleball swung on, line drive, base hit left field. Over to get it is Billy Cowan, and now we'll have to keep our eyes on Tommy Davis as he rounds first and takes a big turn. And we'll see whether manager Dick Williams will go with a pinch runner for Tommy Davis. Davis, of course, having broke that ankle about 5 years ago, still does not have the great speed that he once possessed. And Dick Williams has not made a move as yet. A 2-out single by Tommy Davis.
Here's the guy walking up to the plate who has killed Eddie Fisher this year, Sal Bando. We've seen a few games go out the window right here in 1971, Bando against Fisher, and now Lefty Phillips, he's got that firmly implanted in his mind when he goes out to talk to Ed.
Certainly have done that, not only this year, but ever since Bando has come into the league, he has been a tremendous thorn in the side of the Angels. He always seems to hit that long ball, either out or in a sacrificial situation to bring a run in or get the big base hit. And manager Lefty Phillips reminding Eddie Fisher of that right now. Fisher will remain. We'll have some action in the Angel bullpen. Right-hander Mel Queen. Before the game tonight, talking to Lefty Phillips, he says, I am going to give Dave LaRoche and Lloyd Allen at least a couple of days rest. They will not pitch in this ball game. And I hate to use Eddie Fisher in a situation like this because of exactly what I was talking about. If a man gets on, why, it's awfully hard to keep him at only first base. But 2 down, and here's Bando. Fisher at the belt. And he goes to first base. Davis not going anywhere at this particular time. Bando back in. Fisher checking with John Stevenson. The Altus, Oklahoma native is ready. And again, going to first base, and Tommy Davis just takes a couple of steps and he's back to the bag.
The 2 games, one on April 20th, when the Angels played Oakland at Anaheim Stadium. Bando hit an 8th-inning homer off Fisher, and he turned right around the next day and hit a 2-run homer that won the game in the 13th off Fisher.
And the pitch, Davis goes inside, gets away from Stevenson, and it's happened. Stevenson trying to throw the ball before he had it get out of his glove. And Tommy Davis, bad wheels and all, goes into second base, sliding. They will give Tommy a stolen base on the play. Stevenson, I do not think would have gotten Tommy anyway. He had a big jump. And now it's 2 outs. Davis in scoring position. The A's are one well-placed base hit away from a victory. That would be an awfully hard pill for the Angels to swallow. They will not mess around with Mr. Davis any longer. Or rather, with Mr. Bando any longer. course, at any base. So Bando is intentionally packed. And speaking of guys that have just given the Angels fits again this year, Dave Duncan, one of the all-star catchers of the American League, is waiting on deck. But Duncan may not get a chance, and Williams may go for his ace in the hole, which would be Mike Epstein. We will just have to wait and see. As Duncan takes his cap off, he goes back into the A's dugout. And coming out will be another left-handed batter, Kurt Bleppery. So he will save Epstein in case Bleppery is unable to do anything. So Kurt Bleppery, of course, who is the catcher too, will come in and bat for catcher Dave Duncan. Bleppery playing the outfield and catching. And, of course, he played first base. So Bleppery pinch hitting for Dave Duncan in a ticklish situation in the bottom half of the 14th inning. Tommy Davis is at second base. The last man to advance as far as second base for the Oakland A's was Sal Bando himself way back in the second inning. Fisher at the belt. Left-handed batting, Bleppery waits, a knuckleball to him, low, ball one ball and no strikes. Bleppery with the A's is hitting .313, appearing in his 14th game. Kurt with a couple of home runs, 3 RBIs with Oakland. He has 3 home runs and 5 ribbies overall. Left-handed batter, time called, and as the ball gets away from the Angel bullpen down the right field line. Say the bullpens are so close to their territory here at the Oakland Coliseum. The man on the inside, or the man closest to the fair territory, is only maybe 3 feet away from fair territory the catcher is. Kurt Bleppery has 1 ball, no strikes on him. A's runners at first and second. The stretch by Fisher, and the pitch to Kurt. High, ball 2 balls and no strikes. Tommy Davis is at second base. Sal Bando is at first. A scoreless tie. In the bottom half of the 14th, Vida Blue going the first 11, striking out 17. Rudy May going the first 12, striking out 13. The A's with only 4 base hits. The stretch by Fisher. And the pitch on the way. Strike call over the outside corner. 2-1. Tony La Russa kneeling in the on-deck circle. Rather, Dick Green is kneeling in the on-deck circle. Stretch. And here is the pitch. Knuckleball outside. Ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. Fisher on top. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. Davis at second. Bando at first. The 3-1 pitch. Knuckleball swing and a miss, and Bleppery going for the long pull. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three balls and 2 strikes. And with 2 down, of course, that will give Davis and Bando a shot to go on the pitch. There they go, the pitch. Low, ball 4. Ball 4. The second base on ball is given up by Eddie Fisher. And we're going to have some sitter. And here he is, Mike Epstein. And before the favorite of the Bay Area, at least on the East Bay, steps in, we'll pause for station identification. This is the Angels Radio Network.
Exciting action between the Angels and the A's. The game's in Oakland. It's being heard right here on KMND-FM from Mesa. Time now is 25 minutes before 12, and a reminder that the River of Dreams program will immediately follow tonight's edition of Angels Report.
While the wheels turn, Mike Epstein goes back to the dugout. He will make his reappearance, and he does so now. Back jammed, and it comes right down to this. We have played 13 2/3 innings. Tommy Davis is at third. Sal Bando at second. Kurt Bleppery is at first. And Mike Epstein batting for Tony La Russa. Stepping in from the left-hand side. Mike mighty happy to be a member of the Oakland A's after playing with the Washington Senators and letting his feelings be known that he wanted to be traded. He never dreamed, I don't think, that he could be traded to his home area. And Fisher winds the pitch to Epstein. Knuckleball inside. Ball 1-0. Fisher not liking that call at all by the plate umpire, Merle Anthony. This one was just low. 1 ball and no strike. Sacks full of A's. 2 down in the 14th. The winning run, Tommy Davis, is 90 feet away. Down the line he comes. Fisher into the windup. The 1-0 pitch to Epstein. Swung on. Ground ball towards second base. Sandy Alomar has it. Goes to first. And the Angels are out of it. So Epstein on a 1-ball pitch, hitting the knuckleball right to Sandy Alomar. And the Angels heave a big sigh of relief. In the 14th, no runs, a base hit, no errors. And the A's leave them jammed after 14. Angels nothing, and the A's nothing. Friday, August 6th. Tickets on sale at the Big A box office and all Angels outlets. So the Oakland A's threaten in the 14th inning against knuckleballer Eddie Fisher. After Fisher had retired the first 2, the base hit by Tommy Davis, the stolen base, an intentional walk to Sal Bando, Kurt Blefary walk, and then Mike Epstein hitting for Tony La Russa. But Epstein, after Fisher had thrown 1 bad ball, hit a knuckleball very easily down to second baseman Sandy Alomar to retire the side. Oh, it has been some kind of an evening. We certainly hope that you are enjoying the broadcast wherever you may be, not only in the Southern California, Arizona, Nevada area, but around the world, as this ball game is being broadcast on American Forces Radio. And hope all you guys and gals get home real soon. No runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Angels. The A's, no runs, 4 hits, and no errors. And as we go to the 15th down, I guess we're going to tie an Angel Club record.
We're to that point now, Dave, with the 15 innings in a game that has been, as you had pointed out, and checking over the game records, 15 innings away from home. The game in Detroit, April 24th, 1963. And the 17 innings at Anaheim Stadium. That was the longest game from a time standpoint, too. How well we remember this. In fact, the chairman of the board, Gene Autry, I know that he remembers that game very well. It went 4 hours and 58 minutes. And we discussed that game for a long time because the Angels had so many opportunities against Cleveland in that game in 1966 and on May 31st. Almost a 5-hour game. Changes now. Mike Epstein will be at first. Tommy Davis moves to second base. Dick Green moves from second to short. And behind the plate, Kurt Blefary. Rolling fingers working to Sid O'Brien. 15th inning gets started, and the first pitch of the 15th swung on, a drive out of the left center field. Bagwell breaking over for Joe Rudy, and he's there to gather it in. O'Brien lines out to Rudy, 1 down, and John Stevenson will approach the plate. Three men have operated out of the 8th position in the order. Jerry Moses and the pinch hitter Mickey Rivers in the 13th. And now John Stevenson makes his first appearance here in the 15th with 1 away. No score. The Angels 8 hits, Oakland 4. Fastball for a strike, and it's 0-1. It has been blue and fingers for Oakland. Rudy May and Eddie Fisher for the Angels. Mel Queen continues to work in the bullpen. The next pitch swung on, a smash to the second baseman, Tommy Davis. First chance for Tom. The short toss to Epstein for the out, 2 away. Eddie Fisher will bat for himself. So Mel Queen stops throwing in the bullpen. Fingers came on to open the 12th inning. It worked the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 2 outs here in the 15th. And the Angels have managed only an infield hit. Slides one through for a strike, and it's 0-1. Friday is almost gone as we get up, moving steadily toward the midnight hour. Fisher drives it a long way out of right field, giving ground as Mangual deep enough now. And Angel is there. Up goes the glove, and that's it. Very quickly against Fingers, 1, 2, 3. And at the end of the top half of the 15th, no change. Angels, Oakland, no score. Well, as I say about this game, you can't beat the hours and the innings. Last half of the 15th rolling around here. And Dick Green, who is now playing at shortstop for Oakland, will start off against Eddie Fisher. from a personnel standpoint, not too many players have been used tonight, considering the length of the game. Here's Dick Green. Green tonight with an infield hit way back in the second inning. That seems like decades ago. He is 1 for 5. The pitch. Green drives it foul to the screen, strike one. He was retired in the 10th inning on one of the defensive gems of the night, the diving, sliding, tumbling catch made by Ken Berry out in left center field. Fisher works with a one-strike pitch to him, and it's high and away, 1-1. So as our scoring in our scorebook just runs right off the margin of the page, move to the last of the 15th. 1-1 pitch. Green fouls it off again. Off the handle and over the screen, the count 1-2. In the way this Oakland team has been hitting in this 71 season, you would figure that it would be a near impossibility to shut out this team for 14 innings. 1-2 pitch, swung on, lob foul. Pushes it off into the lower deck to the right, and the count 1-2. We pointed out earlier they've been shut out only 3 times this year. And we're moving close to the point where it could be shut out for 2 games worth of this one. 1-2 pitch. Ball with it, 2-2. This is if you broke down the count on this, the extra inning play with the Oakland Ball Club this year, Dick Nelson has figured it all out, and this is the 17th extra inning that we have played with Oakland, the 17th bonus inning for the fans this year. Here's the 2-2 delivery to Green. Greeny drives it deep center field. Ken Berry there. And Ken gathers it in. So the A's have 1 down. And here comes rolling fingers again. Roland first came to bat in the 13th inning, his initial appearance, when he grounded out to Ken McMullen. Eddie Fisher works to him. And it's in the dirt and away from Stevenson. Ball 1. We have daytime activity out here tomorrow. And a Sunday doubleheader, and then the 3-day break for the All-Star game, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, before the Angels started off at home again in Anaheim Stadium upon the completion of this very brief pre-All-Star trip. Knuckles low outside, ball 2, 2-0. After the All-Star break, Baltimore will be in town. They'll be at the Big A on Thursday, and on Friday and on Saturday. And then we have Cleveland starting Sunday and Monday, and then Detroit on Tuesday, and that Kleinider with the Tigers on Wednesday, before the Angels move east. Next pitch, outside, ball 3, 3-0. And that time threw a slider and missed. 3-0 run up in the opposing pitcher, and the next pitch slides this one in for a strike to make it 3-1. Not going with a knuckleball here to fingers. 3-1 count with 1 out, nobody on in the last of the 15th, and no score. Angel Manuel swings the bat in the on-deck area. The pitch swung on, fly ball out of the center field. Berry is there. And Ken now, after he's made a quick move in pursuit of this, then holds up and makes the catch. So 2 putouts made by Berry. The A's with 1 out left here in the 15th, and the batter will be center fielder Angel Manuel. Angel tonight is 2 for 5. Pair of singles and a walk. Certainly would have to be the poorest hitting performance for Oakland this year. 4 hits. Knuckles jumped at it and loops it over the screen behind the plate, strike 1. Angel, both feet flying. He really left the ground going after the knuckler thrown by pitcher. Head goes for a little touch of dirt and a pinch of rosin. and offers the one-strike pitch. Mongual bounces it off the plate toward Fisher. Direct line to the mound. Eddie has it. The throw to Spencer for the out. So it's a 1-2-3 accounting here for Oakland, and the score now at the end of 15. The Angels nothing, and the A's nothing. Kind of cruising down the river here out of the 16th inning of play as the Angels establish a new mark for themselves. And a game played away from their home base going into the 16th extra inning. The Angels no runs, 8 hits, 1 error, and Oakland no runs, 4 hits and no errors. And Fingers now will be working to the top man of the Angels list, Sandy Alomar. So the 16th, here's Dave.
Okay, Don, and as you mentioned, George Goodale, as he prepares the 1972 Angels News Media Guide, will have a new insert as the longest game, number of innings played away will be this one, at least 16. And as we go to the 16th, Alomar, Berry, and Conigliaro against Rolling Fingers, and Fingers has been mighty tough. The A's threatening to win the ball game in the bottom of the 14th, but Eddie Fisher getting Mike Epstein in a big spot, getting him to ground out with a bases loaded to Sandy Alomar. No runs, 8 hits, 1 error. Oakland no runs, 4 hits, and no errors. And we're sure there are quite a few of you that have just joined us along the way, so we'll mention the fact that Vida Blue went the first 11 innings, gave up 7 hits, and struck out 17. Rudy May went the first 12 innings. Here's Fingers into the windup, and the pitch to Sandy Alomar, a strike, a fastball, 0-1. And Rudy gave up only 3 hits. Did not allow a member of the A's as far as third base. He struck out 13. 1 strike on Sandy Alomar as he leads off the top of the 16th inning. And the pitch is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bando playing in on the grass at third. The shortstop is Dick Green. Green taking over for Tony La Russa. Larry Brown started at shortstop. No activity in the A's or the Angels bullpen. And the pitch to Alomar is popped up foul. Back out of play. A ball and 2 strikes on Sandy.
Hey, Dave, I think Dick Enberg's in trouble over there with his little son, Andy.
How's that?
At the end of 6 innings, he says, just 3 more innings, Andy, and we'll go home. We'll go back to the hotel.
That's right. Dick's young son.
That's about 3 hours ago.
He was 5 years oold. He kept asking, and of course, the kid is very impatient at that age. How well I know. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Alomar swung on foul right back below it. So he was in here in the 4th. He said, how many more innings? He said, only 5 more. And I said, only 5 more unless there's a tie ball game. And he kind of winced a little bit. He's really got to be blinking now. As he is seeing Angel history being made here on the road. Having gone 16 innings. Rolling Fingers with a count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Sandy Alomar. Now the tall right-hander's 1-2 pitch to Santos. Swung on, a little looper to center field. Over on his horse, though, is Rick Mundy to his right. And Mundy puts it away. So Alomar has gone in the 16th, and here is Ken Berry. And Rolling Fingers has now retired the last 5 men that he has faced. He's given up a 1-base hit to Ken McMillan with 2 out in the 14th, and he walked Roger Repos, pinch hitting for Rudy May back in the bottom half of the 13th. Ken Berry, Berry, Cowan, Conigliaro, all turning in sparkling defensive plays to send this ball game into extra stanzas. Fingers, tall right-hander, checking with Kurt Bleffery. And the pitch, strike, slider over the inside corner. Fingers has got good stuff tonight. Well, so is Fisher as far as that's concerned. Of course, you know what Fisher's going to throw when he comes in 90% of the time anyway, but it's really fluttering. And a 1-strike pitch, and strike 2. Over the inside corner, 0-2. In about, 8 minutes or so, we will be approaching Saturday. And we will play 2 games on Saturday, if that's the case. We have an afternoon game. And the pitch swing, and that's strike 3. 3 straight pitches. Rolling Fingers blows down Ken Berry. 2 looking, and the 3rd swinging. So Berry is Mr. Finger's 2nd strikeout victim. For Oakland A's pitching, that is 19 on the evening. The Angel pitchers have struck out, 13 by May. Fisher has not struck out anyone as yet. Tony Conigliaro, the pitch by Fingers, slider fouled away. 0-1. So we just keep moving along. Hope you'll stay with us. No, you must. Want to, because this is the type of ball game where once you get hooked, you can't leave. Conigliaro waiting at the plate.
Fingers checking with Bleppery. The tall right-hander's pitch, and Tony C. looks at a fastball outside. Roland Fingers is now 24 years of age. He'll be 25 on the 25th of August. Last year with Oakland, he was 7-9. Conigliaro grounds the ball foul outside third base coach Rocky Bridges, and down to one of the lovely ball girls that Charlie Finley employs down the left field line and the right field line. Another count, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Tony C. Fingers, a native of Steubenville, Ohio, now makes his home in Alta Loma, California. 1-2 on Tony C. Fingers cranks up on the 1-2 pitch to Conigliaro high, and Conigliaro backs out of the way and falls to the seat of his pants. Conigliaro striking out 4 times against Vida Blue, lining out the other time. So he's 0 for 5, 0 for 6 on the evening as he popped out against Roland Fingers his last time up to shortstop, Sid O'Brien. He's up here with Deuces Wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And the pitch swung on, ripped toward third. Bando down with a tailgate, the long throw. Conigliaro, the Angels are gone in inning number 16. 1, 2, 3 the story. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left, and nothing on the scoreboard in the way of runs either as we go to the bottom half of the 16th. In baseball, who's on Continental's new early morning 747. See your travel agent, Continental's partner in getting things done for you, or phone Continental, the proud bird of the Pacific. Would you believe 16? Well, that's what we're going to play, at least. Joe Rudy, Rick Monday, and Tommy Davis against knuckleballer Eddie Fisher. Fisher taking over for Rudy May. May going the first 12. So Fisher into his 4th inning of work. Near disaster in the bottom half with a 14th as the A's loaded the bases with 2 outs, and they had big Mike Epstein at the plate. But Epstein, after taking a ball, grounded out to Sandy Alomar. Joe Rudy, right-handed batter, last time up, flying out to right. He's 0 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he is 0 for 6. We have to consult 2 pages now because, quite frankly, we have run out of room on our scorebook. So Rudy's average taking a dip. He is now hitting 260. He came into the ball game hitting 265. He swings at a knuckleball and pops it up. Foul territory. Down comes Jim Spencer, waiting, and Spencer's got it. Basket catches the ball at the belt. 1 pitch, 1 out. Rick Monday, he is fouled out to the catcher. And he was on in the 11th inning on the error by Sid O'Brien. So he is 0 for 2. Monday took over defensively in the 10th for Reggie Jackson. Jackson injured, sliding into the bag. But the report on Jackson is that he will be all right. One down in the bottom half of the 16th. If we do go to the 17th, it'll be Cowan, McMullen, and Spencer against Fingers. Knuckleball outside to Rick. Tommy Davis caused all kinds of commotion in the bottom half of the 14th as he singled off Fisher with 2 down. Would be next. And will be next. Fisher into the windup. The 1-0 pitch. Mundy swings and taps it back to Fisher. Eddie has it, goes to first. 2 outs in the 16th. Tommy Davis, back in the 6th inning, sent a deep drive into almost dead center field. Ken Berry playing Davis a little shallow, and now he's playing him quite a bit deeper, trying to cut down, of course, on the extra base hit. And at that time, he made a tremendous catch on Davis's ball all the way back to the boards. Davis looks at a fastball low, or a slider that Fisher throws, and you won't see that too many times. This one in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes. 12 hits in the ball game. 19 strikeouts by Oakland A's pitching. 13 strikeouts by Angels pitching. All those credited to Rudy May. The windup and the pitch. Swing and a miss, and Davis trying to end it. He said, let's go home and go to bed. I'm getting tired, too. We're going to be back out here in about, another 12, 13 hours. As a matter of fact, the game is scheduled to start about 13 and a half hours from right now, as we are a minute or so from the bewitching hour. And we'll turn over another day. And the pitch to Tommy, knuckles outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. And despite the fact that they haven't been running all the time, you know that the umpiring crew has to be dog-tired. They don't get a chance to go over to the dugouts between innings. They've been standing around for a long time, over 4 hours now. And the pitch to Davis is ripped foul. So the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And we are approaching an American League record. The number of scoreless extra innings is 18. That is held by 4 different clubs. We are through 15 and 2/3. With the count 2 balls and 2 strikes on Tommy Davis. And the 2-2 pitch. Knuckleball, line drive, base hit down into the left field corner. Cowan over to cut it off. Here's Davis around first. The throw to second, and Tommy D will have to hold on. So Davis with a 2-out single again in the 16th. That'll bring up trouble. Sal Bando, and before Sal steps in, station identification. This is the Angels Radio Network.
Well, they're still hanging in there. The Angels and the A's. The game is taking place in Oakland, and it's being heard here in Mesa on KMND FM radio. Time now is exactly midnight.
Sal Bando up in the same situation back in the 14th inning, and he walked, and the pitch to him is grounded easily toward third baseman Ken McMullen, actually weakly. McMullen making a fine charging play, having to throw out Bando. Bando first ball swinging, and Mack playing back near the bag at third, trying to cut off the extra base hit down the line. He had to charge. He lost his cap, but he got Bando by 5 or 6 feet. 16 is in the books. No runs, a base hit, no errors, a man left. At 16, well, you know the score. One of the biggest fun nights of the year is coming very soon. The annual softball game between the KMPC personalities and the beautiful bunnies from the Playboy Club. That'll take place on Wednesday night, the 21st of July at Anaheim Stadium. And this year, between games of a doubleheader with the Angels and the Detroit Tigers. Time for the first game, 6 o'clock. And as a KMPC listener, you will receive 1 free ticket for every one that you buy. Simply make your check payable to the California Angels, $2.50 for reserve, $3.50 for terrace boxes, $4 for field, and $4.50 for club level boxes. And mail it to KMPC Bunny Game, Hollywood 90028. Remember that date, the 21st of July. 2 tickets for the price of 1 at $2.50, $3.50, $4, or $4.50. Make your check payable to California Angels and send it to KMPC Bunny Game, KMPC, Hollywood 90028, and we invite you to do it right now. Number 17, Donald. Time for you to go back to work.
if you insist. What's that book that Casey Stengel wrote, or
No one here knows how to play.
Can't anyone here play this game? And it should be changed around now. Can anyone here win this game? In Casey's days for the Mets. Billy Cowan leads it off. First delivery inside, ball 1. That stat that Dave passed along concerning the American League record for scoreless innings was supplied by Johnny Magnus. Here's a swing and a miss here, and the count 1-1 on Cowan as Bill Ruby lunged at it. So everyone has had a little piece of the action. We even have our Devil of Darkness. There KMPC. He's checking the record books, too. John, I want to thank you for that stat. Here's the slider over the outer edge for a strike, and it's 1-2. I was just over talking with Vida Blue. Dick Enberg had Vida on the telecast. Vida with nothing else to do. He thought he'd come up and spend a couple of hours upstairs. 1-2 delivery, and this is low, the count 2-2. And after Dick had him on television and standing talking with Vida, and he just shook his head, he says, "Where is all our muscle gone?" And he went and said that you could shut out this outfit, the Oakland team, through 16 and only 5 hits. Cowan swings and misses at a fastball, strike 3. So Billy has struck out 6 times tonight. There are some records, if you looked them up, they would be rather embarrassing records, so we won't probe and pry too much this evening. Cowan struck out in the second. Does that tie the record, Dick? Just mentioned it. Huh? Ties the record for most strikeouts by an individual in an X-rated game 6. Ken McMullen swings and misses on a slider, strike 1. Billy struck out in the second, in the fourth, in the 7th, in the 9th, in the 11th, then grounds it out of the 14th and strikes out in the 17th. Bill will not want to take this game out and have it bronze, I know that. Next delivery in for a questionable strike, says McMullen, and it's 0-2. That is the 3rd strikeout for Fingers. So that is the 20th K registered by Oakland pitching this evening. No score, 17th inning. And here's the two-strike pitch on the way to McMillan. Swung on, lob foul. Over into the second tier to our right, the count 0-2. We're going to look it up in the Red Book again. We don't want to embarrass Bill, but as long as he's tied a record, you might as well find out who he shares it with. Next delivery, this is low and away from Kurt Bleffery, the count 1-2. Ball and strike 2 on McMillan. Mack tonight has been up 6 times. He has 1 hit. He slaps one foul down toward the Angel bullpen and off into the seats. Count stays at 1-2. So we wish Vida Blue the best for a starting assignment on Tuesday night in Detroit. After he came away in an empty-handed way this evening. The 1-2 offering swung on, foul back, and boy, Fingers popped this up there with a lot of swift to it, but Mack managed to get a bit of it. Ball 1 and strike 2. McMillan has struck out twice this evening. Mack swings, lifts it high in the air. It should be out of play. Coming back for Kurt Bleffery, but Kurt with not enough room for this. So it stays at 1-2. So about 5 minutes past midnight, and we parade toward curfew time, 1 o'clock. And if we should go that far with nothing in the way of scoring, I think I'll tumble right out of the booth. Mack brings the bat around a few times, now holds it in readiness. The wide and the 1-2 offering to McMillan, swung on, missed strike 3. Oh, the K's are growing. They're raising a lot of strikeouts and got a good crop going tonight.
Billy Cowan, and speaking of striking out 6 times in an extra inning game, not only tied an American League record, a Major League record, Don, he also tied a California Angels record. The last man to do it was Frederick C. Reichard for the Angels. Just a moment.
And the first pitch, fastball, nailed right there to Jim Spencer, 0-1.
May the 31st, 1966, in 17 innings. So Rick Reichard struck out 6 times. Don Hope of the Chicago Cubs, then, in 1956, struck out 6 times.
Oh, and was he red hot? Oh, was he
innings.
upset. Here's the 1-strike pitch. Spence takes it high, 1-1. Billy is upset enough, but certainly not exhibiting as much in the way of upset as a man with the temperament of Don Hope.
Then, of course, you'll remember Carl Wildman of St. Louis back in July of 1913.
I'll never forget the way Carl got paid in that game. Next delivery, off speed, in for strike 2, waist high, 1-2 on Spencer, and Spencer thinks that this was a poor call. Oh, yeah, when Carl Cade in that game, he was really perturbed. Jim Spencer haven't been able to nail Jim in that department as yet, but it's the count 1-2 on him here. Here's the line by Fingers, and Jim swings and fouls it out of the mid of Kurt Bleffery, so Jim stays away from the Strikeout Academy membership list. Spence with a base hit in the second. He had grounded out in the 5th inning, came through with an infield hit in the 7th, tapped out in the 9th inning, fouled out in the 12th inning, grounded out in the 14th inning. He managed to get to the outfield once on a check swing single over Bando's head. Fingers saying no repeatedly to Bleffery. They can't agree on anything here. Now he's ready, and the 1-2 offering, the change, swung on, and missed strike 3. Fingers strikes out the side. Mercy, mercy, mercy. So that is the 5th strikeout for Fingers. 22 strikeouts the Angels have ripped their way through this evening. And at the end of the top of the 17th, oh, hold the phone. Don't go away, folks. No score. Got Dave Niehaus checking some other figures, too. We might as well keep you posted on all the records that have either have been achieved, in the process of being achieved, or there's a strong possibility they will be achieved before this thing comes to an end. Last half of the 17th inning. So the Angels have looked at 22 strikeouts tonight. And as Kurt Blefary comes to bat in the bottom half of the 17th inning, Eddie Fisher gets ready to deal again. They pitch to Blefary, outside to him, ball one.
Don, we apparently have just tied an American League record for most strikeouts by both clubs in an extra inning game. 35, and I believe that's where we are right now.
35. Knuckles, low and outside, ball two, 2-0.
The Minnesota Twins against the Washington Senators, August the 9th, 1967. That one went 20 innings. Now, the Major League record, we're only one away from that. That is 36 by the New York Mets against the San Francisco Giants in 1964. That one went 23 innings.
By George, I think we have a chance. 2-0 pitch, swung on, hammered foul along the first base side. The count is 2-1. We may give that record a bit of a go here this evening. Kurt Blefary first came to bat in the 14th. And on that occasion, he walked. He came up as a pinch hitter for Dave Duncan. Count 2-1. No score, last half of the 17th inning. Left-hander Blefary. Right-hander Fisher. Here's the 2-1 offering by Fish. Swung on, switched foul. Right out in front of us. The count is 2-2. Kurt's batting average, 238. We have already played 2 extra games with the Oakland Ball Club this season. That is two additional games over what first appeared in the 1971 schedule for the Angels and Oakland. 2-2 delivery. Blefary pounds it foul again. Travels over the screen. So Eddie Fisher, rub off, rubs up the baseball, gets a new one, then goes through that same little patented process for Ed, the dirt and the rosin. Ready, here it is, 2-2 offering, and it's in the dirt. Dug up by Stevenson, 3-2. Line of the 3-2 delivery. Swung on a miss. There's another. Okay, Dave.
Don, that ties the Major League record for most strikeouts by both clubs in an extra inning game. 36. Ties the record set by the Mets and the Giants in 1964. And as we look a little further, the Pirates and the Reds did it also in that same year, in 1964, in 16 innings.
Oh, we have a chance to establish an all-time high then.
Yes.
Mike Epstein sets in.
That already is a new American League record.
Eddie Fisher working to Epstein. Mike swings, bounces it off the plate. Right back to Ed. He just casually reaches up with the glove, picks it off, and tosses to Spencer for the out. They're 2 away. The batter will be Dick Green. Well, we fought it to a standstill. With no scoring. And 2 outs here in the last half of the 17th inning. Fisher's knuckleball low and outside, ball 1. Sign on the message board right now, and it simply states, "Come on, Dick, send us home." Dick Green. Greeny with 1 hit. Swings, foul tips it. 1-1. And that hit came eons ago, back in the 2nd inning, the infield hit by Green. Then he struck out in the 5th, he struck out in the 8th, he lined out in the 10th, grounded to second base to Sandy Alomar in the 13th, and fly to center field in the 15th. 1-1 pitch. Swung on, bounced foul again. Up over the shoulder of John Stevenson, the count is 1-2. You're at that point now with the participants involved. They're in a sort of a punchy state. It's like you're going right down to the tail end of a very lengthy battle. You're in about the 15th round, and we're in the last half of the 17th round here. And everyone just doing a little bit of shadow boxing. Here's the 1-2 offering by Fisher. Upstairs with it. John Stevenson reaching high to handle this. Ball 2 and strike 2. Players who normally are the sort of the nervous type and move around, that is, change position before a pitch will be made. They're not doing. There's not many men in motion right now. 2-2 delivery, grounded toward third. Going to be tough for McMullen. Reaches down, gloves it, fires it onto Spencer for the out. Fine play by McMullen. Ken McMullen charging across and angling his way toward the mound to glove it. So it again is 1, 2, 3. Story for the Oakland Ball Club here in the 17th. And at the end of 17, no score. Once around the park here. No one has made that tour tonight, however. No runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Angels. No runs, 5 hits, no errors for Oakland. Today, it's the 18th inning. Dave, I just discovered. You better get to work.
And I just thought of something. Our good friend Ernie Banks, he would say, let's play 2. And by golly, we're going to play 2 tonight. Well, we go to the 18th. Rolling Fingers will face Sid O'Brien, John Stevenson, and then Eddie Fisher's spot. No runs, 8 hits for the Angels. No runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Oakland A's. And the first strikeout by Fingers will establish a new major league standard for most strikeouts in an extra inning game by 2 clubs. These 2 clubs have already set an American League standard, 36. The National League record was 36. Fingers into the windup and the pitch to O'Brien off the inside edge. Ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes.
Just heard some guy down below it. He just yelled out. He says, I think all these bats are made out of Swiss cheese.
I think they are, too. The next pitch outside. 2 balls and no strikes. To Sid O'Brien, leading off the 18th inning. Rolling Fingers cranks up on the 2-0 pitch to O'Brien. Outside, ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes, and that may get the A's bullpen just stirring around a little bit as we look down to the left. Fingers 3-0 pitch to Sid O'Brien, taking all the way. High strike called, however, by the plate umpire, Merle Anthony. This one, the high strike variety is Sid O'Brien. O'Brien not offering any resistance, however. And the 3-1 pitch by Fingers, swung on and missed, strike 2, and we're 1 strike away from a major league record. O'Brien has the fate in his hands as Fingers is checking with Kurt Bleffery. Into the windup and the 3-2 pitch to O'Brien, got him swinging, strike 3, and there is a new major league record, most strikeouts by 2 clubs in a major league extra inning game. That is the 37th K this evening by both the A's and the Angels pitching staff. Goodness sakes alive. And for Rolling Fingers, all he has done is strike out the last 4 in a row. Cowan, McMullen, Spencer, and O'Brien. And here is John Stevenson. The windup by Fingers and the pitch to Stevenson outside. The announcement being made in the background to the effect that this has established that rather dubious record. Rolling Fingers against John Stevenson. The windup and the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and a pop-up. This in foul territory. Dave Duncan with a mask off, calling all the way. David dives for the ball and makes the catch. He really staggered, fell to his knees, and made the catch. I beg your pardon, Kurt Bleffery. I'm a little punchy now, too. The ball game is now 4 hours and about 20 minutes old. Mr. Duncan left some time ago. And Bleffery certainly not possessing the defensive skills that Dave Duncan has. Should have known that by the way he played the ball, shouldn't I have been? 2 down. Tony Gonzalez will bat for Eddie Fisher. Right-hander Mel Queen has been warming up for the Angels down in the bullpen, and in the bottom half of the 18th, Queen will be brought on. Tony Gonzalez, who hit a 2-run home run yesterday in Minneapolis to help the Angels on their way to that victory over the Minnesota Twins and the sweep of the 3-game series. The Angels beat the Twins 7-4. Gonzalez had a 2-run homer in the 3rd off young Steve Luber for his first home run of the year. The windup by Fingers and the pitch swung on, line drive, base hit, left center field. Over to try to cut it off is the center fielder. Monday does so, throws into second base. So Gonzalez with a 2-out single in the top half of the 18th inning for Eddie Fisher, and that'll bring up Sandy Alomar. Alomar is 0 for 1, 2, 2 for 3, 2 for 4, 2 for 5. He is 2 for 6, 2 for 7. Sandy Alomar as he steps in. in this evening's ball game. Gonzalez at first base, 2 outs in the 18th. Roland Fingers has really took some kind of a ball game since he came on. Roland picked up for Vida Blue in the 12th. And that is the first base hit that he has given up. The fastball is high and outside. 1 ball and no strikes to Sandy. Second base hit, I beg your pardon. Ken McMullen had a base hit with 2 outs in the 14th. So Alomar with a count 1 ball and no strikes. Gonzalez is at first base away. No score in the 18th. Fingers at the belt. And the pitch to Sandy, swung on, tapped toward third, foul. A ball and a strike to Sandy. Ken Berry kneeling on deck. Billy Cowan has a chance to establish a new record as he has struck out 6 times in an extra inning game, tying him with 3 others. I'm sure he would just as soon not set that record. And the 1-1 pitch to Alomar, swung on, looped foul. It's back into the stands. We had, at the beginning of the evening, 22,538 here. And, heck, I'd say that we probably still have 10,000 left, as the ball game is 4 hours and approaching 4 hours and a half. In regard to the curfew, and we talked about this the other evening when we had the rain delay, an hour and a half, hour and 23-minute rain delay in Minneapolis-St. Paul, and we'll pass along that information in just a second. The 1-2 pitch to Sandy Alomar, swung on and missed, strike 3. There, we're just adding to the total now. That is 38 strikeouts in the extra inning game. Alomar is gone. For Roland Fingers, he has struck out 7. And in the 18th, no runs, a base hit, no errors, and we'll tell you about the curfew. A man left right after we pause for this word. Mel Queen will be the new pitcher for the California Angels as we go to the bottom half of the 18th inning. We will have a pinch hitter for Roland Fingers. What a job he has done tonight. Mike Keegan, power-hitting left-handed batter, will step in to lead it off against Mel Queen. So it is Queen's ball game now. And the pitch is a strike. What else tonight? Queen right back to the plate. 1 strike to Mike Keegan. Slider almost hitting. Jack Knight's back out of the way. 5 hits for the Oakland A's. Rudy May gave up only 3 through the 12 innings that he worked. Vida Blue, in the 11 innings that he worked, gave up 7 hits. So in the last 7 innings, the Angels have managed only 2 hits. And the pitch, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We have had 38 strikeouts in the ball game. We are already 2 over the Major League record, according to the Red Book. The windup and the 1-2 pitch. Just high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, the record that was broken this evening, most strikeouts by both clubs in an extra inning game. The Major League record was 36. Queen into the line. And the 2-2 pitch to Mike Keegan. Fastball, got him swinging, strike 3, number 39. So Mel Queen fans the first man he faces in the 18th, and here is Mangual. The old record of 36, the Mets and the Giants in 1964, that ball game went 23 innings. The Pirates and the Reds in 1964, that went 16 innings. The American League record was Minnesota and the Senators in 1967, that went 20 innings. We now have 39 strikeouts in the ball game. Oakland A's pitching has struck out 24 Angels. The pitch inside. Ball 1 to Mangual. 1-0. One ball and no strikes to Mangual. And the pitch to him. Checked his swing and he fouled it away. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's been a while since Mel Queen's been in a ball game. The way the left-hander Dave LaRoche and the right-hander Lloyd Allen has been throwing. Well, as we keep digging farther and farther into the record book, now we find that
The most strikeouts by a club in an extra inning game has already been passed. The 24 by the Oakland A's pitching staff beats the 22 by the Mets in San Francisco. That was in that same game in extra inning. And the pitch outside. 2 balls and a strike. That was the Major League standard. 21 Ks by 3 American League clubs, by 1 club in an extra inning game. The windup and the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Baltimore in 1962, Detroit in 1966, and Washington in 1967. And for the most part, isn't it ironic that these Major League records have been set in what we would call the current era? There are a few exceptions. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball fouled away. Count remains the same. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So A's pitching the 7 by Roland Fingers and the 17 by Vida Blue. A new Major League record for most strikeouts by a club in an extra inning game. Wind up and the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled away. So Mangual is still alive. We could bore you with statistics by reading you some more strikeout information. Going all the way back to 9 innings. Swung on and fouled away again by Mangual. Mangual hanging tough against Mel Queen. Queen has the second best earned run average on the club. You would really have to say the best in that he has pitched in a lot more ball games and innings than Rick Clark, who just joined the ball club. Queen's ERA is 1.32, and Mel has pitched in 34 and a third innings coming into this ball game this evening. The 2-2 pitch going after strikeout number 40. Low. We will not have it now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And 2 strikes on Angel Mangual in the bottom half of the 18th inning. A man down, a scoreless tie. Queen's payoff pitch swung on a high fly ball into right field, going nowhere. Tony Conigliaro coming in under it. He makes the catch, and at 12:30 a.m. Saturday, we will pause for station identification. This is the Angels Radio Network.
And they're still hanging in there, the Angels and the A's. The game's taking place at Oakland, and this is KMND Radio from Mesa, Arizona. That's Command FM. The time is 12:31.
With 2 outs in the bottom half of the 18th, Joe Rudy. Mr. Rudy is 0 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 0 for 7 for Rudy. Close stance at the plate, and a dangerous hitter in this situation. Queen into the windup, and the pitch to Joe Rudy, way inside, almost hit it. 1 ball and no strikes. The A's' biggest threat came back in the 14th inning when they loaded the bases with 2 outs and had big Mike Epstein at the plate batting for Tony La Russa. But after Fisher went 1-0 on him, he got Epstein to ground out to Sandy Alomar, and the pitch just off the inner edge. 2 balls and no strikes to Rudy. I would imagine that Mr. Merle Anthony's legs are going to ache, and he might soak him after this ball game tonight. He's been standing up for 4.5 hours and not able to do that much moving around. 2 balls and no strikes. At least the base umpires every once in a while can take a little stroll, but Anthony having to stay there while play is in, of course. And the 2-0 pitch, strike. And we might compliment the umpires on the outstanding job that they have done in this ball game. Hank Shore, the umpire-in-chief of this group. Merle Anthony is behind the plate. George Maloney is at first, Shore at second. Larry Barnett is at third. And the 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed. And again, we're 1 strike away from 40 strikeouts. 40! Dick Nelson points out, he's doing a lot of mathematical work over there. The Angels have played 20 extra innings with this club. 1 more inning and they will have played, they've already played more than 2 games. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, and Rudy, tired of waiting, steps back out. Rick Mundy would be next. pass along that curfew information, and I'm sorry it skipped my mind. The American League curfew is 1 o'clock, and we are 27 minutes away from that now. No inning can begin after 1 o'clock local time. However, if an inning has started, say we are in the, heaven forbid, top half of the 22nd or 23rd inning, you may finish the bottom half, and then it would go in the books as a suspended game and would have to be made up before tomorrow afternoon's ball game. Outside, gets away from John Stevenson. 3 balls and 2 strikes. You would pick it up prior to the next regularly scheduled game, which is now 13 hours away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Queen, again, ready to go to work. And the payoff pitch to Joe Rudy with 2 down in the 18th. A drive to deep center field. Way back goes Berry. Near the wall. One-handed. Traces into the wall. Again, a second defense jam by Ken Berry. Rudy really missed it. Berry caught the ball about 6 feet away from the center field wall and went crashing into the boards to send this one into the 19th inning. Rudy almost ended it. And someone just shot themselves in the stand. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. After 2 full games at Coliseum, we're going to try the third on. No score. Right now, we remind all you young Angel fans that T-shirt night at Anaheim Stadium will be a week from tonight, I almost said, but it's only 6 days off now. It's Friday, July the 16th, when the Angels meet the world champion Baltimore Orioles. And the boys and girls 14 years or younger will receive official Angels T-shirts, ideal for summer wear. Spread the word now among your friends, and be sure to tell your parents that tickets are on sale now at the Anaheim Stadium box office, open 9 to 5 daily. And at all Angels ticket outlets, T-shirt night next Friday night, the 16th of July. Well, we're 25 minutes away from curfew as we go into the 19th inning of play, by far the longest in Angel history. And we still have no score. Again, to remind you, the curfew at 1 o'clock. The teams may play until 1 o'clock, but no inning may begin after the 1 a.m. hour. If an inning has started, the home team may finish and get there up in the bottom half of that inning. And according to our Red Book, that game will be a suspended game and would have to be played tomorrow before the regularly scheduled game at 1:30. So, we might have a very interesting situation going on. But we've got 25 minutes until the man with the curfew comes and says, you all go home now and get some rest and come back tomorrow. Yeah? Okay. We'll see. To the 19th we go. Come on, Don.
All right, David. Bobby Locker's the new pitcher now. Yeah, let's see. A lot of chicken scratching in this book here. Try to get everything up to date here. In Oakland, we're not in Kansas City. Oh, my goodness. Bobby Locker dealing with Ken Berry. And what a play made by Berry. Ground ball toward third, and it's backhanded by Green. The throw to first going to pull Epstein away from the bag. Ken Berry has an infield hit. How about that? Here in the 19th inning, Berry gets on. In fact, when that happens, we should take all these baseballs out and have them bronze. Whenever anyone manages to produce a hit.
Take the bats out and have them bronze.
Let's see, Tony Gonzalez had a hit in the 18th. That came at 2 away. And Ken Berry leading it off here to start off the 19th, and the batter will be Tony Conigliaro. Tony struck out in the first, struck out in the fourth, was cut down on strikes in the 6th. He lined short of the 8th inning, struck out in the 11th, popped out in the 14th, and grounded out in the 16th. So Tony Conigliaro up here with Berry at first base. 19th inning of play. The Angels now have 10 hits, twice the total of the A's through the 18th. Locker ready and the pitch on the way, and Tony trying to bunt on it, and he missed on the pitch for strike 1. The rule pertaining to suspended games shall be resumed at the exact point of suspension, immediately preceding the next scheduled single game between the two clubs on the same ground. It is not possible that the provisions for resumption are specified in American League other American League regulations, but that would pertain to this game tonight as we are now at the 12:37 mark. Tony C. misses on a bunt try here, 2 strikes, 0-2. And a game terminated by curfew or by a pre-arranged time limit, that would be travel time, something of that nature, is a suspended game if it has progressed far enough to become an official game. And we have certainly progressed that far tonight. 19th inning, no score. Records falling all over the place. It would appear that Ken Berry, Ken now in conversation with Fred Caney, the coach at first, that Ken sort of felt as though he needed something to wake him up. On that catch that he made, he plowed under the fence. That'll wake you up. And boy, he almost ripped his way right through the plywood. 2 strikes on Canigliaro. Berry edging out to his lead. And the pitch. Tony C. trying to bunt, and it is strike 3. He missed on the bunt try, and Canigliaro saying he got the bat out of there. So we have another strikeout in the book, and Tony Canigliaro says that the pitch was way outside time, and that he was able to bring the bat out and pull it back in time to avoid the strikeout. Well, Tony Canigliaro was well with Merle Anthony before, some time ago in this game, and Tony C. making even more points with Anthony, and now Tony starts to make a slow move back toward the dugout. The batter will be Billy Cowan. What's our total now?
That's number 40, and Billy Cowan has a chance. I'm sure he wouldn't want to set a major league record. The strikeout, he has already struck out 6 times, and I think that Mr. Anthony, he's gone. First base umpire has just thrown him out of the game.
Now goes the bat way up in the air, down the first base line. And Tony Canigliaro score waves to him. Tony C. waves right back. Tony had taken off his batting helmet. He swept that in the air. Then he hit the batting helmet with a bat and drove it down the first base side. Now here's Canigliaro coming out, and it's not going to be over yet. Canigliaro now wants to carry the conversation even deeper and goes out to see George Maloney. But he's been tossed out of the game. Maloney made the ejection. He tossed him out, and then Tony C. fired the bat high in the air toward Maloney. And here comes Hank Storr over to try to calm down Tony Canigliaro. Well, this will march us nearer the curfew time. 12:39 showing on the clock. And Hank Storr and Tony Canigliaro all have had their say. Tony has been tossed out. And Tony now claps his hands over his head to the fans as he walks back toward the Angel dugout.
And, of course, Don, his performance with the wood tonight has not helped his temperament one bit. That Canigliaro, as we look at the book, is 0 for 8 and has struck out 3, 4, 5 times in his 8 plate appearances. So that has not helped his temperament, and I'm sure that the plate umpire, Merle Anthony, and the first base umpire, George Maloney, are just as short-tempered and a little afraid now, too. So that all contributes.
I guess certainly is understandable. You get to that point now where, and here is Tommy Reynolds has gone down to the bullpen, but now Hank Storr is motioning for Tony Canigliaro to take a hike. Canigliaro is on the bench. He has refused to leave the bench. So Tony C. is still on the bench, and they want him back in the runway and back to the clubhouse, and Hank Storr has held up play, but Tony C. has not made a move as yet, as far as we can tell. So here we go. The batter, Billy Cowan, swinging a fly ball out medium depth left center field, charging over for Joe Rudy. Now Rudy steers clear, and Rick Mundy comes on to make the play. So now the Angels have 2 away. Ken Berry, the runner at first base, and the batter will be Ken McMullen. See for Mac. Mac fouled out in the 2nd, tapped to the mound in the 5th inning, struck out in the 7th, lined to left in the 9th, struck out in the 12th, had an infield hit in the 14th inning, and then struck out in the 17th. No score, 19th inning of play. Angels 10 hits, Oakland 5 hits. 2 outs here. Berry at first base. Bobby Locker delivers. Mac started the round, held up. Low and outside, ball 1. Some of the Oakland fans giving the Angel players trouble, and now a couple of the security officers here dealing with a fan that is getting a little bit out of control. It's been a long night for him, too. He tossed over to first base, and Berry is back. So the count 1-0 on McMullen. Sinker bowler Bobby Locker getting ready now. Wheels fires to first base. Almost caught Berry on the jaw with his throw. Handled by Mike Epstein. Epstein, Tommy Davis, Dick Green, and Bando in the infield. Mangual, Mundy, and Rudy in the outfield. Leffery behind the plate. Berry takes his lead. McMullen looks at a strike. Slider in there. 1-1. Giants beat the Dodgers 7-4. St. Louis won a pair from Houston. 5-2 and 9-5. Montreal shut out the Phils 3-0. Atlanta beat Pittsburgh. Or rather, Pittsburgh whipped Atlanta 11-2. Pitch is cut out, rolls slowly up the third base side. Could be trouble here. Bando bare hands, goes to first, almost threw it away. Great diving stop by Epstein. So Berry is forced to hold at second. It's safe all around. Mike Epstein making some play to keep that throw from going into all that spacious foul ground down the right field line. An infield hit for Ken McMullen. Mac has his second hit. For the Angels, that is hit number 11. The batter will be Jim Spencer. Dick Williams, the skipper of the A's, is coming out. And Williams is going to go to the bullpen. He wants the left-hander here to face Spencer. Wants Darrell Knowles. So if this game is suspended, be a sudden death affair when we come out here tomorrow. It's now 12:44 on the clock. And Dick Williams, Dick must be grinding his teeth too to think that his ball club has managed only 5 hits through 18 innings. Jim Spencer, Jim with 2 hits. Here's the hand for Locker as he leads. Jim has been up 7 times. He is 2 for 7. He has struck out once. Lefty Phillips calling Spencer over now. He wants to talk to him as left-hander Darrell Knowles works his warm-up throws here with Kurt Blumfrey. The Angels have Ken Berry at second base and Cam McMullen at first base. So Spence will be up against left-hander Darrell Knowles. And to look and check on what Knowles has done. With the A's, Knowles has won none and lost 2 and has an ERA of 7 for the season. He is 2-4 and has an earned run average of 5.4. Knowles has worked a total of 33 innings, walked 13, and struck out 29. He is ready. So here in the 19th, with no score, Jim Spencer will have a chance to try to go to work against the left-hander. Berry out to his lead. So is Ken McMullen at first base. The pitch. Spence checks, takes over the inside corner. Thought it was too close. Strike 1. Let's confess that Merle Anthony has not enjoyed a very comfortable evening behind the plate tonight. It started out early, too. The 1-strike pitch. Spence swings and misses. Got a piece of it, actually, and Blumfrey held on to it. Strike 2. We've seen 40 strikeouts and only 16 hits in the 18-plus innings. The outfield, Mangual, Mundy, Rudy. They're just about straight away for Spence. 2-strike offering now. A swing, a wild wave, and a bad ball for strike 3. So Spencer strikes out. 41 strikeouts tonight. And the score at the end of the top of the 19th, well, we'll give you the half-inning totals. No runs, 2 hits. No errors, a pair left. The Angels have stranded 11. Score at the end of the top half of the 19th. Angels nothing, Oakland nothing.
You've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say but, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say but, you've set the world that means you like to do it all. When you say but, it means you want to do that's got a taste that's number 1.
Everybody has a favorite beer, the one they save for those special occasions. Well, if Budweiser is your favorite beer, why not make it your regular beer, too? Don't you deserve the best? Go all the way. All the time.
When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
With Tony Canigliaro ejected from the game, Tommy Reynolds goes into right field and places Tony C. The scoreboard clock says that it's now 12:48. So we're starting the last half of the 19th here with Rick Monday to lead it off against Mel Queen. Rick Monday first came to bat in the 11th inning. Here's the pitch by Mel Queen. Fastball high and tight, ball one. Rick in the 11th, when he first appeared, he reached on O'Brien's error. Then he fouled out in the 14th, and he tapped to the mound in the 16th. So the left-hander Monday against the right-hander Mel Queen. It is now 12:48. Line by Mel, and the 1-0 pitch. Bullseye with the fastball, 1-1. Queen, when he came on, he immediately logged the strikeout. Got Bleffery. 14th, and he tapped to the mound in the 16th. So the left-hander Monday against the right-hander Mel Queen. It is now 12:48. Line by Mel, and the 1-0 pitch. Bullseye with the fastball, 1-1. Queen, when he came on, he immediately logged the strikeout. Got Bleffery right away in the 17th inning. And the 1-1 pitch. Swung on a miss. Ran it up high to him. Monday went up after it without success. 1-2. Population count here at the Coliseum has thinned out considerably, but there's still quite a few fans on hand. No longer is it a Vita Blue evening or a game that involves Rudy May. It's a long way from that here in the last half of the 19th. The 1-2 pitch by Queen, swung on. He drives it foul, out of play. This one zooms its way out of the lower deck down the left field side. 1-2 on Monday. Rick's batting average, .225. It is now 12:49. Line to the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted foul. Toward the front level. 1-2. Tommy Davis on deck. Tommy started out at first base and playing at second base defensively for the last few innings. Clean ball held behind his back. Starts the line. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fly ball, long drive by Monday out of right field. Back for Tommy Reynolds, and Reynolds one-hands it against the board. 370 feet away. Put another one in the book. So Monday with that line drive out as he pumped it hard toward right field. For a moment it appeared it might go. It started to settle quickly, and Tommy Reynolds reaching up to backhand it. One down, so Tommy called upon immediately for some skillful defensive play, and he turns it in. Tommy Davis with hits his last two trips in the 14th and again in the 16th. Playing Biggie some dirt out of his spikes as Tommy Davis stands and waits for Queen to prepare himself. Need some more action in the Angel bullpen. Here's the pitch on the way to Davis up over. The delayed call here by the plate umpire Anthony for a strike. Davis saw that pitch come up over his head, falling away from it, and Anthony says no, it was in there. Archie Reynolds now begins to throw in the Angel bullpen in the right field corner. Queen right back to the one-strike pitch here to Davis. Swung on, cranks it high in the air. Third base side going to be out of play. McMullen coming over, and Mack will watch this settle in the seat. Strike two. 0-2 count on Tommy Davis. Starting time should be the same. It'll be the same as it would be for the regularly scheduled game here if this thing is suspended. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Chopped at it, missed, strike three. Davis spun right out from under his helmet. That is the 42nd strikeout of the night in the early morning. All right, with two down, here's third baseman Sal Bando. It is now 12:52. So the way things are going, we will be able to start one more inning unless Bando does some damage here. The way things appear, we'll be going into the 20th inning. And that would be it unless something occurs to bring about a decision. Bando drives it out of the center field. Playable there by Canberry. The Bandit catch out of it, and that's it. So they go 1-2-3. And the score. That's the end of the top. The end of 19 full innings to play at the Oakland Coliseum. Nothing on the board. Attention, Bunny Game fans. The 7th annual game featuring the KMPC personalities and the Playboy Bunnies will be played Wednesday, July 21st between games of the Angels-Tigers Twilight doubleheader. They have the same great ticket deal as in the past. One adjoining seat free for each ticket purchased at $4.50, $4, $3.50, or $2.50. Send your orders to Bunny Game, KMPC, Hollywood 90028. And enclosed check or money order made payable to the California Angels. So use that address, Bunny Game, KMPC, Hollywood 90028, but make the checks or money orders payable to the California Angels. All the years that I broadcast baseball, I cannot remember a game that has gone through 19 innings, 19 scoreless innings. I've seen a lot of lengthy affairs, 20-plus innings, but always something, at least something in the way of scoring. And to go this far with nothing but all those zeros dancing before your eyes. Really, if we... I went over and sat with Dick Enberg on TV, Dave, and I said if we had known this, at the end of 9, we should have played the national anthem again to officially start this second one that we have already seen. 20th inning of play. And Dave, we're going to take you right up to the curfew mark here. It's 12:54, so let's see what goes on here in inning number 20.
Okay, Don, this, of course, will be the last inning, one way or the other, in this ball game, win, lose, or draw. And the pitch on the way to O'Brien is tapped towards second. Very easily with it is Tommy Davis, and he throws Obie out. So O'Brien is erased on one pitch from Darrell Knowles. O'Brien is now 0 for 8. And that'll bring up John Stevenson. Notice that before the inning began, that the plate umpire Merle Anthony conferring with his boss, the umpire-in-chief of this crew, at second base, Hank Shore, I'm sure about the curfew situation. We have 5 minutes until we reach the curfew hour, and the curve by nose to Stevenson is outside. Ball 1, 1-0. Some great defensive plays in the outfield, particularly by the Angels, by Cowan. Berry has made 2. Tony Conigliaro, before he left, made a great one. And Stevenson sends a high drive deep to center field. But back there to gather it in is Rick Monday, about 10 feet off the warning track to make the catch. Darrell Knowles having things easy here in inning number 20. You know the guy's got to get tired just swinging the bat. Be a great pregame show, I think, Don, to have, if you can edit all 42 strikeouts to this point and just splice them back to back and play some appropriate music in the background and just watching everybody take that third strike.
No, I would just as soon forget them.
I know they would.
Think of the possibilities we have tomorrow. When they complete this.
Right. Here's Mel Queen. Of course, this means that we have to play the bottom of the 20th. Swing and a miss. Darrell Knowles in relief of Roland Fingers, who went 7 2/3. Vida Blue pitched the first 11, struck out 17. Fingers struck out 8 in the 7 2/3 that he worked. Knowles has struck out 1. Wind up and the pitch. Swung on and fouled. 0-2. So Oakland A's pitching has struck out 26. The wind-up and the pitch. Little check swing, loops it right to third baseman Sal Bando, and the Angels are gone very easily in the 20. So it's hold on time as far as the Angels are concerned, and if they do, we will play again tomorrow. We'll finish this ball game as Queen loops out to Sal Bando. No runs, no hits, no errors. After 19 and a half innings, Angels nothing, the A's nothing. A baseball player can't afford to rest on his past performances. He's only as good as his last time at the plate. He's got to keep in shape, keep improving, or before he knows it, he'll be has-been. That's sort of the way with the airline business, too, and that's why Continental has never stopped improving their 747 service since the day they introduced their 747 Air Cruise. Continental was the first airline to put in a lounge for close-in economy passengers, and they're the only ones to take advantage of the plane size by taking out 42 of the original seats and giving every passenger as much leg room as first class. What's next? Well, you can just bet plenty. Continental's new coach lounge makes theirs the only 747 with 3 lounges, one for each class. Call it professionalism, call it good business. Fly the Continental 747. With Continental, constant improvement is a matter of pride. This will be it. It is 12:58 a.m., the 10th of July, 1971. A scoreless ball game. The Angels and the A's in the bottom half of the 20th inning. It will be Kurt Blefary, Mike Epstein, and Dick Green against right-hander Mel Queen. Only 3 pitchers used by manager Dick Williams. Only 3 pitchers used in this marathon by manager Lefty Phillips. So we've gone as far as we can go without something happening. And Queen's pitch, a strike, whatever. 0-1. And the pitch, outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the pitch swung on and fouled back. The announcement officially made that if the A's do not score, it will be resumed in the 21st inning at 1:30 tomorrow. And the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, tapped foul behind the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Blefary, left-handed batter. Mel Queen with his back to home plate. We have reached 1 o'clock. The 1-2 pitch to Kurt Blefary. Hit him. Down to first base he goes. Breaking pitch. Hit Blefary in around the belt buckle. So the A's now with a chance to not have to come back and resume this ball game tomorrow if they can move Mr. Blefary around to the pay station. And the Angels bullpen is not getting up. Mike Epstein. This by far the longest game, a number of innings played by the California Angels in their history. The Angels 11 hits, the A's have 5. Epstein up there, and with his power, you wonder if he really will sacrifice. The stretch by Queen. Epstein looks at a strike. Right down the middle, and Mike did not give a hint one way or the other. No balls, 1 strike. Epstein just standing there. He's reading the sign. Third base coach Vern Hawkeye. Quinn gets a new baseball from the plate umpire, Merrill Anderson. Ball game over 5 hours old. No balls and 1 strike. Away from first is Blefary, and the pitch on the way around about Epstein. He does in foul territory. Center backhands the ball before it hits the ground. And Mike up there in a sacrificing situation, taking a strike and then trying to sacrifice. Got too much wood on the ball. So 1 out. Dick Green now getting his instructions from the third base coach.
before he steps in with one out. Catfish Hunter, who is an excellent hitting pitcher, is on deck. He would pinch hit for the pitcher. No. The stretch. And a pitch. Green looking up. Ball inside. 1 ball and no strikes. .42 strikeouts in the game. Lighted Blue struck out 17. Rolling fingers. Got 8. The stretch. And the 1-0 pitch to Green. Swung on, ripped underneath the ground. McKenna out into left field. Cowan up with the ball. Holding at second base will be Bleffery, but the A's are in business in the bottom half of the 20th. Runners at first and second, and the Catfish, Jim Hunter, will come up. He will pinch hit 4-0. For the Oakland A's, that is only their 6th hit in the ball game. Rudy May, enjoying the first 12, gave up only 3. Eddie Fisher, in the 5 innings that he worked, gave up 2. And now Mel Queen has given up his first base hit. The Catfish stepping in. It is 103. 1 man away. Bleffery at second base. Green is at first. Catfish Hunter has his instructions as he steps into the plate. The Catfish right-handed batter, and a pitch to him high. Ball 1, 1-0. Let's get out the book on Mr. Hunter and see what he's hitting. Hunter is hitting .352. He has 19 hits in 54 bats. You better believe he's hitting. The stretch. The 1-0 pitch to the Catfish. Swung on. Slider. Foul back. Count levels off at a ball and a strike. Catfish Hunter at the plate, and he, as Don points out, is due to pitch later on today against Andy Messersmith. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the pitch to him, swung and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Mel Queen trying to rack up number 43 overall. Angel pitching. Striking out so far 15 in the ball game, 13 of those by Rudy May. The stretch. The 1-2 pitch to Catfish Hunter. Got him swinging. Strike 3. That's number 43. For Mel Queen, his 3rd strikeout. And here's Angel Mangual. It's all up to this youngster's shoulders. Mangual, his last 3 times up, has flied out. He has bounced back to the pitcher. He has grounded out to shortstop. Mangual was on base all 3 times, the first 3 times up. Singled in the first, he walked in the third, and singled in the 5th. A's have runners at first and second with 2 outs. The stretch. And a pitch to Mangual, fouled away. So we are 1 out away from the to-be-continued slate that will go up in this picture. And it will be continued tomorrow if Queen is able to dispose of Mangual. And in essence, we will be playing a doubleheader of sorts tomorrow. Before the regularly scheduled game, a single encounter. The stretch by Queen. The 1-strike pitch to Mangual, very high. Ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Lumpy yelling out encouragement. Down to Kurt Bleffery at second base. Lumpy the third base coach. The Green is at first. Mel Queen trying to send this one into the suspended period. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down, and Mangual, tired of waiting, steps back out. Lumpy, again, yelling encouragement down at second base. And the pitch to the plate. Mangual looks low and outside of the slider. 2 balls and 1 strike. Queen thought he had a strike. Tells Mr. Anthony so.
Bending at the waist is Queen. 2 balls and a strike to Mangual. Bleppery. Green away from second and first. The pitch to Angel. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Will Mangual be the 44th victim? We'll know in a minute. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Of course, Queen doesn't want to go 3 and 2, and that will give the A's runners a chance to get a good running start. Here's the stretch. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball fouled away. Now it remains the same, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The A's have stranded 11 men through 19 innings. Through 20 innings, the Angels have left 14 on the base paths. Some kind of pitching tonight. Big inning, the A's in the 14th left the bases loaded. The stretch. The 2-2 pitch to Mangual. Little looper down the right field line. Could be trouble. It is going to fall. There's a fair ball around the star. It's Bleppery. The A's win 1-0 in 20 innings. By fire as the Angels dejectedly walk off the diamond after having worked 5 hours and 10 minutes, the toughest defeat to take in their history. As little Angel Mangual with a count 2-2 on him, got an outside slider, and he just went with the pitch and looped it into shallow right field. Coming in to score was Kurt Bleppery, and that's the ball game. Oh, and what a ball game it was. Well, let's see if we can figure up the total. Don, you got him yet? No?
Right here, Dave. Trying to get the time of the game because it's going to go into the Angel record book. I think they said 5 hours and 5 minutes, which obliterated our previous high of 4 hours and 58 minutes. Well, the A's had 1 run, and the A's had 7 hits, no errors, and they left a total of 13 men on. And the Angels, no runs, 11 hits, 1 error, and they stranded 12 men. Darrell Knowles the winner, and Mel Queen takes the loss. We won't have a guest on post-game show. It's a late hour, and let everyone go their way following this. We will run down all of the scores, however, for you, both the American League and the National League on Angel Report, and that will follow in just a moment.
California Angels Baseball is brought to you by Standard Stations and Chevron Dealers, with more than 8,000 stations to serve you better. By Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, St. Louis, Newark, Los Angeles, Tampa, Houston, Columbus, Jacksonville, and Merrimack, New Hampshire. Brewers of Budweiser, king of beer. By Continental Airlines, where they do everything they can to make your flight better. With Continental, it's a matter of pride. And by the Small Car Experts, your Southern California Datsun dealer. Drive a Datsun, then decide. This broadcast is authorized under radio rights granted by the California Angels solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. Any other use without permission of the Angels is prohibited. Now stay tuned for important post-game coverage on Angel Report, coming right up.
12 minutes now past 1. Good morning. This is KMND-FM radio broadcasting from Mesa, Arizona.
Morning in rural America. Breakfast, crisp bacon and fresh eggs. You just can't beat life in rural America. There's hardly anything comes close to it. The possibilities can be unlimited. Rural America can grow. There's plenty of clean air, living and working space. Small independent business could make this way of life possible. New industry with good jobs could bring people back to rural America. And you can help be a part of this move, this Operation Build America. For the facts and information, write National Federation of Independent Business, That's NFIB, Washington Building, Washington, D.C.
Just ahead of Angel's report, here's a look now at Phoenix weather forecast. Currently it's 93 degrees. Forecast calls for fair and sunny weather. That's for tomorrow. High tomorrow expected to be 112.
Angel Report, and this is Dick Enberg with Donwell. Stand by for a recap of tonight's game, all the scores, and exclusive post-game interviews. All on Angel Report.
It's time for Angel Report. Join Dick Enberg and Don Wells with their special guest and all the details of tonight's game. Scores and highlights of other games played today, all on Angel Report.
It's very difficult to settle back now at the end of 20 innings of play and 5 hours and 5 minutes of baseball and try to accurately summarize all that took place this evening. It's a game where opportunities were rather few and far between. Perhaps the biggest then developed in the 20th inning when Kurt Weffrey, leading it off, was hit by a pitch and was able to advance on the base hit by Dick Green, and then to see Angel Mangual collect his third hit of the evening, and in the 20th win it for Oakland 1-0. And many of the fans here, they had 22,538 at the Coliseum, and not being familiar with the curfew ruling. When the public address system made the announcement that no inning could be started after the 20th got underway, many of the fans, not realizing about curfew, they let out raucous yells and were quite displeased by what they heard. But as it turned out the right way for them and for their Oakland A's team. As this game progressed, it was almost a case of wanting to take a gun, put it to the head of the game, and then put it out of its misery. Because it appeared that neither team, and they shadowboxing around trying to win it. And for the A's, then, they finally take it 1-0. 1 run, 7 hits, no errors, 13 left. And the Angels, no runs, 11 hits, 1 error, stranded 12 men. So many records went in the book, we won't cover all of them. We'll be summarizing that probably in the weeks and months and years to come. But there were a total of 43 strikeouts. The Angels were cut down on strikes 26 times, and the A's succumbed 17 times via that route. So 43, the total strikeout production tonight. We saw a lot of great pitching. That's just about the only way you can possibly summarize it. Vida Blue and Rudy May, and certainly some of the most outstanding pitching we have witnessed in recent years turned in by Rudy May in his starting assignment for the Angels here tonight and this morning. We'll check over all the scores and let Dave bring you up to date on the American League scores. The Angel Report continues in just a moment.
Ever thought of being a hero? Dashing out and bravely saving a life?
Here's your personal opportunity to stand out of the crowd and act heroically to save a life.
Your very own.
You do it by kicking the habit.
By quitting smoking.
No thoughtful and intelligent citizen can ignore the Surgeon General's reports and all other scientific evidence that links cigarette smoking with damage to the lungs, the heart, and the circulatory system. That hacking morning cough could be a symptom of chronic bronchitis.
That shortness of breath could be a symptom of emphysema.
Check it out with your doctor.
To date, more than 100,000 doctors have quit smoking.
How about you?
Be a hero for life. Your own.
Your Tuberculosis and Respiratory Disease Association is concerned about your life and considers smoking a matter of life and breath.
The American League scores, and here's Dave.
All right, Don, and of course, all the papers will be talking about this particular ball game tomorrow more than anything else, despite the fact that we had a one-hitter in the National League by Steve Rinko at Montreal Expos, but many records set, and as you said, it would take you probably an hour to check out every intricate record that was set. Here's what happened in the rest of the American League. Kansas City beat Minnesota 6-3. The winning pitcher, Tom Bergmeyer, he is now 4-2, and the Minnesota Twins have lost at least four in a row. The Angels with a chance to at least had him for third place, but couldn't do it tonight. Losing pitcher Perry, he is 12-8. Milwaukee and Chicago, that went to the White Sox 4-1. Harlan, the winner, 4-6. Jim Slayton took the loss. He is 4-2. The Baltimore Orioles over the Cleveland Indians 4-1. Jim Palmer got his 11th victory of the year. He has lost 4. Steve Dunning of the Indians lost his 7th. He has won 6. In 11 innings, Detroit beat Washington 1-0. Coleman got the win. He is 8-6. Casey Cox took the loss. He is 3-5. And the New York Yankees beat the Boston Red Sox 5-2. Mel Stottlemyre picking up his 9th victory of the year. He has lost 5. Gary Peters losing it. He is now 8-6. So those are the American League scores. We'll run down the National League when Angel Report continues in 60 seconds.
The choice is yours. You can change the world, or you can cop out with drugs. If you're thinking about drugs, think about this. What do you do when the music stops? Where are you then? Where are you then? Can you drop full blown on all the mountain tops? Where are you then, my friend? What do you see when your pupils contract? When you're out in the alley after your rack, and you're not quite whole, and the straight road's intact. Where are you then, my friend? You can choose to change the world, but for that you need your head straight and in the right place. If you choose drugs instead, where are we then, my friend? Where are we then?
All right, the National League, Montreal defeating the Phillies 3-0, and Steve Renko with that one hitter. He is now 8-9, short the losers 5-10. Atlanta was pounded by Pittsburgh. The Pirates 11, Atlanta 2. Bryles the winner 5-1. Nash the losers 6-6. I understand they turned in a triple play, the first triple play in the National League this year. I don't know who did that. Do you remember, Dick? Pittsburgh or Atlanta? It's the third, second, first for round the horn. Okay. Atlanta accomplished that. Hebner with his 13th homer. Stargell had a number 29, and with 4 RBIs for Stargell, he now has 85. St. Louis defeated Houston twice, 5-2 and 9-5. Carlton the winner in the first game. Steve now 12-5. Forced the loser 5-2. In the second game of the Cardinals winning at 9-5. Royce the winner 8-8. Blasingame the loser 5-8. Rader had his 4th homer, and Wynn had number 4. The Mets were down by Cincinnati 6-4. The winner Grinsley 5-4. The loss to Tom Seaver 10-5. Foster with his 3rd homer. Granger had number 1. Both came with the bases empty. They had $53,564 paid in Los Angeles. The Giants rallied for 6 in the 9th. They beat the Dodgers 7-4. Don McMahon, the winner, 6-4, relieving Marichal in the 8th. Brewer, the loser, 4-3. He came on in the 9th inning to replace Claude Osteen. San Diego won a pair from the Cubs. The Padres won the first 1-0, and the second 7-2. Roberts, the winner in the first game, 7-9. Hands, the loser, 9-9. In the second game of the Padres taking it 7-2. Arlen, the winner, 4-12. Decker, the loser, 0-1. Nate Colbert had his 19th homer, good for 3 runs in the 7th inning. That's